Okay, so aliens are real. That's oddly the least strange moment of right now. Last I remembered, I was out at the cabin, there was a sudden burst of light, and now I'm waking up on a beach surrounded by 46 others who are clearly not human. Next to me, awaking at the same time, was a woman. Red hair, some obvious musculature to her, but not bodybuilder. I looked to her as she came to.
Hey, I'm Keith. You know what's going on here?
She blinked a couple of times and seemed to be trying to sort herself out.
I'm Val. No idea what's happening. I was at the gym. There was a flash of light, and now... Holy shit, aliens?
Okay. Let's take this by the numbers. Multiple alien species, but they all seem to be waking up, same as us, so we can generally assume that they're in the same boat we are for now. Each species seems to be made up of pairs, so including our own, that's 24 pairs of various aliens. I can't understand a word of what any of them are saying, so fun times, we've got no way to communicate as a group for now. I'm not seeing any sort of supplies, and we're all wearing some sort of bodysuit, rather than the clothes we had on before. Amongst this suit was a belt with strips of metal that I'm pretty sure are magnetic, and a pair of wristbands with a glowing blue button on them. The footwear seems decent enough for traction and comfort, but it still feels odd. We're along a coastline, there are trees, so that means there's gotta be water somewhere. By temp and the humidity in the air, I'd call it temperate rainforest. Val's trying to locate someone in charge, but it's going about as well as you'd figure. Yellow sun, blue sky, but the moonset is different, and it's early morning as far as I can tell. Then there's our fellow challengers. Pretty much everyone's bipedal, although there are two aliens who look like centaurs, but Leonin. Both look clearly built, and much like lions, the male has a mane, though the coloration and some of the set of the face is different. Where Earth lions tend toward yellow, these two were more of a mottled deep green, with striping like a tiger's. Crap, they'd be near impossible to see in these woods. Another pair looked to be amphibious, their blue skin covered with moisture. Their fingers were webbed, and I'm pretty sure those are gills along the neckline. Eyes seem to be more across from one another, as opposed to straightforward. That leans toward prey species rather than predator. But then again, ever seen a moose lose its shit? Prey can be bastards. I wanted to examine the other species more closely, but an interruption occurred as a holographic screen appeared in the sky above us with an outburst of techno-caveman music, and another alien, this one more obviously futuristic looking in dress, appeared.
Greetings, contestants of many worlds. I am your host, Ravaj, and I welcome you all to the special 1000th episode of Pre-Warp Survival.
The various aliens, of course, did not cheer, but began calling out, but it was all so odd. I think I'm shut down at this point, because I can't even feel fear. I'm just running through things like a checklist. Val was amongst those yelling, till I tapped her arm.
Val, breathe. We need info.
Episode. This was a show, something that occurs regularly, and we were simply the newest group. But what kind of show? That's going to determine a lot. I stepped ahead of the other aliens, looking up at the screen, and leaned into my accent hard.
Howdy, y'all. I'm Keith of Earth, and this is my fellow human Val. Is this here thing like Survivor on our world?
The voice in the sky paused and turned its eyes to regard.
It seems one of our contestants has some real questions. If I'm understanding the question, sir, then you are correct. Welcome to Pre-Warp Survival, where we will learn who the strongest survivors are from across the galaxy. All of you here are from pre-warp civilizations and worlds, here to see who can survive the longest.
Val stepped up.
Dude, what are you doing?
I spoke low back.
Later. Follow my lead.
I went back to speaking to our host, leaning back into my accent, and I can only hope my people will forgive me.
And what are the rules of this here game, Ravaj? And how am I hearing you right now?
Truth is, I assumed it was some sort of universal translator, like Star Trek or Farscape, but Ravaj seemed positively tickled.
Now, this is a new one on us here at Pre-Warp Survival. One of the contestants is just raring to go. All of you have been given nanites that will monitor your vitals and help you translate. Of course, the other individual languages of your fellow contestants aren't in your systems, but the nanites will learn, should you choose to go that route. And as to the rules, they could not be simpler. Your goal is to survive on this world for as long as possible. The world is uncolonized, but there are animals on this planet, some simple, some extremely dangerous. You can quit at any time, but should both members of a species be eliminated, an invasion will be sent to your world of origin to enslave it under the Kathrall dominion. May the Emperor reign eternally. In order to quit, you will have no doubt noticed the wristbands you wear. Simply hold down the blue glowing button on them and state your desire to quit. If your body fails at any time, this will also be taken as a resignation from the competition. Do know that your home species are watching, and don't forget there is a prize to all of this. To the last species standing, you will not only assure the continued freedom of your world, but you will also receive from the hand of the Emperor himself science and design schematics for all the necessary elements of creating your first interstellar warp craft.
I noted a distinct lack of statement that we would be safe from our fellow competitors, so there could be a PvP element to the game, especially once the numbers go down and things get more desperate. There were still some questions, though.
And are we getting any gear to start us off?
Ravage-Teak made what would have been a smile, I guess, but with the fangs, came across much more sinister.
Of course, we wouldn't want you all to die empty-handed. Contestants, you have 1 hour to get to a suitable location for your species' survival, at which point a set of basic survival tools according to your species will materialize. There is more, of course, and those things will be explained as they come up in the game.
A timer appeared before each of our eyes, visible but intangible, marking out an hour of time in the top left corner of our vision. Ravage-Teak's voice rose as his arms extended on the screen.
Your time begins in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Begin.
There was a flood of movement. I grabbed Val's arm.
We need to go! Talk on the run!
The key was to find a place that was suitable for survival, as well as away from other contestants. Most seemed to be staying near the coast, so the key would be to break inland and look for somewhere inside the forest. With too many mouths at the coast, it would be difficult to survive separately, to say nothing of the potential threat of the other challengers, since no rule had been stated against attacking other contestants. We broke through the tree line and I began angling uphill, taking a steadier pace after we lost sight of the other competitors. I needed some place where I could actually see the surrounding area, so I kept an eye out for a particularly tall tree or other raised area. To Val's credit, she was moving nearly as fast as I was and was probably more sure-footed than me. She had at least some degree of training, whether just in a gym or somewhere else. I needed more info on her.
Val, what skills you got?
I was watching around us. It wasn't simply a matter of finding a high place, but looking at our actual surroundings. While trees were identifiable as such, they weren't like any earth tree I'd ever seen. Some looked almost like birch, but with needles instead of leaves. The differences continued with the rest of the flora. It was a problem. Eating anything right now would be a gamble. Maybe it fills us up, but maybe it gets us sick or kills us. We couldn't even trust water right now. We'd cleared over a mile thus far. We were making good time. Val called us to a halt for a moment.
Well, I work out, and I can cook, but I haven't been in a survival situation before.
I paused there for a moment.
It's not just direct survival skills, although cooking's going to be important. Tons of stuff that seems silly can be a huge advantage in the wild. For one, sewing can fix ripped clothing, mend fishing nets, or it can sew wounds shut. There's tons of stuff like that folks just don't think of as survival skills.
Well, I do rock walls. I can sew. I was training up to climb Mount Rainier. I was going to do a survival course beforehand, but this. Do you think there's really no other way out of here? I've got a daughter to get back to,
She said, leaning up against a tree.
Even if there was, I don't know how to pilot a starship, and unless I miss my guess, you don't know how to pilot one either, Miss Val. You mentioned Rainier. Are you West Coast? I ask, on account of living in Portland.
Some of the exercise of this conversation was to learn about her, but if we're honest, it was calculated. For this to be a show, like the host was talking about, that meant they had some way to keep feet on us. That also meant somewhere out there were viewers. It was a bit of a guess. But if there was some sort of tribal council or audience voting, then humanizing ourselves would be critical. Hey, humanizing. Val beamed. I think just on the point that we had something to build on aside from a death game.
Wait! We're in Portland. I'm up in North.
I looked around and saw a thick, tall tree that went higher than the others.
Out in Wood Village myself. Small fucking world, ain't it?
Or it was intentional. Focus on your training and take it by the numbers. One or two coincidences, such as being in shape, could be written off. But hitting two people in the same city, of a single planet, one male, one female, both of whom were in the same general age range, both in good shape and seemed to be reasonably able to handle the mental stress of the current situation. We're not random. None of the other species I saw looked weak, heavily overweight, or underweight. No deformities or apparent disabilities, and all had essentially accepted the situation as it was, whether showing anger or not. Unfortunately, there wasn't really time to delve into it right now, and I had nothing to confirm my theories anyway.
Hey Val, you're a climber, yeah? Can you hop up this tree and get a look around? We need to figure out where we're going. I'll keep watch down here.
I wasn't going to pass up on the chance to get proper scouting done, and Val seemed up for it. It was a stupid risk, I know, but at the same time, we needed to be able to figure out if there were any landmarks or spots that might work for camp. She shot up the tree. She was good and confident in the climb. After a little bit with her up near the top, she called down.
Hey, there's a bluff and a river over that way.
She climbed back down.
So, we going for the bluff?
I was still considering. The river would be a water source, but honestly, at the same time, that also meant it would be hunted. The bluff, however, would mean we were protected from most potential attacks by our fellow competitors. In the end, it was essentially as good as any spot.
Yeah, let's go for it. We've got 37 minutes and change. Think we can get there in time?
She hopped slightly
Only one way to find out?
and took off, setting a strong pace. I caught up to her pace, trailing slightly behind her now. Not sure what's out there, but best to move quickly. Val steered us along game trails after that, so as she led the way, I started talking about it, signaling Val to keep going as I did.
So, as the folks at home can see here, we're hauling ass down game trails. Now, of course, there's some risk involved here, with regards to predators hunting the trail. But on the other hand, the trails are beaten paths that won't have a ton of obstacles for us to steer around. Given the current state of the game, it's the best choice we got in front of us.
Val slowed a bit as I caught up alongside her and quirked an eyebrow at me. I just shook my head and kept running. I couldn't tell her my thought process, not knowing that we were essentially bugged at all times. The best I could hope for was that people watching would be entertained by us both taking risky action and getting a view into the headspace of this. As we continued past that, I began taking a more thorough look at the wilderness itself. The trees, one way or another, seemed vaguely consistent with Earth, though there were obvious differences. The needles of evergreens here would be better termed as everreds. I was also hoping we see more of those, since it looked like birch bark on them.
Now, if y'all look around as we're running, you'll see that plenty of the flora is budding right on up, and that tells us that we're in the season of spring. That gives us near on the full year to prep ourselves for winter, which was right neighborly of Mr. Ravage-Teak and y'all.
Val had obvious questions, but kept them to herself. We took a couple of other short rests, and at one rest point I did an address.
Now, I know some of y'all were looking forward to seeing some predators of this world along here, but there's a solid reason that they aren't coming after us. They don't really know us yet, and we seem to be in an awful hurry. Fun fact, on our world, we're known as endurance predators. We ain't the fastest by far. We certainly ain't the strongest, but we never stop coming. Yeah, we're stopping, but that's mostly to see to the directions.
I could only hope my ancestors would forgive how hard I was digging into Southern drawl, but it gave a unique lilt, and I was sort of just banking on Southern charm to pull potential viewers. There would be other ways later, but here in the very beginnings of the game was our best time to get people on our side. Shortly after that, I started to see bits of the bluff through the canopy, and we began changing course more directly uphill, hoping to avoid most of the worst parts of climbing up to it. Val was holding up, but we weren't going to be able to do much for the rest of the day once we got into position. With a little over 11 minutes remaining, we were in a great position to make it to the bluff. The last bit of the trek, though, did force us to slow down. I could hear the distant sound of a waterfall on the other side of the bluff as we approached a natural set of switchbacks leading up onto the bluff. I did find a fallen piece of wood that would make an essentially decent walking stick and passed it to Val, who took point.
Now, y'all, it might seem silly to stop to get us a stick, but when you're climbing rock like this, it's an essential. Val's using it right now to test where she's putting her foot, so we can both stay safe, and then I only step where she stepped. Ideally, it'd be better for both of us to have one for each hand. But survival's all about making do with what you got, not what you want.
I got the impression that Val was getting annoyed with my asides, but hopefully we'd get a moment alone soon, and I could talk with her directly. I just couldn't risk blowing the game yet. We crested the top of the bluff, and despite the situation, the view was breathtaking. The yellow sun and blue sky were more saturated on this world than ours, and it really lit everything up. Some slight wisps of clouds, but nothing that leaned in the direction of any incoming weather issues. Since the forest was bound to a uniform green like on Earth, it was as abundant in color as autumn up north. We could see the waterfall, which emptied into a lake, then a river cutting through between the hills and mountains as it snaked toward the ocean. Having little else to do for a few minutes and spotting a suitable boulder, we sat down near the edge of the ridge and just hung out.
I know this ain't exactly the situation we wanted, but you gotta admit, it's really pretty.
Val laughed a bit, her shoulders shaking.
Oh, yeah. Aside from the whole alien abduction turned Hunger Games thing, yeah, it's fucking gorgeous.
We both laughed. The sheer absurdity of everything sort of caught up on us. Before, we'd been just reacting to everything, so this was the first true moment where we could properly feel what was going on.
Know what I could use right now?
Val quirked her eyebrow.
A transporter ride home and a shower?
I laughed a bit.
I mean, those would be nice, but nah. Sizzle pie and a pint of amber drop top. That'd be just the best right now.
Oh, don't remind me. Or salt and straw.
I started nodding emphatically.
That's right. Pizza, beer, and ice cream.
The timer was ticking down, and as it went from 10, I started counting it down verbally, drawing Val into it. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Right on cue, the holographic screen came on, with Ravajtik's visage smiling out at us from over the edge of the bluff. I gave a cursory look around, but I didn't see any other screens. From the bluff, we had an unobstructed view, so that meant we were alone by potentially miles from other contestants.
Congratulations, survivors. I hope everyone made it to a strong position that they're happy with. Several of you gave us quite a show, and on that note, we have some awards and even a penalty to give out. Let us start with ignoble Rothani, who have destroyed their wristbands. Tisk, tisk, tisk. That was very naughty of you, and now for consequence. You will not be able to self-quit for the rest of the game, and will only be forfeit if your body fails you. As well, you will not be able to receive your starting supplies. Best of luck to you. Next, 2 teams have been eliminated. The Migraine have been eliminated due to injury, as have the Telesh. Let's go back to that moment, both for our cherished audience and our competitors.
On the screen, the host cross-faded to video of a fight between the Telesh, the lion taurs we'd seen earlier, and the Migraine, a more insectoid species. While the Telesh had ultimate won their fight, dominating the smaller Migraine, the Telesh had been bitten, and apparently the Migraine had a venomous bite, eventually rendering the Telesh. Clearly, fighting each other was high risk. The host returned to view.
Truly, it saddens us to see such strong competitors leave us so soon, but fear not. Both the Migraine and the Telesh will now become a part of the Kathrall Dominion. May the Emperor reign eternal.
It was sobering, and Val looked upset. I was more concerned about her morale than the actual losses, but I felt the gravity of it. The Rothani would have no survival supplies, essentially crippling them, and with no ability to quit on their own, this meant they would almost certainly be circling the drain before losing their own world to the Kathrall Dominion. Ravajtik gave a moment of remembrance for the survivors eliminated, then came back to speak.
And finally, we have a special award to give out.
A sudden screen popped up in the middle of our vision, stating we had an achievement. Achievement, the Valiant.
This award is given to the scrappy little humans of Earth. Keith and Val went farther inland than any other competitors, by quite the margin. As a reward for this achievement, they will be given extra supplies to start with that should help them establish their shelter. And now, without further ado, your equipment.
The screen closed, and there was a sound behind us, along with 3 pillars of light, leaving a set of large containers behind as they faded. Our supplies were transported in, 1 container labeled for me, 1 for Val, and 1 marked bonus. Finally, the real game could begin. We immediately went up to our marked containers, and as we stood before them, 2 beeps sounded, 1 from each of our wrists. Looking down, a green button was blinking. I didn't waste time questioning and pressed it, with Val pressing it just after me. A smaller holoscreen came up between us in the air, and from how Val was looking, it seemed to be broadcasting in both directions. Shock registered immediately. This wasn't an alien. Instead, there was a woman in the frame who was clearly dressed and framed like a reporter.
Hi, I'm Annabelle Jones, and I've been selected to be your counsel during the game. You are currently broadcasting live to the entire world. It's good to see you both alive. Can I ask you both for some information about yourselves? I'm familiar, but the world wants to hear who you are.
I nodded to Val, signaling for her to go first.
I'm Valerie McKinnon. I was born and raised in Portland, Oregon, and I'm 26 years old. Up until this happened, I was an office manager.
She nodded and I began.
My name's Keith Morehouse, and while I'll admit I'm new to Portland, I live in Wood Village. I just got out of the Army after serving 2 tours, and used my enlistment bonus to buy some land I was building on and work in construction to pay for it.
The anchor woman gave a sympathetic look to us both.
I know that this must be frightening for both of you, but I've been instructed to take you through some new features going forward in the game. You were both given the basic rules, but there are other things. First and foremost, your suits and the nanites they put inside you are reading your body on a constant basis. If you are medically unfit to continue, you will be forfeit.
I cut in.
So it's not just death we gotta be watching for, right? Dehydration, starvation, frostbite, severe injury or illness. Anything that gets us to a certain point, and we're out. I got that right?
She nodded.
Yes, that's correct. The buttons on your wrists correspond to certain functions within the game. The blue button is for when you wish to voluntarily forfeit. The green button you've just pressed will connect you with your counsel during certain hours. Be aware that there are limits on what I can tell you. Then, there's a red button. The red button allows a privacy mode, in which you won't be on camera, and it can be used for up to an hour a day.
This time Val cut in.
What about our families? Can we talk to them?
Annabelle got sad and then,
I'm sorry, but that's not within the rules. I'm sorry, but I've been told to assure you that your family is alive and well.
Val got a confused look.
Just my family? What about...
Mine's already dead. They died while I was deployed.
I said it as matter-of-factly as possible, and even Annabelle flinched. I continued steering the conversation back to things relevant here.
What else do we need to know?
Annabelle took a moment to compose herself.
As you've learned, there are achievements within the game that can gain you advantages, and as well, if the citizens of the Dominion see fit, they can grant minor boons to you. Advantages are larger, while boons are smaller items that can help in a pinch. I cannot give you details about the achievements, but you'll get alerts on your displays when you've met the requirements for the achievements. Before I go, however, know that all Earth, everyone, of every race, every creed, and every religion stand with you, and we pray for you.
The screen cut out, and I hit the red button. An alert came up in the top left of my display, privacy mode, with a timer counting down underneath it. Val came around the containers fast and suddenly threw her arms around. It's probably the first hug I've had in a few years now, and I felt my body start to shake a bit. I returned it slightly, then pushed back.
I'm all right, Val. It's okay, I need to talk to you for a bit.
We don't have to do this right now. You should take a minute.
And there it was, that same look I always got. I put one hand on the back of my head for a moment to sort of steady myself and rein it in.
Sigh. It wouldn't be a minute. And frankly, my sympathy well's about bottomed out. I'm not trying to be mean, it's just, every time it comes up, everyone gives some version of the look you're giving me now. It's too much work trying to go through the emotions for everyone. And right now, we've got bigger stuff. Val, we've got to stop surviving as fast as possible.
She shook her head.
What?
I looked up for a second, searching for the words.
Look, it's like this. Survival is what you do to get by until rescue comes. It's a temporary state. We can't do that, or we're all screwed. We have to start living, and that's going to take work. We have to pull ahead of the survival curve, and it's going to take both of us, and they know it. We weren't random. We were chosen. One man and one woman, both within the same general age group, one who's done a ton of survival work, but the other who has skills the other either lacks, or that are sympathetic to the other. And both are physically in shape enough to be able to push through this, and both of them speak English fluently, and are from within, 25 miles of each other out of the entire planet Earth, and both of whom are psychologically stable enough not to go cry in a corner forever when this went down, or immediately hit the blue button. It's too many coincidences in one straight run.
Val nodded along, listening as I continued.
Also, they haven't told us all the rules. I have some theories, but I think there might be an end around they haven't told us about. It's a game, and game rules are absolute.
I thought for a second, remembering an anime, oddly enough.
If you're playing an RPG and you encounter a locked door, you need a key for that door, whatever form the key takes. No matter your power or strength, you can't just break it down or take it off the hinges or knock out the wall around it. Same thing here, but here, we're being intentionally kept in the dark on things. They're intentionally limiting what we know, like a game of Texas Hold'em. You only know your cards and the cards on the river and everything else is a deduction. Like the audience participation. We weren't told about that until now. I just figured there might be an element of it, so just like on a reality show, we need to go for likability, strength, something that they can invest in. Unfortunately, like your daughter and my trauma. I'm sorry, I'd have told you earlier, but I didn't know about the privacy mode, and I didn't want to reveal it on camera, or it might have worked against us. Then there's the unanswered questions. The big one for me is the translators they gave us. Why bother letting us learn the other languages if the game just comes down to species versus species? How long can this go on for? No time limit of any kind has been expressed, so that could mean months, maybe up to a year. A straight fight between all of us would never take that long. But look at the containers. All the tools for long-term survival, as long as we can build on it. Why set rules that work against the tools we're given to accomplish it? There's a game beneath the game. It's like the Golden Child. You know that movie?
She tilted her head slightly.
I know of it, but never saw it.
Okay. Eddie Murphy is told that he has to carry a full glass of water across a chasm and retrieve a dagger. He makes it across, but there's a fire that jumps up when he tries to grab the dagger. The guy running the test tells him, "You have to know when to break the rules." I get that feeling, that the rules themselves are some sort of setup.
Val considered for a moment.
I get it, and mostly, you sound like you've got a beat on things. Can't say I'm not a bit angry about my daughter being used for this. But if we fail... All right, let's get back to the game and crack open these crates. I'd like to change into something other than the spandex suit.
I chuckled.
Really? 'Cause I do see some advantages to it.
She slapped me lightly on the arm and I disarmed privacy mode.
All right, now, let's see what they left for us.
We opened our containers at the same time. They were essentially simple affairs, but by the way they shifted when the locks were released, they were air and watertight.
Val, we might have stuff we can do with the containers.
Inside, right at the top of this container, were 2 sets of clothing, along with 2 sets of boots, 1 pair of solid hunting boots, and the other winter boots. They seemed to believe we'd be here a while. I pulled out the pants first. By appearance, 1 set could be worn over the other, increasing layering. I put on the lighter pants for now, saving the warmer set for when it got cold out. At first, they were big on me. Then they shrank to fit automatically. Neat! The boots were going to be a trick, since I couldn't remove the foot element of my suit without the rest of it. Then, noting a button about where my socks would pull up to, I pressed it, and the traction and padding receded and softened.
Huh. Hey Val, there's a button about halfway up the calf you'll need to press if you want to wear the boots.
Val nodded and did similarly. After getting dressed in lighter elements, including what was essentially a cowboy hat and scarf, I continued my inventory. They had included a lot of stuff in here, a couple of I think wool sweaters, similar socks, 4 pairs of gloves, starting from ones that would just protect the hands from nicks, up to full Arctic gloves. Then there were the tools, 2 knives, a small survival knife, and a more distinct hunting knife. A basic mess kit, a bunch of what looked like paracord, rope, a backpack, 2 tarps, one medium-sized one, and a larger tarp. Fish hooks and line. As I went through, I called out items, and Val confirmed she had also received the same things in her container. Okay, so these are the standards to make sure you have the basic survival equipment for your species. But that also means Val and I didn't necessarily need to be teammates. Another question with no answer right now: the tarps, rope, and cord would make up our shelters, at least for the first little bit, and we each received a sleeping bag. Our initial inventory was taken care of. We moved on to the bonus container. A couple of more tarps, some MRE-type things with instructions, enough for a few days' meals. A fishing net called a gill net, a pair of small booklets, and at the bottom of the container, a bow and a quiver of arrows.
Oh, this is nice. Yeah, we got everything we need to get going.
Val smiled sardonically.
Gonna be a big game hunter?
I was grinning ear to ear.
Oh, not just a big game. Small game as well, whatever passes for fowl around here, or rabbits. Just gotta get used to the feel of it.
All in all, we had a full spread of equipment, but I was so consumed with the inventory, I hadn't actually looked at Val since she got dressed, and when I saw her, I couldn't help but laugh a bit. Val was not quite as amused.
Oh, when I find out the obvious male who did this, we're gonna have some words.
I'm sorry, hun. Really, I am. Pretty sure they just went by what our standards of good-looking women's clothing is. I mean, it all looks to still be functional, just, you know, maybe a mite more snug than you might have liked. I won't keep harping on it, though. We got some work to be doing. Why don't you get started on a fire, and I'll take a jug down to the river and get water, and may see about some fish for dinner.
I mean, we have the prep meals, right?
Her brow furrowed a bit.
I'd rather save those for an emergency than run through 'em right now. Calories and nutrients are going to be a big issue for us.
I took the jug, my bow and arrows, along with several other items, heading down the other side of the bluff. The problem is time. Every time I've had a moment to think, I need to be moving. Just constantly ratcheting between trying to think, trying to survive, and work on the game. I'm hoping that the audience conversations yield us something we really need, but it's still time away from thinking. I wanted more time to talk to Val, but really, right this moment, we have a lead on the other survivors. But especially with the broadcast, that means they know we have a lead on them. Every time I get a bit of time, there's something, and I need to get my head in the game. I know that'll slow down once we're set up, but for the time being, it was going to suck in general. Then the slowdown turns into its own problem. But till we're there, no point dealing with it. Might as well get back to the game.
Well, howdy, folks, and welcome back to Uncle Keith's Survival Hour, your one-stop shop for all your how to survive on an alien planet needs. On this episode, we'll be talking about some of the basics of survival that are pretty much universal for us humans. There's several essentials to your outdoor survival. The first, most important thing, is fire. Fire provides warmth, so you don't get yourself some hypothermia or worse, frostbite, cooks your food, and helps purify your water. That's what Val's gonna be working on up there. Now myself, I'm heading down to the waterfall over here for the second most important item that y'all can have in the wild. Water. Without water, your average humans is gone in a few days. But we can't just have ourselves any old water. We'll need to cook it over the fire to get any bacteria or whatnot out of it, just to make sure it don't get us sick.
Coming down the other side was a bit easier. With the backpack on, I was able to stay reasonably hands-free, though I did keep the bow shouldered in case I needed it.
Third on the hierarchy of needs out here is shelter. Without shelter, you're at the mercy of nature, and nature wants you dead. Don't you let it fool you otherwise. Now, at first, we'll be using the tarps to make a basic tent, and some stuff from around to make raised beds. Get us up off the ground so we... Well, that's a new one on me.
I was looking out at the falls and watched as fish after fish went up it. They would jump from the water, and at the height of it, they would sort of flatten out, almost like a flying squirrel, with the side fins acting almost like wings, push a bit, enter the water higher, swing their tails to start rising, and then repeat the process. I'd seen salmon go up small waterfalls, but those were little ones, a couple of feet of water to jump at most. These things, we almost literally going vertical.
Now don't this just beat all? I'm guessing it's their spawn-in season or something. Now don't get me wrong, I'd love to show y'all some archery skills, but no use risking the arrows on these guys.
I moved up along the edge of the waterfall, coming alongside it. They weren't quite within reach, so I produced the walking stick from earlier, and sure enough, it had more than enough reach. Combined a bit of the net and some paracord, and I had a rudimentary net for pulling fish out. It took a couple of attempts to get the timing right, but once I had it down, it was a simple enough matter of smacking them on the ground to daze them, then get the next one. As I kept going, one of the alert windows popped up. Achievement unlocked, the hunter. First species to successfully hunt a meal's worth of food. A secondary window offered one of two options, survival or comfort. I knew what I'd choose of the two, but hell, might as well play this up for a moment.
Well, now, we got us an interesting choice right here, y'all. If I choose survival, likely we get us something that'll help us get set up good and proper. Other side, I could get something what makes our daily lives a mite more palatable. So which'll it be? Be more pragmatic, or maybe lean in for something fun?
I stood there pretending to ponder and signaled to take luxury, and another new window popped up.
Your selection will be delivered to your campsite.
That'll be a shock to Val, but hey, hopefully we got something nice. I settled into the work at hand, cleaning and gutting my catch, while I explained the process and why it was necessary. Then I filled up my water jug. The netting I had remaining was still too wide, would essentially dam up the river for the fish. That's a problem, because while it would get us a huge haul of food immediately, it'd also wipe the fish out, and that wasn't a good plan. First things first, then, I sat and watched the fish move for a few minutes to see what path they were taking. Then seeing a solid baiting spot, set up the netting around there. It would hopefully catch one or two a day. With the netting in place and my fish prepped, that meant it was time to head back up. I'd need to make semi-regular trips to check the net, but aside from that, it should provide us a bunch of food. It did draw attention to a problem, though. On Earth, this would be a prime hunting spot for local predators, and they'd be just as likely to check my nets for food. Bears on Earth can quite literally smell for a 20-mile radius, and I had no idea what this world's equivalent would be, but I had to assume that as a baseline. They'd smell the fish in the net. Welp, only one solution to help at least ward it off a little bit. I walked up to the closest rock outcrop and pressing a button along my belt and unzipping my pants, I marked my territory around my fishing spot while talking to the illusory camera.
Sorry y'all have to see this bit right here, but what I'm doing right now should protect my fishing spot, long as I keep it up on the regular. I figure none of the predators around these parts know what we are yet, but they'll get scent marking and give it a miss, least till they get a better measure of us.
With that finished and my catch strung up, I went back to camp. Memories and emotions I'd rather not be dealing with right now properly penned back up. Coming into camp, Val was running over, clear excitement on her face.
Keith, look at these booklets.
The process wasn't particularly difficult. Just find wood that's strong enough to hold weight to form a frame. Also, cut some smaller bits of wood for stakes and set aside some cord for them. I made an executive decision and decided to raise it a bit so we could string up the hammocks and maybe even stand up in there. It's more complicated but less crap to live in, and I didn't know precisely how long we'd be in the tent. If it was just me, I'd go simpler, but Val wasn't used to this kind of living, so I didn't want to go too rough on her. Departing with tools in one of the emptied containers, I went to find wood. As with the fish, I took my bow and arrow, deciding to practice with it a bit before I got to work. I picked up a decent-sized tree. At first, I was just testing the draw weight by anchoring, until I felt I had the right weight of it. It was less technical and more a matter of feel. Then I fired my first arrow, putting it into the tree trunk, then dropping a second, third, and fourth in succession. The trick was just that I needed to get used to the thing, but it was a solid recurve and didn't give me much problem. Satisfied for now at least, I got back to work. But I would need to teach Val her way around it, in case something came up. In the woods, I start looking around, booklet in hand. For trees, it had basic information on whether it was hard or softwood, and if it bore fruit, those sorts of things. As Val had said, it wasn't deep information. It clearly hadn't been written by humans who would have added a bunch of extra information. The Evereads were my first stop, being coniferous and thus softwood. Most homes are built with softwood, and honestly, with lower weight and density, they'd be easier to manage for the time being. Hardwood is great for things like flooring, or if I were building a cabin, but here it would just be more difficult to work with. The Evereads were easy to spot as well, and I had another item to check. They had a birch-like bark, and it got me thinking if the roots were like birches as well, we might have an extra little surprise for camp. I found my targets fairly easily. They were pretty straight, but hadn't gotten incredibly tall yet. Around the edge of the glade, Val was looking to turn into farmland. The trees in question also weren't so thick yet, probably about 14 feet or so. That meant they were still thin enough to serve their purpose. Grabbing hold of my hatchet and rechecking my ties, I went to work, cutting out a section on the side I wanted it to fall on, then going to the other side and getting to work properly. The whole time I was still chattering away to my invisible friends, explaining each step in the process. I'll also be perfectly honest here. Getting to just wail away at something for a while was pretty therapeutic. It'd been a long, rough day already, and the ability to just blow off steam against a tree was about the best I could get right now. In the first tree, pretty much everything went as planned. I cut it close enough to the cutout, then just yelled timber and pushed it over. I went straight to work on the next one, which also went well. However, on the third one, I guess I forgot to check my ties properly, and it came crashing down in my direction. Even something as simple as a sprained ankle could set us back weeks, or it could put me out of the game entirely if it were bad enough. I got out of the way in time, but it was too close. Once I got the trees, I started stripping branches off, cut down the tree into section lengths, and loaded everything into the container shell. Then took my rope and essentially made a harness for myself and went the long way to get up the bluff. The container plus me wouldn't get up the switchback trail well, which brought up another issue. The switchback wasn't precisely safe, and if we wanted to use it for anything more regularly, it would need to be built up. One more thing for the quest log. That's just kind of the way it went. I would see one thing I needed to work on, see something else, and realize other things that needed to happen. Well, focus on task. The extra walk did afford me a chance to look around a little bit more. I think that's the focus for tomorrow, is just learning the land around camp better. Maybe I'd even get to see some of the other things out here. No chance of that now, though. The sound of chopping would have run off anything in the area, even the larger predators. That said, I took a break from pulling my sled and sat down to just look over the glade for a bit. I'd pretty much been full steam since the beach, and now felt as good a time as any to just take a moment. The grass was a lavender color with white, teal, and pink buds where there would soon be flowers. Various little bugs were flying about, and there was a nice breeze coming out of the south. I just sat there on a world only other human had seen in the flesh and smiled.
You know, all things considered, I'd have wanted to see this anyway.
I idled for a little longer, then stretching, got back to my work. By now it was late afternoon, and I needed enough time to get the tent up. As I arrived back at camp, I could see that the fire was going in full now, and Val was sorting through her forage. At some point, she must have done a run down to the falls, 'cause she was washing all of the vegetables in the other shell of a container, and now there was a small pot boiling atop a second fire. It was hard not to hear my approach, and Val broke off of her work to help me haul in.
I could have come to help you.
Nah, got to work out a lot of temper. Just need a small coma, and I'll be all right,
I said, finishing the push into camp. And then she brought me some water and made me sit down to drink it. I was warm, obviously from the boiling, but it didn't really matter. I sucked it down all the same. When I tried to question Val, I got shushed while she went back to work. Pulling out the gathered wood, I just sat there on a rock with my knife skinning the wood so we'd have some extra kindling and setting about work on the tent poles. The slope of the bluff was a bit of an issue, but that's something I could work on for the permanent dwelling. Here, what I needed was functional, not pretty. I still wasn't sure of the depth of the ground, nor was I willing to dig down to find it right this moment, so tripods secured with rocks and dirt would have to do. I got the tripods assembled and was checking them when Val interrupted, passing me a bowl of food, 2 portions of floater, a boiled yam-like thing, what looked kind of like spinach.
Before you finish killing yourself from work, let's eat.
I swear to you, I meant to savor it. My first meal on an alien world, made entirely from ingredients of that world. I wolfed it down like I was back in boot.
That wasn't bad at all. Better, given the lack of spices or salt.
Val was maybe a quarter of the way through her plate and giving me a look.
You're certain you actually tasted the food?
Yeah, sorry. Meant to take my time, but in the end, just ended up wolfing it down. Old army instinct took over. I can hang while you finish. Then I'll need help getting the shelter built. Might as well chat a bit.
You don't have to answer if you don't want to, but how do you not have any family?
Val jumped straight into it while we sat on either side of the fire. I closed my eyes, inhaling slowly, then exhaling, and opening them.
It's a pretty tragic story. But according to the shrinks at the VA, I do need to talk about it. And, well, you're the only person I've got. So let's start from the beginning. My parents were childhood best friends, childhood sweethearts, and got married just after college. They were from a town with a population so small they couldn't fill a stadium. Well, after getting married, kids were the next step. The pregnancy was problematic to start with, but Mom decided to keep going. My life cost her her own life.
I started staring into the fire, less at Val as I kept going.
It destroyed my dad. I mean, I get it now, but it took a long time to get there. He had everything he could have wanted, and then not only lost his wife, the only woman he'd ever loved, but I was stuck in the ICU for months. He could have also lost me at any moment, even as he's already mourning his wife. He started drinking more and smoking. He did try, but it was like the life had been drained out of him. When I was 6 years old, I came home to find him dead on the ground.
My view into the campfire didn't stop when exclaimed, "Jesus!" I kept going, focusing on the flames.
Initially, I was told it was an accident, but really, he'd taken his own life, and my grandparents were just trying to spare me at least a small fraction of pain. And I mean, no one's trying to explain suicide to a small child. I went to live with my mom's parents after that, since my dads were in a retirement home. Things were good for a time. Pop took me hunting and fishing. Grandma always made sure there was something to eat, and a lot of hugs. I got hard into Boy Scouts, when after every merit badge, my 50-miler award, I refused to be stopped, and then, to double down, joined JROTC in high school. During freshman year of high school, I got my Eagle Scout. It's the only time I saw Pop shed a tear. Things were getting better, until I was 15. Pop died after a pretty massive heart attack. I mean, honestly, he drank, ate bacon as a food group, and chain-smoked cigars while doing farm work every day. It wasn't a mystery. Grandma passed in her sleep almost to the day 6 months later. So, by that point, I was 16. I didn't have anyone anymore. And kids at school, they didn't know how to deal, so they avoided me. I got my emancipation, used the life insurance money and odd jobs to keep up the farm, and finished high school. About a week after I graduated, I shipped off to Army boot camp. My Eagle Scout, JROTC, and ASVAB, and advanced testing scores brought me in as a specialist.
I was nearly motionless as I kept going, just staring into the fire like I was watching a movie.
In the Army, things got better. Everyone around me was morbid as hell, and I'll admit, morbid humor came pretty easy to me. I became a combat medic, and at 19, I did the obvious thing and married a stripper. Her name was Kendra.
The humorous tone was forced, but then again, I was used to forcing it.
Neither of us had anyone, which I guess is how we bonded so quickly. Of course, my CO wasn't exactly approving, just shaking his head and laughing when he found out I'd done it. But we started proving them wrong. We got an apartment together near base, and I went out on deployment overseas. The field was a much different environment, and yeah, I saw some stuff you can't unsee, but none of that damaged me all that much long term. I helped as many as I could, including locals who didn't have access to proper medical care otherwise, as well as our soldiers. I signed up for another tour, and by the time my deployment ended, I was a sergeant. I was on a shore rotation after that, And about 6 weeks after I got back, Kendra told me she was pregnant. I was terrified and kind of thrilled. We talked about things, and given we were living in a studio apartment, living space was a bit of an issue. So I suggested that we could move back to Martin, my hometown, and she could stay at Pop Pop's till I finished my last tour, and then I'd be back. My 2 tours, getting work as an EMT, wouldn't be terribly difficult, and the house was paid off, so the bills wouldn't be an issue. We finished up getting things ready while I was on shore, and helped her get settled just before deployment. I was grateful that my shore time lasted long enough to get to be there for Heather's birth, my daughter. I named her for my mother.
I had to pause and take a slow breath. I could feel my heartbeat picking up, but I had to get through it. I focused, trying to do it as I would if I were giving a report.
We went back out, and in the course of things I got shot. I got the guy who shot me, but very few of my unit survived. It was an ambush. They injured this little boy, and made sure he was where we would find him. Of course, we'd been warned about tactics like that, but I mean, it's a kid. We broke from orders to try and save him, and came under fire from both sides. All in all, the boy and 3 others of us were all that remained. Our Humvee was annihilated, no saving it, and we had to track for a few clicks to catch up with our own forces. I got the bullet taken out of me and put on limited duty. Doctors said I'd make a full recovery. Everything was looking good. And that's when the floor fell out. I was pulled from the front in Germany when I got the news. Kendra and Heather were dead. A long-haul trucker had fallen asleep at the wheel. I'm told they didn't suffer, that it just happened too fast. But I don't know if that's true. Or it's just something they say to try and make you feel better. I remember the conversation. But like it was a movie, not my life. There was just this pit forming under me, trying to swallow me. So many people told me how strong I was, how brave. I wasn't. I was taking care of others around me to keep from dealing with my own life, 'cause every time I came near it, there was that pit again.
I heard Val set down her bowl.
I can't even imagine.
I deadened out the emotion, same as I would in combat. It was something to be dealt with later. I had to finish.
I kept it going for about a month or so, when my own mind started betraying me. Of course, people were trying to be helpful about it, telling me nightmares were normal, but they weren't nightmares. I'd go to sleep at night, and there was Kendra, alive, Grandma, Pop, and there was Heather. The screaming wasn't the dream, it was the waking, and it went on every night for months. I went to sleep, and they were alive, and I got ripped away from it to be plunged back into the nightmare. Being alive. I got put out of the service, PTSD, and shipped off home.
Val moved around the fire and I could feel her take a seat next to me.
At first it was a relief. Kendra had become fairly well known around town, and I had people there that could grieve with me, and then it changed. Their grief kept going, but I was starting to move on. After about a year, I started trying to date, at least casually, but a familiar theme began to emerge. The women liked me well enough, but Kendra was now a saint, and they could never live up to her example. Pop's house became the mausoleum for everyone I'd lost, and I realized I couldn't stay. I packed up what was important to me, sold the house and property for $10 to another couple who were starting a family. I traded in the minivan for a pickup, and I drove out, not knowing where I was going, until finally I landed on Oregon. I got an apartment in Wood Village, got a job with EMS, and put in over at the VA. Dating stayed pretty much the same. As soon as women found out about Kendra and Heather, it was done. Finally, kind of sick of the whole thing, I got the idea to maybe buy some land and build on it. Kendra was obsessed with these things called earthships. They're these fully self-sufficient homes built with nature, rather than apart from it, so I figured, might as well do that, as they were kind of fascinating to me. I went out a few times, surveying the land and finding a proper spot to get started. And then I got abducted by goddamn aliens. How have you been doing?
I started laughing, way harder than I should have, as Val sat next to me, wiping away tears, then joining in.
Oh, doing great, aren't I? Stuck in the wilds of an alien world fighting for the freedom of the entire human race. You know, the usual grind.
We kind of just sat there for a bit, laughing hysterically, until finally I got it under control.
All right, Val, I showed you mine. Time to show me yours.
She shook her head.
God, you're morbid. Afraid mine's not as colorful as yours is. I mean, I grew up pretty normal, all things considered. I got into track and field in junior high. I was good. So good, in fact, I got a full ride at UCLA after high school. I was obliterating every record in high school I could get my hands on. Yeah, it got harder at the college level, but that just meant I had to train harder. My coach was talking in earnest about the Olympics, and then I fucked it up. Despite class, training, and tournaments, I made time for parties and boys. Well, right at the end of my sophomore year, I got careless one too many times and got pregnant. It completely broke my shot, and I lost my scholarship since I couldn't compete. I considered other options, but I just couldn't do it. The boy in question basically disappeared as soon as he found out, and I was on my own. I left school, at least with my associates, and had to move back home with mom and dad to have my baby. It lacked a certain amount of dignity all around, on top of the shots to your dignity that come with being pregnant and giving birth. I picked up work at an office in downtown, mostly for the health insurance, and went nose to the grindstone, as my dad loved to say. He had this whole thing about perseverance. It got annoying. I bought him one of those demotivational posters, and it reads, "Perseverance, the sign of someone too stupid to know when to quit," with a picture of a man in a suit getting thrown out an office window. I didn't stop working out. I just found pregnancy workouts. 'Cause screw it. I can hold on to some of it, at least, then get to work on getting back whatever I lost from pregnancy. My daughter is Cassie, short for Cassandra. I'm guessing right now, she's living with mom and dad again. After she was born, a few things changed for me. But really, it just made me more determined. I was a single mom, and I want her to see that it didn't mean giving up everything. It was that same fire from before, but a change in direction. I might not get to be an Olympic champion, but damned if I was gonna just sit at home. I pushed myself at everything, and thank God for Tanya, my sister. She helped out so much. I started up at the climbing gym as soon as the doctors cleared me to get moving again. I also pushed at work, got promoted, and started online courses with PSU. By the time Cassie was 3, I had a proper degree in physical education, and I was eyeing Mount Rainier. I could literally see it on my drive home from work every day, like it was just there, taunting me. And then, got abducted by goddamn aliens.
I chuckled.
Man, it's scary how much we've got in common, ain't it?
She was smiling.
I'm gonna use the word unique.
I nodded and got up stretching.
Ready to make the bed?
Val set aside her empty plate and rose.
Might as well. So how do we do this?
I jerked awake on the morning of day 2, and I was getting a medical alert window. According to my vitals, despite sitting in the hammock, my pulse told me I was under fire. I looked over and Val's bed was empty. What happened? I was having trouble breathing, and another alert as I came out of the shelter. Val was fine, but I was still on edge. The alerts were still firing, and I felt like I was going to pass out. Val must have realized something was up and rushed over. I still don't even know what she was saying at first, but the first bit that I caught,
Keith, look at me.
she got me to sit down and kept admonishing me to just look at her and breathe, placing my hand over her heart and hers over mine. It took a few minutes, but the alert started to fade.
I'm here. Sorry.
Val wrapped her arm around the back of my neck and pulled my forehead to hers.
There's nothing to be sorry about. Just a panic attack. Everyone's safe. We're good, okay? I'm right here.
I closed my eyes, forcing myself to control my breathing.
It's been a while since I had one of those dreams. I couldn't think at all.
It's okay. We went through a lot yesterday. Just breathe and maybe go wash up. You'll feel better, and I'll have food ready when you get back,
she said and left me nodding in response. I noticed another alert had been buried by the medical alert in my vision. Achievement unlocked. The camp. Apparently having the combination of a proper fire, access to clean water, and the full shelter lasting the night had earned us an advantage. I acknowledged the alert and saw a container. But really, I just wanted the alert gone. I'd deal with the box later. Doing as Val told me, I went down to the waterfall and had a very brisk shower. Even getting out of the suit for a bit, I couldn't be arsed to hit privacy mode, so I hope everyone enjoyed getting an eyeful across the galaxy. After that, I checked my nets and discovered 2 more floaters. I took care of those, took the occasion to mark my area again, donned my suit, and went back up. Interestingly, I noted that the water on my skin was quickly drawn out of the suit, so it had some sort of moisture wicking to it. Another time I probably would have been happier with that, but I just needed to get some food in me. As promised, when I got back, Val had breakfast ready, and I had some more of the moonshine, just to steady a bit. It probably wasn't the most advisable for me to use alcohol as medication, but at the same time I didn't exactly have access to my pills. I went over the plan for the day with Val. Even though I'd planned to take it easy, that wasn't really viable right now. I needed to do something to get my mind off things.
First thing, logs. We'll need them. Hardwood for pillars, flooring and railings, then softwood for framing. I also want to keep an eye out for mushrooms, and I'll be taking one of the booklets to take with me.
Val nodded along.
While you're working on that, I'll get more of the bluff cleared up, and we've got some extra fish that I'll smoke.
I filled up my water bottle from the stock pot that now had broth in it, bow and arrows, and I went on the bluff. I also figured I should check along the river for clay. If I could find enough, and it was the right type, we'd be able to make a ton of improvements I couldn't have otherwise. Heading out, I began my spiel for the camera.
Sorry, folks. I know I haven't exactly been communicating this morning, but last night's sleep backfired on me. It's just a part of what is called post-traumatic stress disorder. Essentially, it happens when you go through something so horrible. It causes what we call moral injury, something so bad it offends your identity as person. Despite my time in the army, it's not that, which is what most folks assume. While I certainly saw things I can't unsee, it was losing Kendra and Heather. Pretty sure that was the straw that broke the camel's back, so to speak. So now we're on the hunt for timber, and maybe some mushrooms if I can find them. We'll see what I get. I've got a backpack full of stuff that'll help me out, my container shell to haul lumber, and the smaller one I just got last night in case I see any forage we can use. Now, let's see what we can get done today.
I went into the forest. Using the booklet as I walked, I was able to start identifying a lot of things. One key I would need for my side projects was an everred that was at least 8 inches thick. I decided to steer along the river first to see if I could find clay. Clay would make all sorts of things we'd need over time, including a safe heating element for our eventual shelter. Unfortunately, there was no clean way to do it, so I just left my clothes, containers, and pack on shore and stepped into the river. I could see the floaters going by in the water, but I generally ignored them this time. We certainly had more than we needed by this point, so no sense in going after them. Instead, I was testing the water to make sure of where I was stepping, then knelt down. The cold of the river didn't exactly feel great as I got to hip level, but it was still a distraction. I was looking for discolored dirt, essentially. Another way to locate clay was by feel, so kneeling down let me get my hands on the river bottom. I was probably looking nearly an hour before I hit it. I found a large river stone on the bank as a mark. I went and retrieved my things and came back. Without a spade or shovel, I'd have to dig the clay out by hand. But before I went whole hog, I would need to see if it has the right kind of clay for my needs. I'd already made that mistake previously, back when I used to work with Grandma and Pop in the woods. Of the 4, I was looking for earthenware clay. It more porous, but it was some of the earliest clay used, precisely because it was a low-fire clay, which is what we needed. With it, I could actually make a kiln and oven, both for making food as well as heating, and even making better clay later. The first stuff wouldn't be great, but we didn't need great. We needed functional. From there, we could fire other kinds of clay for floor tiles, pottery, whatever we needed to make. It would also make for at least some sort of mortaring. Again, not necessarily the best, but best and works are different scales. I couldn't go by color here, so I had to go by feel and porousness. The other types of clay were smoother. It only took a minute to realize I had the right of it. It was what I needed. I sat on the shoreline, feet still in the water, laughing triumphantly. I didn't need the clay right now, so I washed off and left it where it was, but made sure to mark it for when I was ready to put it in.
All right, class. Looks like we have access to usable clay. Not exactly the highest quality on in there, but then I don't need quality. I need it works. We'll be able to do all sorts of things with this that'll help, but I won't need it till later. So we're gonna go back on the hunt for lumber and mushrooms.
I went looking into the forest and using the sound of the waterfall to determine direction. As long as I stayed with earshot, I could just navigate back that way. I was looking at a lot of useful logs, but so far, not the 8 inches thick I needed. I would wait to start chopping, since I didn't want to just haul lumber around with me as I kept exploring. Nearing the edge of earshot from the waterfall, I came upon a small clearing, and I did see something there.
Oh my god, it's a jackalope.
There was no other way to see it. It looked like a jackrabbit with antelope horns. Not sure how else to say that one. A creature we fully just made up on Earth was, on this random alien world, a real thing. However, it bore the unfortunate fate of being made of meat and leather, to say nothing of being able to use the antlers for a couple of things. I unshouldered my bow and took slow, steady aim. If it was like Earth rabbits, it was fast and I couldn't take the chance at spooking it as it sat munching on grass. As I locked in my shot, clearing my angle, I made a small cluck with my tongue. Not loud, just soft enough for him to pick up a slight, unfamiliar noise. It stood up on its hind legs and sniffed the air. That's when it got shot. The snap of the bow and the last screech of the jackalope sent 2 other shapes into the air, and before I thought better of it, I was already firing, plucking 2 aliens' birds from the sky before they could break the tree line. An achievement popped. Deadeye. The secondary shots were too risky. I could have just as easily missed and lost both arrows. It was impulsive, and proud as I might be to have made the shots, there was no small amount of luck in that. However, looking at my alert screen, I was once again given the choice of advantages: survival or comfort. Having gotten hammocks already, I couldn't think of any particular comfort needs in the immediate sense, and hit survival. I was once again informed that my selection would be waiting for me at camp. It would be good to test both options. I broke down the jackalope. It read horned hare in the guide, but it's a jackalope, and the birds, which were vaguely reminiscent of grouse. Their feathers on bottom, however, were sky blue, white feathers above that. My God, they would look like tiny clouds seen from distance. Picking them out would be near impossible in the air. I got them tied onto my pack and examined the glade, and I saw it, a mushroom log with berry bushes strewn about, what the grouse and jackalope were feeding off of. I went over the booklet, looking the mushrooms up by picture, where they were just referred to as white mushrooms. By description, though, it seemed like I'd found something close to oyster mushrooms. I quite literally took the whole log. I mean, why do the work to get at the mycelium when I could just take their entire growing medium in one go and deal with it back at camp? The berries, though, weren't fully ripe yet, so that would be another trip. As I was going over it, I then saw something that did give me pause: paw prints. They were feline prints, but they were the size and depth of a fully grown grizzly bear. I looked it up, and it was listed as giant mountain cat. The Kathrall were apparently not that inventive with animal names. It was huge, just like a bear, strong and fast. Unfair fast. I needed out of the area, especially now that I was carrying some of its main food sources on me. Unlike a bear, it wouldn't make loud alerting noises, but like a cat, it wouldn't just attack, it would stalk. I gathered up and started going back toward the falls. There was also another trick. Both bears and big cats on Earth didn't like loud noises, and tended to avoid them. I got set up and started chopping to get wood. I hadn't found my secondary, but for now, I at least had some more food for camp, and making a small smoking fire, I could preserve my catch. It would take hours, but then again, so would what I was doing now. The sun was getting up in the sky when I heard the beep from my wrist. The green light was blinking, so I took a seat, got out my broth, and pressed it. But this time, it wasn't Annabelle who popped, but Ravage-teak, smiling.
Good day to all of our survivors. Today begins your second day of pre-warp survival. First, let's hear about some updates. The Rothani, miraculously, are still alive, if struggling, and seem to be moving inland away from most of the other competitors. Meanwhile, the humans have achieved the first fully functional camp and are absolutely racking up the mileage on their hunting. Sadly, however, we have lost another intrepid team of survivors. The Aqualians have been eliminated after illness befell them both along the coast. They, unfortunately, took a chance on some food that did not agree with them. Rest assured, They've been brought back for medical relief, and their people will join the Kathrall Dominion. May the Emperor reign eternal.
The Migraine, Telesh, and now the Aqualians. They'd been the ones with gills and webbed toes and fingers. It was a hard life, and I looked at the footage of the Rothani. They looked scared, their heads darting about. They were furred creatures, a little bigger than me. One of them, I couldn't tell genders, was holding their arm in a way that indicated injury, a claw mark. And then I saw it, the slightest movement in the backbrush. They were being stalked. Something was hunting them. They were about to be eliminated, and there was precious little they could do. I could just do nothing. We were far enough from most of the teams that we could just build up our camp and supplies. We didn't have to fight. We could just play the long game, let the rest of the teams get eliminated one after the other.
Fuck it.
I broke down my fire, packed up, and made a beeline for camp. Cresting the rise, Val,
Keith, did you...
I let God of the container sledge and grabbed 2 of our smoked fish.
No time right now.
I didn't break stride and went for the switchback. I remembered the place from the screen. We'd passed through it yesterday, and I could follow our own tracks back. I kept my bow and arrows and refilled my bottle. Val,
Where are you going?
To save the Rothani.
Don't look, the shadows breathe.
the song was playing in my head as I ran through back along the path we'd made getting here. None of it mattered. Even as I heard the beep from my wrist, I just kept running and hopping over the low obstacles.
Whispering me away from you.
All my training, all my experience said I couldn't just let any more people die. It wasn't possible to just keep standing idly by while all these species fell away, doomed to slavery under the Kathrall Dominion. May their emperor burn in hell.
Don't wake at night to watch her sleep.
I heard the beep from my wrist and I ignored it. I desperately didn't need the cute bullshit. There was no game anymore. If I was right about the Rothani's injury, the dire cougar was coming for them. It could scent for miles, so they were being tracked, and it had wounded the one. It wouldn't stop now, not until it had them or it was dead. They couldn't outrun it, and they had no weapons to fight it.
You know that you will always lose.
And that's when I heard it, that loud, piercing, hissing roar ahead of me. It was going for them, and then I saw it, pouncing forward. No time, I knocked 2 arrows and fired at the back of the thing, both arrows thudding into its hindquarter. It turned in the pounce, breaking off its attack from the cowering Rothani, and looked at me. It was enormous, larger than even a Clydesdale. Its eyes black with red irises. Its fur was sleek, dark with striping to break it up in the vegetation of the forest. Claws the size of my knife, and its front canines were like swords. A saber-toothed cougar. I was shaking, and I could feel tears on my cheek, but it was not fear. I was so angry, the angriest I had ever felt in my life.
This trembling, adored, tousled, bird-mad girl.
As it turned to deal with me, I was already knocking and releasing the next arrow. It was so large I didn't need to worry about aiming much, and the shot caught its ear. It was like hitting a wall. It wasn't difficult, but it was a wall. It didn't seem to care that much. I dropped a 4th shot into its front right shoulder and charged as it in turn charged, pouncing to take me to the ground and end me.
But every night I burn.
At the last moment, I dropped to a slide, passing under it, and came up to one knee on the other, turning to fire another arrow, catching it on the other side now. I was between it and its prey now, and it slowed for a moment. I wasn't playing the game like its other prey had, and I tossed the 2 grouse in the direction of a now very confused Rothani. The cougar was learning and didn't charge straight again, instead doing a zigzag motion. I got 2 more shots out before rolling out of the way of a giant claw, but I felt it hook my sleeve. I didn't see where the second shot hit, but the first went into its flank. A more serious wound, but this thing would stay lethal till it was near death.
But every night I call your name.
I double knocked again my last shot and waited until it was on the charge into me. I went to the side, shot from close distance, this time hit the front leg, and my last shot hit the chest, but didn't go deep, hitting a rib. Arrows spent, I tossed the bow away and ran behind it, drawing hatchet and knife off the mag belt. My lungs were burning. I couldn't keep going at this too much longer. The cougar was wounded, but in a way it was getting more dangerous. It had started this as a predator, come for its prey, and now it was a wounded animal with a diminishing capacity to escape. It would fight to the last breath.
Every night I burn.
It kept coming for me, and this time, I couldn't get out of the way in time, so I settled for a different tactic. I buried the hatchet in its eye as one massive paw ragdolled me several feet away into a tree, the claws going just too far to cut me as I stepped in. I felt my shoulder go out as I struck, and my head contact the tree, not straight on, but in seconds, the blood from a head wound was forcing my own eyes shut. I'd also likely bruised several of my ribs, if not cracked them. Medical alerts were sounding.
Fuck off!
Every night I fall again.
The cougar had finally felt the hatchet shot and was whipping around trying to dislodge the hatchet. I regained my feet, steadied myself, and then rammed my dislocated shoulder as hard as I could into the tree I'd hit. I felt it sink back into socket, and the pain threatened to make me black out. I didn't have long, and knife in hand, I started advancing on the struggling cougar.
This universe doesn't get to take one more thing from me. Not this game, not the Kathrall, and not your fucking emperor.
It was deeply wounded, and stabbing from its blind side, the dagger slipped in just below the brainstem. Its whole body shook violently for a moment, and then it dropped away from me, its last instinct pushing its muscled body away from the pain. I grabbed my hatchet back, saw I'd lost all but 3 of my precious arrows, and looked toward the Rothani.
You guys all right?
Suddenly I was coming around with no memory of why I was on the ground. Probably a combination of pain and the adrenaline crash. My shoulder was a solid ball of pain, but at least I could see out of both eyes. I looked around and could see the Rothani sitting nearby, keeping themselves small as I slowly sat up. At my feet were my backpack, bow, 3 arrows, the hatchet, and knife. My jacket had been converted into a makeshift sling, and checking. I didn't feel blood on my head, some sort of poultice and sap over the wound. My ribs did hurt, but all things considered, I came off much better than I could have figured. With access to at least basic tools, the injured Rothani's arm had also been bandaged. An alert chimed, achievement unlocked, the apex predator. No choice between survival and comfort on this one. I grabbed my backpack and dug out the water bottle, taking a swig from it, then motioning the Rothani over.
Come here. No harm.
The uninjured one got the gesture, and we did have to spend several minutes playing charades. The Rothani were somewhere between anthropomorphic dogs and bears with the bear's short snout, but sleeked like a dog's, and with what reminded me of ears like a husky. After taking another swig from the bottle, I offered it to the Rothani, who sniffed at it, then gave it a cursory taste before taking more of a drink and bringing the bottle back to its companion. When he returned from that, I tapped my chest with the hand I could use properly.
Keith? You?
And pointed to him. The green button was chirping again, but I still didn't really care yet. It tapped its own chest as I had.
Ragnar?
Remembering something from our orientation, the nanites should start helping me translate their language. I pointed to my injured shoulder.
Shoulder.
Then drew my fingers along the arm.
Arm. Upper arm. Forearm. Hand. Finger. Fingers. Thumb.
Once he caught on, he began doing much the same, repeating body parts back to me. Then I identified trees, the ground, dirt, rocks, just everything I could think of. As we continued at the game for a few minutes, I started understanding some words here and there. Next, up, down, left, right.
Help Keith up. Ragnar, help Keith.
They put on hand in mine a strong, firm grip, while his other hand went around my back to keep pressure off my back and side as I rose.
Thank you, Ragnar.
Standing, I went back to introducing myself.
Keith. Me. Keith. I am Keith.
More started to fill in, and I was catching words we hadn't explained yet. Ragnar sort of tilted his head.
Why help us?
It was the right thing to do.
I replied, as I gathered up my things and walked slowly toward the dead cougar. I motioned to it.
I need help with the dire cougar. Will you help me?
With the use of only one arm, I wasn't in condition to be trying to skin the damn thing. Ragnar seemed to get what I was asking.
Ragnar will help.
In the end, it was too much work out here to do much with it myself. I grabbed branches and vines from some of the trees, and we made an improvised sledge. Ragnar and his companion, Greltha, as she called herself, were more than happy to help, it seemed, and together we rolled the big beast onto the sledge, and I looked at the two.
Follow me. You can live with us.
It took a couple passes at that one, but eventually Ragnar and Greltha understood, and they were tearing up. Ragnar and Greltha worked together to pull the sledge, refusing to let me help, and finally I acquiesced.
All right then, let's go home.
It was a slow trudge back, but it was the best we could manage. The bow was now my cane, so I could keep as much weight off my left side as possible. Even then, with the pain in my ribs, I had to stop a lot. By the time we got near the bluff, it was starting to get dark, but thankfully Val had seen us. I mean, we weren't exactly hard to spot. Two giant dog-bear people, me and 14 feet of cat being pulled by a sledge. She came running down the switchback, which, while not advisable, still felt nice that she was that worried. She caught up with us, and her questions were immediate.
Are you all right?
I laughed, then hissed at the pain from laughing.
Nope. Dislocated my shoulder, bruised my ribs, got a cut over my eye. Pretty much everything hurts. This is Ragnar and Greltha, the Rothani. How you been?
I got slapped in my good arm, laughed, and hissed again as Val laid into me.
What the hell were you thinking? Were you thinking? You went up against that thing alone? You almost died.
She kept alternating between berating me and hugging and fussing over me. It was nice, but I didn't have much left in me.
We need to get up the bluff. Help the Rothani with the sled. I would, but I can't. You should have seen the fight, though. It was kinda awesome.
Val screamed the next bit.
I did see the fight. The entire galaxy saw it. They even had someone calling the fight. It got broadcast the entire time. What asshole charges a 1-ton lion?
I smiled, holding back the laugh. This asshole, you can yell at me more, but I really need to sit and get these wounds cleaned out and dressed. She clearly had more to say, and I grant she was on firm ground to be pretty pissed at me. I was the hunting and fishing arm of our team, and I just put myself out of the running. At a couple of points, less than an inch either way, and I'd just be dead. I was all she had, just as she was all I had. What I did was reckless, and by the rules of the game, counterproductive. I just doubled the number of mouths to feed. Add to that I never for a moment even considered asking her thoughts or feelings on any of this. And well, yeah, the hugs were more than I deserved. She does smell good, though. God, I'm loopy. We moved out and got back to camp. While I couldn't exactly help much, I directed Ragnar to get at least a tarp shelter up for the moment, then went to find my rock up near the bluff's edge.
Ravage-tik, we need to talk.
The screen opened up almost immediately.
Of course, Survivor Keith, and what a thrilling display you gave for our adoring audience. Everyone was on the edge of their seats, as you humans put it. A more courageous display I've never seen, and now we have our first little alliance. But my, it seems you have not even checked the last several rewards you've been given.
I rose up off my seat and stood to full height despite the pain. Every species was watching this, if the host was on screen, and talking like this, including the fight. I would never get as good a chance as now.
To all species watching this, and especially to those whose people are or have been in this game, the Rothani are our tribe now by my decision. They are with the people of Earth as friends and equals. I will fight no other competitors. I will find your people and I will protect them all. If you want to help us, send boons to us that we can display, that will show them we are friends, not enemies. Find a way to direct them here. We will shelter them, but make sure they bring what supplies they can carry. I am sorry to the Telesh, to the Migrine, and the Aqualians. I should have done this sooner, and it cost you. We will beat this game, and when we do, know this. I am coming for you, Ravage-tik. To quote a great man, if we can't save the Earth, we'll damn sure avenge it.
I hit the privacy mode before a stunned Ravage-tik could respond and turned to see Val. She was standing there, mouth agape. I just straight up threatened the guy running the game, but it seemed they were not looking to strike me down at this point.
Avenge it? Where's that from?
I was incredulous.
The Avengers. Come on.
I shook my head and an air of tension descended on the scene. I inhaled, then looked her in the eyes.
I'm sorry. I know I should have talked to you, Made sure you were on board, but there just wasn't time. I only barely got there in time myself, and only because I had the bow. I couldn't keep watching them all fall. I'm a medic, I'm an EMT, and the closest thing to a doctor on this planet, as far as I know. And I know I took an insane risk. I could have died. I nearly did die multiple times, and when I passed out, I could have been eliminated. That would have left you alone here, but I just couldn't.
Val was still pissed, but she was listening.
And now what? We have 2 more mouths to feed. You can't hunt, you can barely walk properly, and if that head wound gets infected, you're eliminated. Was it really worth the price you may have made humanity pay? You just threatened an entire intergalactic empire.
Hun, we are the species of fuck around and find out. It doesn't matter whether we win the games or not. Humans aren't going down like that. We are the most stubborn, obstinate people I can think of. They made the biggest mistake starting this shit with us. 'Cause up till they showed up, we had no common enemy, but that's gone. We all, every man, woman, and child of Earth, have the same enemy for the first time in our entire history, and they have no idea what they're in for. It's inconceivable that they get to just take the Earth, or keep it if they do.
She shook her head.
I know that's a reference, but from what I have no idea.
It was so frustrating.
When we get out of this, we are doing some serious Netflix time. It is ridiculous how much you've missed. But for now, I need some of the moonshine to clean me and Greltha's wounds.
Actually you don't. We got several packages while you were out, and you should see this.
I came back to Camp Center, and dark as it might be, I saw the reflective tape of something I was intimately familiar with. My EMT bag. I'd had it on me when I got transported. It might not have everything we could possibly need, but it was close enough for humans. I disengaged the privacy mode as soon as I made sure Val and I were good for the moment and directed her through the process for getting me settled. It hurts, but that's what painkillers are for. I got my jacket back, now in a proper sling, and my shoulder and ribs were properly bandaged up. I did have to take down the top half of the suit, but I'd be doing a lot better now. The poultice was removed, and a butterfly was used to close up the wound, then a Band-Aid put over that with some Neosporin to help keep infection away, and then we moved on to Greltha. I looked to Ragnar.
I need to remove some of her fur around the wound to inspect it. Is that all right?
Ragnar took a moment.
Yes, you may proceed. We both trust you. We owe our lives to you.
Nodding, I cut away the now matted fur and shaved off what I needed.
Damn, this isn't going to properly close on its own. Hold still. I'm going to need to staple this shut. Ragnar, can I get you to keep her arm in place?
Normally, I would have given her a local anesthetic, but since I didn't know if that would harm her more, I stayed off of it.
Greltha, I can't give you anything for the pain, so this gonna hurt. But I have to do it to save your arm. Is that okay?
She nodded, and Val offered a piece of rolled-up jackalope hide around a short stick to bite down on. First, I had to clean the wound, first with water to clean off the blood, then alcohol to remove potential infection. She bit down as it hit her skin and wound, growling in pain. Next, I brought out the staple gun. Proper suturing would be better, but I didn't have the light for it, or both hands to work with, so it would have to suffice for now. I applied the staples, then wrapped the arm in sterile gauze. I looked at Greltha.
You'll need to check this, and come to me to change out bandages until it's healed. The staples will come out on their own, but try not to overstress it, or the staples can come out. Now, Val, I'm still gonna need that moonshine, 'cause I've had a hell of a day, and I don't know about y'all, but I could use a stiff drink.
When I awoke in the morning, I laid in the hammock for a moment, just looking across at Keith. He was dead asleep, but I could see the bruising on his forehead, where he'd struck the tree yesterday. His torso was just a mass of bandages. His wounds looked like he'd been hit by a car, not an animal. Can I do this without him? I immediately felt horrible for the thought. Some of it was the situation we were all each other had to depend on, and here he was, laid out, injured. Then there was the literal interpretation of the thought. I was a strong, tough woman, but the wilderness didn't care about that. Given what I'd been shown thus far, could I actually survive if he was pulled from the competition? Most likely not. I need to get better, and sooner rather than later. I got out of the hammock and retrieved my clothing from the dresser, a smaller shell container that Keith had set up for me to keep rodents and insects out of it. Whether I cared to admit it or not, I felt for him. If it weren't for the sake of humanity, I wouldn't even question his actions yesterday. Sure, he'd risked his life, but whether soldier, medic, or EMT, they were all jobs based on protecting the lives of others in one way or another. Then there was his statement yesterday, as he stalked over to finish the dire cougar, as he put it. This universe doesn't get to take one more thing from me. It didn't take a doctorate in psychology to realize why Keith put himself in the line of fire so easily. Once dressed, I checked the bandages, and Keith didn't even stir any more than to murmur about me smelling nice, which got a smile out of me, but otherwise he was still out. He might as well be. It wasn't as if there was a ton for him to do. I flushed as I realized I was stroking his hair, then walked outside. Outside, I saw one of the reasons those feelings were starting to exist. Ragnar and Greltha, asleep in their tent. The Rothani he had brought home with him. By nature, he wouldn't let people suffer, wouldn't give up on them, wouldn't abandon them. All he had to do to win was nothing. Just keep living his life here, and wait for everyone else to drop from the competition one way or another. And he couldn't do it. The camp looked quite different than before I had gone to bed. For one, a giant loom was erected down the bluff a bit on the leeward side. When I got closer, I understood the reason for that. It absolutely reeked, and placing it there made sure the scent went away from the camp. The fur from the cat's hide was gone, and next to it, some sort of solution I didn't want to know the contents of. There were other things to look at anyway, such as what was now a rather large smoking shack, and I could see smoke coming out slowly near the top. The meat from the cat was in there. I'm not even certain if cougar meat on Earth is properly edible, but according to my guide, it should be. Taste, however, was another point. That aside, Keith literally couldn't have done this work, and I certainly didn't, leaving just the Rothani to thank. Quite literally, hundreds of pounds of meat were being preserved, meaning no one would need to hunt for some time. I checked on the meat, opening the door of the smoke shack, but the meat didn't seem ready yet. The Rothani had done a lot for us in the night, and it gave me hope that they were trying so hard to be of use. It had been a gamble. They could just as easily have run off with our gear, food, or whatever they wanted, or even eliminated us from the competition in our sleep. Instead, they'd help get the camp further along. Certainly, they had helped themselves to some food, but honestly, we were rather full up on meat, so I wasn't precisely offended at the thought. Then, where our containers appeared, there was a pile of bags and small containers. A few I recognized. The EMT bag had appeared after the fight with the dire cougar, so some sort of achievement Keith had gotten there. The first we had gotten yesterday was, thank God, a rig-up for a camp shower, along with a giant bar of natural soap, goat's milk, oatmeal, and honey for the camp achievement. I'd set that up yesterday just after Keith left to head down by the river, and yes, I rather luxuriated in being able to take a hot shower, even if I had to heat up the water in the black bladder of the thing. The soap I had to cut into more usable blocks, but I'm hardly complaining about that. That left one container for an achievement I didn't know, gotten while Keith was away. Inside had been a long rectangular nylon case, and when I opened it, saw before me a full set of chef's knives, along with a whetstone. It probably wasn't the greatest of survival equipment, but I knew how to use these. I had planned on using them to cook up a nice dinner, but things had gotten away from us last night, admittedly. Now, there were all these little boon bats, most of which were things I had to assume were sent as peace offerings by the other species Keith had called out to last night. 2, however, were from Earth, a pair of insulated bags, and I laughed hysterically when I saw what was inside them. A warm pizza in a box marked sizzle pie, a 6-pack of amber drop top, and some ice cream sandwiches from Ruby Jewel, still currently frozen. Portland had answered our first day musings. The bags themselves were maintained on some sort of battery power, obviously, but I didn't know how long that power supply would even last. I didn't know enough to understand a way to use them longer term. I could have just woken Keith up, sure, but why not? Let's have fun with it. I went into the tent with the box of pizza and wafted the box over him. At first, nothing happened, and then I heard the sniff. Keith came awake surprisingly alert, and I laughed.
Seriously? That worked?
Keith sat up a bit in the hammock.
Oh God, I know that smell. Wait, is one of those mine?
pointing at the ice cream sandwiches. I remembered the sandwiches. Ruby Jewel was from home. They made cookie ice cream sandwiches, and they were really good.
Oh, yeah, I've got lavender lemon. The s'mores one is mine. And there's a classic. And finally, oatmeal butterscotch.
Ooh, lavender lemon.
Really? I thought you military guys were big macho men?
I chuckled, handing him the sandwich. Keith tore open the packaging immediately.
Hun, I hunted down a 14-foot alien cougar and personally shoved my own shoulder back into socket before killing it with a knife, before walking my ass back to camp and threatening an alien empire. I could draw a hot bubble bath while reading me some Nora Roberts and blasting Taylor Swift, and I'd still have more man points than any y'all on Earth.
He's not wrong. Honestly, though, I was hungry, but first, we had 2 spare ice cream sandwiches and a couple of guests. I went over to the Rothani, and as gently as I could, I woke up Greltha, offering her the sandwiches I wasn't going to eat. She sniffed and her ears perked up.
Thank you, Lady Val.
It's just Val.
Okay, Lady Valerie did sound kind of good. In any event, Greltha woke up Ragnar and gave him the classic sandwich, while I went to enjoy my own treat. The pizza was similarly easy to divvy up, 2 slices apiece. Keith looked so happy with his. For me, it was an excellent chance not to have to prep food for the morning, so that meant I could focus on bigger items. First up, the mushroom log. Keith had gone over the basics, but we needed to get to work on making farmed mushrooms a reality. I called him out to sit, and he did so using a long, thick branch the Rothani had brought, then took me through the basics.
All right now, guess we're starting us up this stuff again. Well, if you look over here, you'll see where it's growing, right? What you want to do is to take off the stem and flower of the mushroom without hurting the roots of the thing called mycelium. You'll do better with a small knife, and if you can grab Pop's hand drill, that'll speed you right along.
He was very patient with the process, explaining how his grandma had taught him to do it, and even showed me a trick for using sawdust in a mason jar as a growth medium. We could essentially propagate the mycelium in the jars, then transplant to the log, since a perfect atmosphere could more easily maintained in the jars, but the logs allowed for better long-term growth. As our stock of mushrooms increased, we'd be doing both. Once I'd set up some of the drill holes and gotten our first crop of mushrooms planted, he directed me through how to cut up the yams for planting so we could get that underway. Keith explained all of it, and he covered mistakes by going over his own errors, even once he knew what he was doing. Next, he went with me to check nets, while he sat there, braced so he could turn a branch into a proper fishing pole, whittling away as best he could with one hand, only using the other to steady it. We got a couple more fish, one from the net, and another from him actually casting with the pole, using worm bait. He took me through cleaning and gutting the catch, since he couldn't, and showed me how to tie them up to a line, so I could carry them more easily. Finally, he picked up the bow, and after going over it a minute, handed it to me, and had me set up on a short fat log on one of the rocks to use as a target. At first, he didn't even have me nocking an arrow, instead focusing on drawing the bowstring. Again, he was very patient here, correcting my stance by moving my position until it was all correct. He explained to never dry fire the bow, but to slowly bring the bowstring back to rest, so I didn't chance to damage the string or hitting my forearm with it. Then, I kept drawing the bow into stance for a while. My arms and shoulders were starting to get sore. Despite what I'd seen in movies and TV, willowy people were not natural archers. The bow's draw took a lot of strength to get it back to the anchor point. We passed the morning this way, and if it weren't for the aliens and whatnot, it just seemed like we were on a camping trip together. Finally, I could see Keith was tiring out, so against his objections, he went back to bed and kept trying to rattle off a list of stuff as he fell back asleep. It was mostly gibberish by the end. No matter how strong his mind might be, his body was at its limit. The Rothani and Keith were asleep. We were pretty stocked up on meat, so I decided to head out for some foraging. Keith had mumbled something about vines, so I figured he had plans for them. Grabbing the container shell with the harness, my hatchet and knife, I headed out. Maybe I could have taken the bow with me, but realistically I'm not a good enough shot yet, and we only had 3 arrows left and I didn't want to risk them. Time to take a walk in the woods. At first, I started by following my own trails that I'd been marking. It was pretty simple, some cuts on trees that were easily discerned. Another mark if I saw something of interest. just enough to be able to steer and not end up lost. I'd been heading up mountain from the bluff, having no other particular direction to try, and it had panned out fairly well thus far. I located some more of the yams, discarded the off-color ones, and put the rest in my container. The yams were the most important. Potato plants of all kinds are nutrient-dense, meaning that even a single yam was a lot of bang for your buck. Remembering my dietary training from when I was competing, calories were important, but here it was reversed. Rather than what most people would do and try to stay to 2,000 calories or less, we were both essentially cross-training, expending absurd calories. On the daily, I estimated we'd need 5,000 calories apiece to maintain weight. We needed to retain fat, but how to get there? Let's do some math on that. 5,000 calories a day, split between 3 meals, so 1,667 calories per meal. One yam is 162 calories each. A large steak, such as the ones we got off the cougar, is 685 calories, so that would leave 820 calories up for grabs for just one meal. The broths are providing at least some calories on top of that, along with some extra nutrients, but we're still running short, given how much work we're doing. We had to increase intake, we needed beans and other calorie adds, alongside things like mushrooms, fiber vegetables, and at least one source citrus. The float fish had been closest to salmon, and if I remember correctly, 121 calories per 3 ounces. We've been using around 6 ounces. Cuts, putting it to 242. 578 calories left to go if I keep it all together. The best part for that would be something like granola, giving me 597 calories per cup, and it would be portable to allow for snacking while we're on the trail. Problem is, no granola as far as I've seen. So where do I get the calories? Nuts and seeds, I'm guessing. There would probably be something like pine nuts around, and those are around 190 calories per ounce. Problem is season. I took a break, unshouldering the harness, and sat down to read the fauna guide. Nuts would be a great add, but they don't generally ripen until late summer to early fall, and so far most seasonal points have remained the same between here and Earth. So let's take a look here. Grains are out. Great long term, but that's seasons off, and unless we hit the mother lode in one go, their planting season would be essentially over before we could plant them in an amount that matters. Checking the section on nuts, it was similarly problematic. They wouldn't be ready to harvest for months yet, so even knowing where to get them just wouldn't matter for a while yet. Looking through the section of vegetables, there were a few that stood out, some leafy greens, tubers. It was a pretty solid arrangement. I'd need to get as much as possible. I went back over the list, looking at the pictures. And wait, I've seen those plants. Those were producing beans? I'd been more on the lookout for yams at first. I worked my way slowly back along my path, checking my marks. I also found a couple of spice plants, something akin to mint. Rather than pick them, I used my knife to break the ground around the plant and took 3 whole plants with me, pouring some of my water right onto the roots before continuing on. I did finally find the plant I was looking for, a whole field of them. Near the edge of the field was a white moss. Checking the book, it was edible as well. I took the bean plants, the moss, roots included. The shell was getting heavy to pull, and marking the area, I started heading back when I heard the beep. My green light was blinking, and needing a break, I hit it and sat on the edge of the container shell. It was Annabelle.
Afternoon, Val.
Hi, Annabelle. What can I help you with?
I was huffing and puffing a bit, but put on my best time to talk to the camera's face.
Today, I wanted to talk to you about the fight yesterday with Keith's dire cougar. We know that you, as well as all the competitors, saw how the fight went down. What were your feelings?
Annabelle had the determination of a reporter asking a teammate how they felt, seeing someone else make a great play. I took a swig from my bottle before answering.
It was terrifying. I mean, I didn't know exactly where they were, so even if I'd tried to go save him, I doubt it would have worked, even if I could reach them in time. Watching, it was insane. Keith's a big guy, and he still looked like some deranged mouse charging a cat.
The thought made me sick, and I wasn't just acting on that front.
Worse was watching as every arrow hit, and it didn't stop the thing. Even with 9 arrows in it, it was still absolutely deadly. And then Keith took the hit from the paw, and my heart stopped as he slammed into the tree. Honestly, I don't know how he got up from that hit, let alone kept fighting, and then walked the whole way back.
She was following along as I spoke, making sure to do the expected acknowledgments of a seasoned interviewer as I went along, then responded.
And with Keith sidelined, how much do you feel that hurts your chances? Is Keith even capable to keep going?
I frowned.
Fact is, yeah, it hurt us more than I probably realize. This stuff,
I gestured around at the forest around me.
this is his domain. It's right in his wheelhouse, not mine. I've been to tourist campgrounds before, but never anything like this. Him being out of it for now is a major gut punch. But he's still working. He'll keep going and do whatever he can do. I know that in my heart. Whatever else, he's able to spread his knowledge to others, to teach us to do what he can't.
Annabelle nodded poignantly as I talked, waiting for me to get to a proper point to jump in.
Speaking of those feelings, we've seen some various bit of maybe flirting between the two of you.
I sat back, putting my arms back on the edges of the shell behind me. The concept of this moment was crazy, that the fate of humanity in some way rested on the idea that people out there in the galaxy might be interested in a romance subplot for a reality show.
I mean, come on. He's not exactly hard on the eyes. He's respectful, competent, and he genuinely cares about others, even strangers, speaking of Ragnar and Greltha. Even he knows he'd have been better off in the competition to let them get eliminated. Hell, leaving me behind at the start could have saved him some work.
Annabelle considered for a moment.
Speaking to that thought, we all heard Keith's declaration that he would protect them all. I'm curious, what are your feelings on the matter?
Here was the true question. Do I support his attempt or not? I shrugged.
The Rothani have proven themselves useful already, expanding our smokehouse, tanning leather. As to the sentiment, I stand with him. Yeah, I wish he'd talked to me about it first. But really, once you get to know him, it was always going to go this way. It was just a matter of time. It's like getting mad at a dog for barking. His whole career's been protecting lives, whether in the army or with the EMTs. Aside from that, he's known too much loss. He's got no right to be as sane as he is, to still see the light like he does. He's had his whole life ripped apart again and again, and somehow it seems like every time he got kinder, more compassionate. If he was a total jerk, some curmudgeon-y recluse, and you heard his story, you'd just be like, ah, that explains it. But he isn't, and I don't think it's in him to be that guy. Admittedly, we haven't been here that long, but in all our conversations, he's still got that absolute certainty that we'll win this, even now. I competed at the national and world level, and I'll be honest, I've never seen anyone that strong. Even the Rothani seem to get it, that he's different, and I'm certain the folks at home are seeing it too. Last night, I asked him privately about some stuff, if we could really get away with his threat, and he looked me dead in eyes and said, "We are the species of fuck around and find out." They made the biggest mistake starting this shit with us. And I mean, is he wrong?
Annabelle legitimately laughed at the last bit.
Not at all, as far as I know. What are your plans from here?
Well, I've been out gathering today, since I know we're pretty flush with meat. Now it's time to get growing things. It's a calorie game, and I've been doing the math. With the amount of work we're having to do, we need a lot more calories to maintain our weight and fat reserves. So, as impressive as it might be for me to just go out hunting like Keith would, right here and now, I need to focus on filling out around the catch we've already got. We've got edible moss, something like mint, yams, and beans. There's a bunch here to use, and a bunch we'll need to plant. We can't just think about the meal right in front of us. As Keith put it, we need to stop surviving. Survival is temporary, and we can't think that way. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have a load to get back to camp,
I said, getting the harness back in place, and hit the green button before setting off again. I heard the distinct sounds of a tree going down up ahead of me as I was nearing camp, and held up for a second. A few minutes later, I heard it again from the same general direction. As I approached, the source was unexpected. Greltha. She was literally just walking up to some of the thinner trees and pushing them down, bringing up the stump and roots with it. Jesus Christ.
Greltha, hold up a minute.
Greltha halted at their name and turned, waving to me.
Greetings, Lady Val. It seems you've had a very productive day. Ragnar and myself decided to get an early start to the night.
I took another deserved rest.
Yeah, it's gone well. Got some stuff we can use immediately, and more stuff we can plant. What's with the tree pushing? Is Ragnar gonna help you with this?
Greltha had a toothy grin.
Ragnar's already made a couple of trips, but he's more useful in domestic pursuits. He is working on shelter with Keith. I should get back to work. We'll need to get our shelters in order quickly, before the rains come and slow us down.
I continued on, and start to hear music. Keith was sitting at the cooking pot and singing country songs. The current one was The River. Next to him, providing a rhythm, was Ragnar, stripping down the trees Greltha was felling. Ragnar rose as soon as he saw me to help me get the container shell the rest of the way up. They were quite strong as a species.
Welcome back, Lady Val. Can I get you some water?
I almost said no, but honestly, water sounded great, and I was tired as hell. The camp was different again. Now, there were little stakes in the ground all over the place, marking out places to put support pieces, and a growing stack of logs for lumber. Some of the wood had been set over by the Rothanes' shelter, and as I came up by the fire, Keith passed me a bowl of stew he'd worked on. It was pretty good, could use salt, but that was sort of a recurring issue here.
Hey, Keith, is there a way to get salt?
He considered a moment.
Well, I mean, it's possible, strictly speaking. Easiest way for us is to get access to seawater. Then, what you do is, you put seawater in a stock pot and boil her down till what you got left looks like wet sand. From there, you take it off the heat and let it dry. Bam, sea salt.
Seems simple enough.
How much would we need?
He scratched his chin for a moment, and I noticed for the first time that there was only scruff on his chin and above his mouth. Was he shaving with his survival knife? He finished his thought.
Well, on Earth, 5 gallons will get you about 4 cups of salt, but then our oceans are less salinized than they used to be, so yield might be higher here. It's a good catch. Salt and stuff is a good way to preserve stuff. Also, stuff tastes better. Got other stuff we gotta do first, though.
I nodded.
The shelter.
He shook his head.
There's that. But that's gonna be me and Ragnar. We got another thing, and you should take Greltha with you for it. Need you to start taking things to the other species here. Start showing them we don't need to be fighting each other. I'd do it, but I'm getting winded going to the bathroom right now. I gotta have me a talk with Annabelle.
That shook me. Of course, I knew that his plan was to bring on the others, but I'd assumed that was on hold until he was better.
But, I mean, I don't know what I'm doing with that.
I'd love to do that, hun. But truth of the matter is it can't wait. My shoulder'll take months to heal, and there's the ribs. Yeah, sure. Today we didn't have any eliminations, but that ain't gonna stay that way. Whenever the weather starts turning on us, we're gonna lose folks, and we need to get to 'em before that,
he said in his usual matter-of-fact way. From there, he got up and walked up to the bluff's edge, slowly trudging up to his spot, and I went along. The boon bags from earlier had been gathered here and laid out. Each one had its own alphabet on it, none of it in English. He pressed the green button on his wristband as he sat down, and Annabelle came up on screen.
Evening, Miss Annabelle. I'm needing a minute of your time if it's not too much trouble.
Annabelle was quick to respond.
I'd be happy to help, Keith, but before that, I was trying to do an interview with you earlier. Unfortunately, you were asleep most of the day, which I understand, given yesterday's events. Do you have time now?
Sure thing, darling. But first, my business. I need to know who sent us each of the boon bags. When we're done with that, then I'll answer any questions you care to ask me. Just be sure you want the answers.
He smiled as he said, but with a definite glint in his eyes. Keith was down an arm, panting from the effort of coming up the hill, and somehow he still looked like he was ready to fight. Annabelle and Keith went through the bags, 19 in all. As she went over the names of the various species, Keith had me write them down, using a small piece of charcoal, and the remains of the pizza box, the Vendrix, Gol, Vrasti, Trills. Keith laughed a quick second at that one. Skrens, Bausuits, Dongain, Hilgos, Anzoth, Trondrox, Agex, Olzul, Enod, Dohar, Gemnins, Aeslir, Krutals, Asu, and Vergals. With each name, she brought up a still image of the species, clearly from promotional materials from the games. Once we had names and some faces to put to them, Keith asked about getting some views of the species talking. I didn't understand why he did it until I started to understand the words a bit. Keith had figured out the trick for our nanites. They wouldn't necessarily know the difference between an alien's true voice and what they were hearing from the screen. He had Annabelle replaying bits until we both had full sentences coming from each. He was cheating the game, making it possible for us to understand their words, and had made sure I was there for it.
All right now, one last thing. I assuming that you've watched what's going on, more than just our end of things. Can you tell me who of those are in the worst shape right now?
Annabelle smiled. She was on to the game now.
Well, obviously you two are in the lead, and until yesterday, the Rothani were dead last, expected to be the next ones out. They're placed second now that they're working with you. After that, the Aeslir are doing the best.
Annabelle laid out the rankings. It went us, the Rothani, the Aeslir, Skrens, Hilgos, all the way down to the Asu and Vergal, who were struggling. And again, as she talked about the species, the footage came up, promotional material of the species, and I could see the wheels turning in Keith's head. He was noting landmarks. He'd just gotten Annabelle to, without asking, get at least basic languages for our nanites, faces to put to the species, and with landmarks, where about these species were. Direct questions like that would have likely been a negative, but he'd talked around it. There was a certain aspect to how his mind worked that could be terrifying at times. When it was finished and I had everything marked down, Keith sat back.
Now, Miss Annabelle, you've done held to your word, so I reckon I owe you some interview time. Val, I know you've had yourself a hell of a long day, so just have Ragnar bring up the vines, and I'll get myself to what work I can do, while I do my confessional thing.
The look he passed me told the story. He needed me out of the shot, now that he'd pulled off his trick. If there was blowback, he didn't want it hitting me. I took my pizza box of names and left him to his interview. I let Ragnar know to bring him the vines and check the shower. The bladder was already full, and I went inside the small confines to have a well-earned cleaning and engaged privacy mode. A hot shower helped not only physically but mentally as well. I was in so much better a mood as I came out of the shower and turned off privacy mode. I stepped into the tent to change clothing and saw something on my bed. A small bouquet of flowers, tied together with stems the same way we would make flower crowns on Earth. For Keith to have made this would have been a ton of work for him, and it was incredibly sweet. I know it's stupid and girly, but I just sat there for a bit, grinning like an idiot and sniffing the bouquet. Guys didn't really get me flowers. Yeah, the occasional thing from my dad, but I mean that doesn't really count, and it was only for big stuff like graduating high school. Aside from that, though, it just wasn't a thing, largely due to my athleticism, as most guys assumed that. Because of my liking sports, that meant flowers were out. Getting dressed, I went out, and it seemed that Ragnar and Keith were in the middle of a project here at the end of the day. Keith was whittling a small piece of wood, while Ragnar was smoking.
Keith, are you making a pipe?
Keith turned from where he sat at the fire, smiling.
Yep. So, as it turns out, the Rothani, much like some of our own Native American tribes, have a custom with smokin', so I figure, why not embrace it? Pop used to make these kinds of things, along with duck decoys. Pull up a seat.
But there isn't any tobacco.
I said, looking around. He did a sort of head bob.
Nah, you don't necessarily need tobacco. That's just what us humans came to for our regular smoking needs. There were some weeds in the guide that work for it. But it's good you're here. Greltha just got back, and I want to try a trick.
Keith called out over the waterfall side of the bluff for Greltha, who came up carrying a fish and a water container. When she arrived, Keith moved to a catch on his wristband and took it off.
All right, time for an experiment. Ragnar, put this on, and if the green light beeps and lights up, press it.
Here, something went off. Both Ragnar and Greltha, for the first time, looked angry, and it was sudden. Keith pulled back the wristband.
I'm sorry. I wasn't trying to cause offense.
Greltha caught her breath a second, then replied,
We know that, Keith. But for the Rothani, to bind one's wrists in shackles is the gravest offense. On Rothan, our homeworld, there were once invaders who enslaved our race for a long time, and it has stuck with us.
Keith nodded slowly.
I'm really sorry about that, but that's not what this is. Y'all destroyed your wristbands on the first day. The wristbands let you get your survival gear, boons from your people, and talk with your species council. They can be taken off whenever, but that's why you guys never got supplies to start with. I wanted to see if using the wristband could at least get y'all your things. It'd give us a ton of ability to move forward on stuff if we're not having to split gear. I promise, you can take it off immediately afterward, but just for the moment, please wear it.
Ragnar and Greltha looked to each other, and it was Greltha who stepped forward, taking the offered wristband and put it on. Sure enough, as soon as it resized, the green button lit up and the beep sounded. Greltha pressed the button, and a container appeared, this time with what I had to assume was Greltha's name on it, and a screen popped up with one of her own people there, much as Annabelle had been for us. They went over things, the same as they did with us. It was kind of perversely hilarious watching it, and Greltha opened her container, seeing the contents again, much the same as our own. Next, she removed the wristband and passed it to Ragnar, who repeated the process, then returned the wristband to Keith. We'd just doubled our effective tools for survival, and Keith had an incredibly self-satisfied grin on his face. His words from the other day came back. You have to know when to break the rules. Somewhere along, Keith had stopped playing the game, and was now actively playing against it. The strange thing was, we hadn't heard from Ravage-Teak since then, had received no censure by whatever counted as referees, and we were still receiving items as normal, and the communication with Annabelle was still working. Keith was flipping them all off repeatedly with malice aforethought now, and they still had yet to come back at him about it. Did they just not realize? Or did they not get why he'd do it? There were a lot of questions with no attainable answers in the foreseeable future. Keith and Ragnar finished up their whittling of pipes, then sat smoking some sort of local weed together with Greltha. I certainly wasn't taking up smoking right now, but they all looked really happy, just relaxing, having a smoke by a warm fire. Even though they were essentially playing, you only had to look around the camp to see that progress had been made. Greltha's trees that she'd pushed down had been stripped of branches and stacked, though not broken down into logs yet. Looking at the trees, Greltha at least was far stronger than any human I've ever seen. After their smoke break, we did some basic prep work, taking vines, pulling them apart, and then weaving them back together as 3-strand rope. While we certainly had paracord and rope, Keith wanted to be as economical with it as possible, and thus, making new ropes for use was a priority. I think it also gave him something he could do, even as injured as he was. Though I was aware he had to take somewhat frequent breaks, generally either the shoulder or his ribs making even small tasks take noticeably longer. Again, I wasn't about to complain, and with the Rothani helping, he wasn't directly needed for his physical skills. He would be weeks on the mend, but he seemed to be trying to do what he could, which was an encouraging sign. Eventually, with as much done as we figured we could get to, it was time to get to bed. I helped Keith into his hammock, but apparently, he had a little bit more to talk about.
Val, in the morning, you and Greltha are heading out. We need to be making contact with the other species, get any that'll come back. I'd do it, but I'm getting winded when I go down to take a leak, let alone any larger trek.
Keith, this is your plan. I don't know what I'd be doing.
I replied, sitting on my own hammock. He paused for breath.
Sure you do. They ain't that much different than us. Come right down to it. They're all just trying to survive this thing and keep their people out of chains. You were an office manager before, right? I need you to headhunt the other species and convince them we're their best bet. This is something you're already skilled at. We need to find the Vergal and the Asu first, since it seems they're not faring too well.
I hadn't really thought about it like that. For all that all these various species were very visibly different than us, they were trying to do the same thing as we were. The same basics of life were true throughout the competition. Safe drinking water, a safe, warm place to sleep, and food. It didn't really require much else to get started. I pulled out the pizza box.
All right. The Vergal are the lizard people, right?
Keith considered.
Yeah, but I'd reckon they're more like stegosaurs with the backplates. The Asu are the upright bunny folk. They might be a bit harder, 'cause they're fast, and I'm pretty sure they're herbivores.
Wait, but if they're herbivores, wouldn't that make them less of a threat?
I paused.
Hell no. A bear'll run away from yelling hey bear at it and banging some pots. A moose or elk, if they think they can take you, they'll fuck your world up. Predator animals are fundamentally lazy. They don't want to fight you to kill ye. It's all about conserving energy for them.
He chuckled a bit and winced shortly after. We went over some more details before I laid down and went to sleep. I was woken just before dawn by Greltha, who was wearing her own pack and gear.
Miss Val, it is time to depart. We have a long journey ahead of us.
I got up, stretching, and like Greltha, packed up items. I sifted through the boon bags, finding the symbols that had displayed with the Asu and the Vergal, and we headed out. Checking the bags, there was a hand-woven length of red cloth, with gold filigree, bearing 3 gold claw marks in the middle for the Vergal. For the Asu, it was a sort of beaded choker. I put the choker on and hung the cloth over my backpack, hoping that they would see them and give us a moment to talk and get to understand our language. Once we were down the bluff and walking, Greltha began up a conversation that I wasn't intrinsically ready for.
Miss Val, is Keith your mate?
Wow, that was fast.
No, we're not.
But you are attracted to him?
She replied, though it was more a statement than a question, really. I took a breath.
Yeah, I am. But I mean, aside from all the we could die at any moment stuff, there are, other concerns.
Greltha cocked her head slightly.
My people would say that the immediacy of our potential deaths is a reason to tell him. But what are the other concerns?
Sighing, I silently decided fuck it, and I went over most of what I'd already told Keith, and at the end...
I got abandoned by the last man I trusted, and I know I have trust issues.
Greltha considered a moment.
I have not known him that long, but I would say that Keith is not the sort to abandon anyone. My proof of that is his injuries, our presence in your tribe, and our mission to find others to bring into his tribe.
I shook my head.
Greltha, I get that. By all logic and reason, Keith would never leave me. He wouldn't leave anyone. But emotionally, I'm scared. There's this song on Earth, Because of You, and I think there's kind of a point in one of the lyrics. Because of you, I don't know how to let anyone else in. Before all of this, yeah, I'd have gotten together with him, without blinking. Even when I consider my daughter, I can't imagine him as anything other than a great dad. But I still can't even trust my own feelings, my own logic, and I know it's stupid and weak, but it's still there. And even aside from my own stuff, Keith has just a pile of trauma, and that makes the feelings worse.
Greltha signaled a break as we walked and sipped at her water.
What sort of trauma?
Keith has lost his parents, his grandparents, friends he served with, and then lost his wife and daughter. And it's selfish, I grant that. But I mean, any one trauma in his life is worse than everything I've ever been through. And I had people. I had support. He's repeatedly been left alone his whole life, and it's there. He panicked awake the morning of the attack, had a full-blown panic attack, and it took time to get him back under control. Not that he was violent. He was just screaming for me like he thought I'd died. I think it was him talking about it. I did a basic psychology course in college, and we did study PTSD for a bit. It's a concept called moral injury. Something happens that's so horrific that it maims who you are as a person. Then, when they broadcast the cougar fight, he yelled about how the universe didn't get to take one more thing from him, and if I'm honest, I don't know if he was even aware of you in that moment. I don't even get how he's still standing as a person, let alone trying to take care of everyone here. Any one of his traumas is worse than everything that's ever happened to me in my entire life, and I don't know how can be as sane as he is.
When I looked up, the fur under Greltha's eyes was wet with tears.
Nor can I. For the Rathani, family is all. Many of our kind would have died from the grief of so much being torn away from them, and yet he stands. I didn't understand what he was screaming at the cougar at the time, but it makes sense, given the context you've given to it. We should keep moving, however.
We got up, and for a time, neither of us felt much like talking. We passed back through a very quiet forest. The various prey animals were likely avoiding the area, given the leftover sense of blood as we got closer to where the fight had happened. Greltha waved off, taking a break. She didn't want to dwell back there, and I fully understood the feeling as I shared it. I had nearly watched as Keith died, and I can only imagine that feeling magnified in the 2 Rathani that had been hunted by that thing. While we did keep moving, I did look around. The last time I had come along these paths, I'd been running for the bluff, and I hadn't really had time to properly explore. And without the little booklets, that search wouldn't have meant much. Certainly I'd looked from the treetop, but that was more in the vein of locating somewhere to make camp. Now I looked around at the lavender grass, the trees, vines, moss, and budding flowers. The walk wasn't unpleasant, and were we not fighting for our lives and the freedom of our species, it would have been quite a fun day excursion. While it was cool out, the survival gear we'd been given was enough to keep the chill off of us. The sun was getting higher in the sky, and I estimated it would be around this planet's equivalent of 10 a.m. as Greltha called a halt, sniffing the air.
I can smell others.
Turning about, I looked for landmarks, the ones Keith had tricked out of Annabelle, and I could just see them to the north. Following Greltha's lead, we tracked through some brush until I started noticing little disturbances, a small broken branch here, or some odd footprints there. Greltha seemed to know where she was going, so I made it my job to mark the trees as we passed, creating a way for us to find our way back easily, each mark at shoulder height so I could feel them, even if I couldn't see them. As we came upon a small cul-de-sac naturally formed between small hills, fallen logs, and the like.
They are here, the Vergal. I can smell large lizard creatures.
I nodded and took the red banner off my backpack, having Greltha hold it up while I called out,
My name is Val. We mean you no harm. We have food with us if you're hungry, and water if you're thirsty.
The first peeked its head out. Its head was almost completely smooth, save for the rounded bits of bone that would become a trail of stegosaur plates going down its back, almost to the tail. It seemed scared at first, until it saw the banner, then it disappeared back inside the cul-de-sac. It had made no motion for us to follow, so I simply called out my message again and again. Greltha assured me that they were still in there. The cul-de-sac was defensible, but it also meant that there was no other quick exit to it. After several minutes of calling, two came out, and while I'm certainly not a xenobiologist, it was pretty clear that these two were in no shape to fight us. They were thin, too thin, and I could just see ribs as they exhaled. They had likely not eaten in some time, and remembering them from the beach, they hadn't looked particularly well fed then. They were still nervous and staying quiet, so as I repeated my message again, softer this time, I made a show of setting down my hatchet and knife, while Greltha made an offering gesture with the banner, making certain that it did not touch the ground. Finally one spoke.
What is it you want? We have no trade.
Keith's trick had worked. I removed my backpack and got out 2 fish.
We're not here to trade. We want you to come with us. You both look hungry. Is this food for you?
They both made a clicking noise, and their tongues automatically peeked out. The smaller one tried to move forward, but was halted where they stood by the larger one.
Why would you help us? This hurts you. It hurts your species.
I sighed. This would take a while, and I hit privacy mode for a moment.
I wouldn't, but Keith, who leads us, has a strategy to beat the game, not just for us, but for everyone. I don't know if you heard about this from your council, but Keith killed the giant cat and swore to every species watching that he would protect everyone, and then threatened Ravage-Teak.
Maybe it was the wrong move, but holding back could hurt us with the other species, who already distrusted us, so speaking truthfully seemed the best bet. I shut off privacy mode, and as I awaited a response, I laid down the 2 fish on a stone, eating a small piece along with a bottle containing cougar bone broth that I took a sip from, and signaled Greltha to move back with me, stepping away, and even leaving my weapons in their reach. Every step back was nerve-wracking. How does Keith keep doing this shit? Either one of them could knock out half of the lead team in one swift move, and we were handing it to them. When we were 10 paces back, the smaller one shot forward, ignoring hatchet and knife to start eating the fish and gulping down the broth.
It's amazing. How do humans make this?
Before I could answer, the taller one rushed over and lightly slapped the smaller one.
Chathuxel! It could be poisoned!
What hadn't translated must have been the small one's name.
Chathuxel. Did I say that right? I'm Val, and I promise you both, we really mean no harm. I tried both, so I'd be just as poisoned. Keith, my partner, is a medic, a healer, and he has an oath to render aid, one he can't convince himself to deny, even in this death game.
This seemed to move the bigger one, who was now considering Greltha, and paying special attention to the bandaging on her arm.
Keith, he did that for you?
Greltha held up the bandaged arm.
I am Greltha, of the Rathani. Yes, as soon as we were back to his camp. He gravely injured himself in the fight to save us, but he fed me, and my mate checked us for wounds, and helped us to make shelter. He threatened Ravage Teak, and swore to all our homes to protect us all, and ask our species for elements to prove that his intentions were peaceful. This banner was sent by your people.
The taller made its first move toward us, cautiously, but putting themselves between Chatuxal and us.
I am Azoku, and that banner is the banner of my clan.
I considered for a moment, and there was something between the two Vergal.
Is Chathuxal your child?
Azoku straightened to full height.
He is my son, yes?
I took a small step forward.
I am a mother myself, and I swear on my daughter, we are not your enemy. The Kathrall are. They brought us here, they pitted us against each other, and they are the ones threatening to enslave our peoples.
Azoku looked me in the eyes, pondering and judging me for a moment before responding, and it felt much longer than it likely was. I understood Azoku completely on this. They would be betting their son's life, their species' freedom, on one random human. Finally, Azoku let out a slow breath.
We accept this. How do we proceed?
I let out a breath I didn't realize I'd been holding, as did Greltha.
For one, eat slowly and drink up. I need to find the Asu next. They're rabbit-like people with long ears, and they're herbivores. Have you seen them recently?
Azoku and Chathusel both hissed in obvious displeasure.
Yes, we know the thieves. They raided our supplies mere hours after we received them. We would prefer not to work with them, as they cannot be trusted.
I nodded.
I get that feeling of betrayal, Azoku. More than you know. But this is bigger than any of us. For Keith's strategy to work, we need everyone, and the Asu are in desperate straits themselves, and that might be why they took your supplies. Do you have any idea where they are?
Chathoxel answered first, pointing.
Yeah, they made a burrow about a mile that way.
Azoku turned on him, glowering, but Chathuxel made a head-bobbing maneuver.
What? If the Asu makes a move, the humans are powerful hunters. She'll just kill them. So what's to lose, Father?
Powerful hunters? The footage. They'd watched Keith against the cougar. Was the cougar something that was beyond their strength? I looked to Greltha, but she just nodded sagely at the idea, seemingly of the same mindset regarding humans. Did they think we were all like him? Wait, were we in comparison? Certainly the Rothani had advantages we didn't, like their strength and their sense of smell. But now, two different races were according to us as a significant threat. Even now, the Vergal were treating me like a dangerous predator, even if they were willing to work with us. A deranged mouse charging a cat. Ruminations for later.
All right, you already have an issue with the Asu. Greltha, you stay here with them until they're ready to travel and bring them back to camp. I'm heading after the Asu.
Greltha nodded.
Travel well. I will see to the newest members of our tribe. I would not be able to keep up with you if we were to travel together, and the Asu are fast.
With that, I traded items with Greltha and headed out in the direction I'd been given, continuing to mark the trees as I went. I kept a weather eye out, since the Asu were apparently looting other survivors. Thank God for the warning, because otherwise I might have missed the one slipping up on me. Thankfully, she came just within my peripheral vision. As she grabbed for my water bottle, I twisted and caught her wrist on instinct. The Asu were small, even compared against me. She only came up to my shoulders, and from the way she was pulling, her strength was like that of a 12-year-old's. She wouldn't be able to break my grip. Her fur was mottled browns and grays, with white at the front, and her eyes were pink, slightly pointed out to the sides.
Hey now, we don't need to be stealing.
I took the water bottle off my belt and offered it to her as she struggled.
I'm Val. I just want to talk.
I handed her the bottle, which she took, and then I made a mistake. Assuming that she would listen, I let go of her wrist, and she immediately sprinted away.
Fuck!
I gave chase as the button on my wristband began to beep, but Greltha was right, they were fast. I might have broken off pursuit, but I remembered something. She was a sprinter. Sprinters are incredibly fast, sure, but I could run longer, and she couldn't hide her path. So there I went, crashing through the same brush she was hopping through, and stayed on her, relying more on my ears to tell me direction. The Asu took a zigzagging path, but the problem with that strategy is it's a pattern. I just needed to overtake her, and while I might not be a survivalist like Keith, I could run a triathlon. I stayed with her and began to realize how she was moving, closing the gap little by little, until finally we arrived at a river that she bounded over in a single leap, and stopped, assuming I wouldn't be able to clear the river. She was breathing incredibly heavily, and she was sort of right. I couldn't clear the entire river. I didn't have to, though, and I jumped, landing on a tall stump just long enough to leap off of it, and used a branch hanging over the river to swing for the height and distance I needed. Instead of landing, I tucked and rolled, coming to my feet just in time to dodge as her partner Asu came in from the side, wielding a knife. I rolled away and swept with my leg, tripping him up for a moment, trying to keep talking as best I could, calling out my name and that we just needed to talk. I tried to get distance, backing slowly toward a nearby tree, but the male was back up and leapt at me. I changed tactics, running at the tree, hopping and kipping off of it, and caught a vine, turning it into a swing. He hopped as well and bounded off the tree, but now I was swinging back. I bent to force more power into my swing and laid out as I was, both feet connected with his chest, stopping all of his momentum. At the height of the swing back, I flipped backward and hit the ground, one knee hitting the dirt along with my fist as the other came to rest on my bent knee.
We just need to talk. Look.
I rose and pulled the front of my jacket down, revealing the choker to him. His eyes got wide from where he laid on the ground, and he kept saying something at me in a gasping, chittering language I couldn't grasp, and then at the female one, who had barely moved from where she was at. She was wincing from breathing hard, but when she caught sight of my choker, she knelt prostrate, and the male moved to match as soon as he was able. The achievement window popped up. The champion. That would mean an advantage, and it was my first achievement since the Valiant on day 1. I admit it felt pretty good. Go figure, an athlete being excited about a prize they won. I kept going over my introduction until they started to get the recognition and told them to start talking, that I would pick up what they were saying. This took a minute, but the nanites finally started doing their job as the female spoke.
Please, don't kill my brother.
I was breathing hard as well as the adrenaline dropped off.
I'm not here to hurt either of you. I'm Val. I want the Asu to join our tribe. There are 6 in our tribe now, and you 2 make 8. I have food and water to share with you. Get up. Fuck, that was a workout. What are your names?
The Asu rose as commanded, the male rising slower, but still obeying the command. The female continued to be the one who spoke, as her companion seemed to be trying to remember how to breathe.
I am Duketha, and this is my brother Shin. We did not know you were on the authority of the Empress.
Empress? Well, okay then, good to know.
Apparently, your Empress sent this to us so that we could save the 2 of you. I'm sorry for hitting you, Shin, but if it's all the same, I'm a little tired to explain. We can rest up a minute, and then I need to lead you both back to our camp. Is your burrow near here? We can get your things, and I can help carry them, but it's going to be getting late in the day by the time we get back. There's more food and water at our camp.
We ended up resting about an hour. Shin wasn't seriously injured, all things considered, but there would definitely be bruises in the shape of my boots. We gathered up their survival gear, plus some other species' survival gear that they'd made off with in the course of things. Loaded up, we began the march back until we picked up my trail of markers, from which it was a simple enough matter. It just took forever. The Asu needed frequent breaks, and while I understood, it still made the trip back much slower. I learned more about them. They were siblings from the planet Asur. Their people had united under their version of the Roman Empire, called the Asuran Empire, something like 1,000 years or so back. By the way they spoke about their empress, she was a near deific figure to their people. Shin was usually more verbose, but apparently if you get kicked hard enough in the chest, you really lose the desire to have long talks. By the time we made it back to the bluff, the sun was getting low. As we came up the switchback, things in the camp had changed again. There were now holes dug down the bluff at intervals, with a path between, and log posts had been placed in them, all coming to an essentially level point. And planks? There was a small stack of wooden planks over by where Ragnar, Keith, and the Vergal were sitting around the main campfire. Keith saw me, and sent Ragnar and Greltha to help bring up the equipment. As I sat down and took a well-earned bite of cougar and a lot of water, Keith was smiling.
Really, Val? The superhero landing?
The what?
Keith explained superhero landing to me, and I did it on intergalactic TV. 8.1 billion people on Earth, and I'm guessing they watched it happen, let alone at least 25 other species, untold billions, or even trillions. I was slightly mortified at the concept, but at the same time that means Cassie saw her mom do it too. Then there's Keith himself. While I know that fight had to have taken it out of him, ever since, something was off with him. I couldn't quite place it, but the smiles were too at ease for someone with a dislocated shoulder, bruised ribs, and only a day past having a full-blown panic attack, and then nearly dying. That rage when he'd threatened Ravage-Teak was genuine, raw, and the smiling man felt like a put-on, an act. The problem was the game. It might well be an act, a play to further play a game. The one smile of his that had seemed genuine since the incident was when he got Ragnar and Greltha their equipment, when he'd successfully put together something, but I didn't know what it might be. I couldn't bother with investigation, though. Like it or not, neither he nor I could truly be completely honest with the cameras on, and Keith was playing an internal game, only giving out information when it was time. By Ragnar and Greltha's stories, Keith had gotten back to talking to the audience, explaining various elements of what they were doing, and leaning into his accent for Uncle Keith's survival hour. He was also doing more interviews with Annabelle, tonight including our newest members in the interviews, introducing them as his tribe mates. And the most I could do in this moment was to play along, afraid to trust men, and forced to just keep trusting him while he made his plays. What were mine? Since we'd begun, all that I had done was follow Keith, but he was injured, emotionally scarred, and having to pay attention to things I couldn't properly conceive of. There had to be something I could do, something that he couldn't do, something to stand out. What can I do? I've got strength, endurance, cooking skills, and 2 bunny people who will do whatever I say. Oh God, I'm so stupid. I'm a manager. First, I went to the location where my achievement reward had materialized, and inside it was a long saw blade with handles at either end, along with a longer, larger axe than the hatchets we'd been using. Distinctly useful, but not really in my own wheelhouse. That was fine. I went back to the fire with everyone seated.
All right, we've had dinner, and a much-needed and deserved chance to relax. We need to start working out how we operate together. First off, I know the Rothani are generally nocturnal. Humans are able to operate either way. But what about the rest of you?
Azoku answered first.
We are most active in daylight, but we do have strong eyes at night when we need to. However, we have encountered issues here. Our species does not adapt well with sudden changes in temperature. Usually, we would be able to simply make certain that our homes are even of temperature, but we have had little luck with that here, and have been unable to get proper rest since this tournament began. This is irrespective of other competitors and threats that this world presents. If this state continues, we will begin to slip mentally.
I nodded and looked to the Asu.
And what of you two?
Shin, having had some time to rest his lungs, spoke up.
Well, we're in the day 2, but our vision is not good in the dark. Not if we want to be quick. Mostly our fur keeps us warm enough, but I'm afraid we're not meat eaters, so we need to find more stuff to eat.
Keith said nothing, merely letting me have the floor. He had to trust me as much as I had to trust him.
All right, here is the plan for our tribe. First and foremost, you and Chathuxil will be on hunting detail.
Chathuxil nodded immediately, but Azoku gave me a discerning gaze.
And why should I listen to one who does not hunt, and one who is now made cripple?
Keith exchanged a questioning look, and it was Keith who responded.
Well, I mean, the shoulder thing sucks, but I'll be able to start physical therapy in a few days, and then it's just a matter of weeks before I'm back to rights, I reckon. I'm hardly a cripple.
Every alien around the fire turned to regard us, first Keith making the statement, then myself, looking for confirmation of whether that was true or false. It was Greltha who spoke first.
That cannot be correct.
It was my turn.
Do none of your species heal like us? I mean, some of our best athletes and fighters have come back from worse injuries than Keith's. I mean, it takes time and medical attention, but it's not abnormal for us.
Keith, meanwhile, was taking half his shirt off, then pressed a button to take down the top half of his bodysuit. There was pain involved, but he did it, and I saw something I hadn't seen before. The scar of the bullet wound just below his right collarbone.
I mean, y'all, this is from before I ever got here, and it nicked my right lung. Any of y'all think I slowed down from that? From what y'all know of me on this here planet?
Dukatha moved in close.
That should kill you. It would kill any Asu.
Azoku regarded it as well.
While a strong Vergal might survive such a wound, they would never again serve as a warrior.
Ragnar shook his head as well.
This may be unique to your species. That is a bit scary. I also have a question about the fight. I have not seen you display such strength since the fight. I know you are injured, but are humans really so strong? Even with our strength as Rothani, we were at the mercy of that creature, and yet you were able to ignore much pain.
Keith turning the suit piece back on.
Well, I mean, once the adrenaline hits...
Shin's ears perked.
What's adrenaline?
That wasn't the translator. It was Shin mimicking human speech at something that had no translation in his own language. We were both agape, and then Keith started laughing, then hissed, a hand going to his ribs.
Oh shit, y'all, I hadn't considered that. Y'all don't know what adrenaline is. I mean, it makes sense. Not every species on Earth has an adrenal gland. Basically, it's a chemical that our bodies naturally produce, and it's introduced into our blood, giving us extra energy and whatnot. With it, we can get stronger, tougher, our pain tolerance goes up, and even get faster and get higher endurance. Heck, it was the adrenaline crash after I stopped moving that made me pass out. Val has it too, when she runs and stuff.
Finally, the holographic screen popped up between us, and there was Ravajtik, but without any of the backgrounds for the games, and our privacy modes were all engaged.
Survivor Keith, did I hear your statement correctly? And is this a special trait in certain humans?
And there was that wolf-like smile again.
Huh. Looks like somebody here didn't do their homework proper after all. Almost all humans produce adrenaline naturally. Had a buddy during an attack who got shot worse than I did. He just ran through, firing till he was out of ammo, then just fucking clubbed the guy to death. I mean, he nearly died of blood loss. But in the moment, we kinda refer to it as the superhero phase. Your garden variety humans using, at most, 10% of their strength in a given moment. Once it hits though, yeah, we get up to some shit. You got access to our internet? Look up Mother Lifts Car Off Baby and get back to me. Oh, and top 10 alien invasion movies of all time.
The screen vanished and privacy mode dropped.
Now Val was working on something?
I snapped back to what we'd been discussing.
Right. The Vergal are hunters, so they work as the tribe's hunters. Meanwhile, the Rothani have demonstrated the ability to be solid builders, and will be depending on you to work during the nights. That leaves the Asu, and I have an important task for you both. I need you both to scout.
Dukatha looked downfallen.
So they get to build stuff and hunt and we're just hopping around?
I smiled.
Don't take it hard. It's important. This is an alien world, and there may be more of that dire cougar out there, as well as other things. As Keith has imparted to me, information is key. We need to learn the land, especially where the other species are, any natural resources. Aside from that, we need to know any skills we all have. We've sort of gotten a refresher on human biology right now, but Keith's a skilled medic and survivalist, so he'll be here in case anything happens, and doing what he can while he heals and nothing else. Myself, I can switch between jobs, so I'll be helping out with each of you, doing gathering, helping us stay on target, as well as venturing out to find other species. The weather's been cooperative so far, but sooner or later, that changes.
There was some more grumbling from Azoku, but with everyone else on board, it seemed we had a strategy moving forward. Ragnar and Greltha excused themselves first, so Greltha could get in a nap before commencing night work. The Vergal went with them, and we handed them off the Afghans we'd received earlier to help insulate them in the cold of the night. The Asu waited until I told them to go to sleep, and they found a spot of their own. That left me and Keith by ourselves for a bit, and I hit privacy mode.
How's the shoulder and ribs?
I mean, it hurts, but that's a good sign, medically speaking. If it weren't, that would point toward nerve damage. As to pain management, it looks like the oil in the bark of those evereds is like birch bark, so I'm gonna try the oil of it topically, to test if it's got the same pain relief properties. I mean, I've been taking stuff from my bag, But that's all the medical supplies we've got, and I don't want to burn through it if I don't have to. And I'd rather do the experiments while I still got supplies to deal with it if it goes wrong,"
he replied, letting the tiredness he was feeling show. I took one long breath and left off the rest of my questions for the night.
All right, we should both get sleep. We've got a lot to do tomorrow.
Things both sped up and slowed down from there. Keith wasn't sleeping well, sometimes at all, and several times awoke nearly screaming and crying from sleep. It was disconcerting, but he kept waving off the conversation, and it was clear I wasn't going to get him to budge. I'd read somewhere that one of the issues of PTSD was the inability to talk about the thing that caused it. He was sharp enough, but at the same time, something was tearing at him, and the forced stoppage had done something to him. I literally watched him breathe and force the tears to stop, and Greltha commented she had seen it too. She was worried, but there simply wasn't time to address it in the moment. Azoku was becoming a bit more of an issue. He and his son were proficient hunters, but he chafed at having to obey the orders of others, and it became clear that he expected to be in a position of power. Chathuxil, meanwhile, seemed only too happy to impress us all, proudly displaying his kills. Something would need to be done, but whatever he was up to, he seemed to be waiting on something from Keith. Aside from scouting, the Asu had failed to mention a skill of theirs, thumping. They could actually communicate by slapping their large feet on the ground. It wasn't exactly a complicated speech, but it was another way of relaying information to one another. This gave us a massive advantage in not only knowledge of the land, but at least some sort of rapid communication system. Most of the time, Shin would go out while Dukatha would stay nearer to camp and help where she could. One of those ways was in retrieving things for Keith, so he didn't need to move as much, as well as it turned out that the Asu were natural diggers. She began bringing up stones, which Keith told her how to place to make a primitive kiln, then had her bring up clay from the river. This was put into a mold for a bit that Keith had whittled out, and then bricks were steadily being fired. They weren't exactly top quality, but it was still moving toward a goal, to make a better kiln. Shin, meanwhile, found more clay deposits downstream, while upstream he began bringing in bits of iron from the river, identifying the metal by scent. Ragnar and Greltha were moving forward with building and were making tremendous strides. They would wake up around mid-afternoon and get to work on bringing in lumber, while at night they would render them into shape for use, including stripping bark to make rope and making more wood planks. They even were grinding down what were essentially primitive nails, and then in the mornings, before going to sleep, they would do work on the frame for the decks that were discussed for the build. They even used rendered fat over a smoothed plank of wood, turning it into what was essentially a dry erase board, so Keith could better draw out plans for them. Each new shelter seemed to be getting built lower along the bluff, and with that, deeper posts. A rudimentary staircase had been built up as well, and the switchback was now covered with wood shavings, giving better traction, and railed. Not that it would stop any serious amount of weight, but it was still better than nothing. For myself, I continued gathering using the Flora book and worked as the hub for everyone else for information. In the 3 days since the Asu and Vergal had joined us, we had gotten amazing work done, and nowhere was that more glaring than in the glade. Ragnar and Greltha had essentially made a rock plow and were using it nightly when they had time to turn as much soil as they could. Then Dukatha and Shin would come through with seeds and transplants. It brought up a new issue, irrigation. A point of personal enjoyment, though, was the soap that Keith had made finally set, and I could get properly clean for the first time since this started. I was a little despondent about the state of my body hair until I realized that Keith, aside from a goatee coming in, was otherwise clean-shaven every day. Apparently he had been using his knife as a razor, and after a little practice, I got the knack down for myself. I know it's vain, and I can hear the voices of 1,000 angry women, but I'd been shaving my legs for meets since my leg hair started growing in, like most serious track runners, and it was just an ingrained habit by this point. Then, one morning, something shifted. Shin had scented another species, and thumped a warning back to Dukatha that they were approaching the bluff. Dukatha looked at me.
What do we do?
I considered.
Well, we're going to try and talk to them. We need all of us, not just a bunch of us, but let's not be silly about it. Have Shin retrieve the Vergal, while I go down to meet with our potential tribe mates.
I left out the part that could just as easily be here to kill us, but I'd gotten in trouble a lot when I was younger for saying the quiet parts out loud and learned from it. I went down our newly refurbished switchback, and I saw them entering the glade where they halted. If I remembered correctly from the clips we'd seen, they were called trills, and Keith had found something funny in the name that I didn't get. These were the first truly alien-looking creatures I'd seen. They were tall, reedy people, with no obvious gender between them. Their skin was hunter green, with large, yellow, ovoid eyes. I assumed they were keeping their mouths shut until I got close enough to realize they had neither noses, mouths, or ears in the typical sense. There did seem to be some sort of antennae that accomplished roughly the same goal. How do they communicate, though?
We are telepathic. We speak with our minds, Valerie.
I jumped and halted my approach. The voices, speaking in complete sync, came from everywhere and nowhere at the same time. Then you can hear my thoughts now? They stood there still, unmoving, unblinking.
We can, but your mind is cluttered. This is not a slight, but a statement that your species has not received conditioning to focus your minds. Your thoughts and feelings are scattered, but be not afraid. We come in peace. Take us to your leader.
I may not know movies well, but even I knew that line, and I laughed unintentionally. They demonstrated their hands were empty as they continued to approach, and I continued to walk toward them.
Sorry, but verbal speech works better for me. Does it help with your telepathy?
Yes, as you speak, your mind focuses on the sounds you make. We wish to join you.
Unlike the other species, these trills wore bodysuits akin to what Keith and I had on, which was likely understandable, as the others each had something like fur or scales to help them regulate temperature, and the Vergal's issue was with temperature regularity, it seemed, not the exact temperature itself. The Rothani were shedding their winter coats, as were the Asu. This still left some questions, though.
What sort of food do trills eat? And what are your names?
Our names have no vocal translation. I got the feeling and mental image that I was seated before a warm hearth in the depth of winter. And I felt and saw the image of coming home after a long time away. Our sustenance is no more than sun and water. We do not sleep, as your mind would put it. Though we do have states of dormancy, we are never unconscious.
They really were our first true aliens, but oddly, the others had likely caused me to go along with this more. They seemed peaceful enough, and could never be a contest for food within the tribe. Their telepathy also meant that they had a form of communication that could not be observed. I brought them back with me to the bluff, and I could see reactions out of the others as they reached out mentally to reassure them. Azoku and Chalthuxel seemed to bristle for a moment, but calmed back down. Rognar and Greltha remained cool, and the Asu were instantly curious. What none expected was the reaction when they touched Keith's mind. Both of them suddenly reeled back, clutching at their heads. Even their eyes shifted, and Keith froze.
What happened?
His mind, he is painful. His mind is maimed. We were not prepared for the feelings, the memories. How? How does he function like this?
I turned to Keith.
Step back! They're telepathic!
He moved back immediately and sat cross-legged on the ground, where he closed his eyes and began to focus purely on his own breathing. I felt horrible about the instruction, but I figured distance might help. Thankfully, Keith took it in stride and apparently was meditating on a rock. The trills calmed as he quieted his mind, but how would we be able to have them operate around Keith? Keith stayed on his rock while I worked with the trills. I tried to stay as focused as possible because this was important.
You said Keith was maimed. He lost a lot, more than anyone should have to bear. Our science can aid, but only to an extent. And even if there were a cure out there, there are no doctors here to help him. Is there a way to help him, or even just to be able to not feel the pain?
They silently conferred between one another for a moment.
We are not familiar with your minds, but we can limit our exposure. We were unready when we contacted his mind, and it overwhelmed us. For our kind, we do not only hear the thoughts, but feel the emotions, experience the memories. His mind, it is a constant maze of pain, grief, loss, and fear. The terror of what would happen to the Rothani if he did not make it to them, it is strange. His memory does not have them as close to him emotionally, and yet terror at the prospect of the deaths of people who are his competitors. He fears for you, that you will come to understand how he feels, but he desires understanding, and we do not know how to process this. We lack a term for it.
Cognitive dissonance. His mind is essentially fighting a war with itself, and as to his emotional state, he's been through way too much. Things happen that are so horrible that his own identity as a person. He believes in people, he's kind, and wants people around him, but he's so terrified of losing anyone else that the very thing he craves is the one thing he's afraid of having.
I shrugged, figuring I might as well lay out the direct truth. They both nodded in unison.
Thank you for your explanation. It is difficult for us, with beings who are not as we. Until we came here, we had never encountered lies or deceptions, nor would any of our people understand them. Other species, however, seem to embrace them. This will make a fascinating field of research for our people. And it is a unique opportunity to be able to observe this grouping. We thank you for including us in your plans.
I began leading them the rest of the way into camp.
You're welcome, but the plan is Keith's, not mine. Everyone seems to be gathering up around the fire for dinner.
Dinner was a slight awkward with the trills, and I spent a lot of it smoothing ruffled feathers, as the others were not used to the trills. Keith spent some more time in his meditation before coming down for dinner. He approached the fire cautiously, monitoring the trills, and bowed his head.
I'm sorry to y'all for earlier. I'd have taken precautions if I'd known.
They bowed their heads as he had and projected acceptance to the group at large. Everyone save for the trills and Keith ate ravenously, the trills not needing food and Keith just sort of eating normally. I smiled.
Well, I'm glad to know everyone's enjoying my cooking.
Azoku held up a piece of smoked leg meat.
Yes, indeed. Fortunate we are that we live with your species' finest cook.
Keith nearly choked for a second, laughing, then motioned at me.
I mean, it's great, don't get me wrong, Val, but yeah, even she'd be the first to tell y'all this ain't our best cuisine. Hell, we're mostly guessing at how to cook things here.
Once again, the eyes of all species were regarding us, and Azoku sat forward, an intense look on his face, and his tail swept the ground behind him.
There is better food than this in your world?
Greltha sat forward here.
Oh yes. Some of their Earth foods were sent after we arrived. Something called pizza and ice cream sandwiches. We thought they were spoiling us. Sadly, it did not last long.
I looked at my food.
Oh yeah, this isn't even close. And even those weren't the pinnacle of human foods. I mean, I've done what I can, but options are limited. So like, when I did the cougar meat, we added these spring onions to it, and mushrooms to enhance the flavor, alongside smoking the meat. Or the fish. We wrapped in these large leaves with some various local herbs, but our options here are pretty limited. Hey, shit. We need names for these two we can actually say.
Keith only took a moment.
Hearth and Prodigal.
They were close to the actual sensation I'd gotten, so it fit.
All right, Hearth Prodigal. Could you do me a favor? I'm trying to explain Earth foods, but I'm afraid something might get lost in translation. Could you project memories of food from my mind to everyone else's as I talk about it?
They nodded, and I felt their touch on my mind as I began.
I mean, even just this food, we could make better on Earth. For one, we could marinate, which would make the meat more tender and flavorful. We'd also have access to things such as cheese and bread. Heck, just having salt and pepper would make some pretty serious strides. That's not even considering regional dishes, or what we have at cooking competitions.
Eyes bulged, and Ragnar was wiping saliva from his mouth. Keith, meanwhile, had gotten some sort of epiphany and was marking something down in charcoal, then passed it to me. Potato flour.
Oh my God, Keith! That's brilliant! We just need more yams and get them all cooked up and dried. If we could get some salt and sugar, we'd be able to make all sorts of stuff.
I felt the presence of the trills pull back, and at first I thought it might be Keith, but apparently, as the possibilities in my mind started blooming, it was getting to be too much for them, the equivalent of someone rapidly screaming in your ear out of nowhere. The others were fixated on this, and even without telepathy, it was evident that they wanted to try however much of the foods they'd seen from my memories as they could. Ducatha was the first to breach the conversation between me and Keith.
Where do we get salt and sugar?
Well, salt we could get from the ocean. We take the seawater and boil it down, until we have almost no water left, just enough to keep the salt from burning. Then we just strain it, and we have sea salt. Sugar might be a problem, though. Generally, sugarcane only grows in tropical climates on Earth.
Keith put a hand up and responded as I looked at him.
Well, actually, one of the farms round where I grew up grew sugar beets as one of their regular crops. Same basic concept as growing the yams. Then we just process them down for the sugar. The beets grow northern.
Everyone began talking back and forth from there, working out how to search for various ingredients. Even Azaku was up for it, offering no complaints. None of the others could read our booklet guide for plants, but that gave Keith something to focus on. The Trills excused themselves as evening fell, to enter dormancy, as they put it, and our tribe developed a game plan for getting tastier food. In the morning, Keith jolted awake again, wiping tears from his eyes, but unwilling to talk about it, he stalked off down to the river to check his nets and wash up. He would also likely be doing whatever it was he did every morning to get himself in the right headspace. It was hard watching him go through this, especially with no ability to offer real help. I could give him all the hugs and encouragement on Earth, and it still would be a minor break at best. I got things ready for breakfast. In order to have a bit more variety, we had taken to doing fish in the mornings, with jackalope meat for lunch, usually a stew, and cougar meat for dinner. The Trills were up, and Prodigal came up while I was working.
Keith's mind is strange.
I shrugged, not quite awake. God, I missed coffee.
Oh, he's been having some bad dreams lately, I think, but he doesn't want to discuss them, and given his history, I can understand it.
That assessment is incorrect. Your species' dreams and his dreams were far from what I would expect given our experiences with him. Given his experiences, we expected that Keith's mind would be as tormented as waking, or that it would be quiet, but it is not. His sleeping mind is quite active, almost more than when he is awake, and his mind feels joy, contentment, togetherness, and love. It is only as he wakes that the fear and anger comes out in waves. I committed a breach of etiquette in the night, and I must make amends. But his mind was so quiet I could not halt my own curiosity, and looked through his sleeping mind. There were no fears, no trauma. His mind was completely in balance. He was simply with a woman and a female human child. Kendra and Heather, I believe he referred to them as.
Oh, Christ.
His wife and daughter, they died.
How can they be dead? His mind paints them as very much alive, and he was happy.
I took a breath as I came to understand the deepest part of Keith's horror.
He isn't having nightmares. He screams awake because he's waking up. He goes to sleep at night, and they're alive. Then, in the morning, he has to reconfront their deaths. He wakes up every morning to relearning that his wife and daughter are dead.
Keith's life was a quite literal living hell, and every night he would get some degree of relief, only to be plunged back into the fire every morning. Then he would spend his entire day trying like hell to keep all of us alive and keep things moving forward and repeat the cycle. Something had to give, and if I didn't find a way to relieve the pressure, the one who gave would be Keith. I finished breakfast for the tribe and held myself together enough to make it back into the shelter, engage the privacy mode, and collapse into my hammock before sobbing uncontrollably. Prodigal had talked about what Keith went through, and that would have been bad enough, but it wasn't just words. As the Trills had said, it was the memories and emotions that went with it. In one moment, I'd felt the joy Keith had returning home to his family, holding them both, playing with his daughter, singing to her as he held her in his arms. Then this hook in my chest as I felt it all being ripped away, the inhuman scream as he realized it was a dream, and the fight in his mind to stay, to never wake, to pull himself back to them, and the absolute knowledge it would fail. When I came out of it, I was in the fetal position, hugging my knees as the privacy mode timer ran out. I'd felt one moment, and it was too much. Meanwhile, I could hear the sound of Keith outside, arranging the day with the others. I wanted to get up from that hammock, but there was no energy left in my body. Meanwhile, the man whose pain it truly was outside, getting everything moving. I fell asleep for a time after that, only awakening when Ducatha came to check on me.
Lady Val, are you okay?
I startled awake, but calmed looking into Ducatha's pink eyes.
I'll be okay. The Trills saw into Keith's mind, and they were explaining what he was going through, and it was too much. I just needed some time. Let's get going on lunch, shall we?
I worry about Keith. He's always really nice, and he's been teaching me and Shin some stuff. And apparently he needs a guitar so he can let us hear some Earth music.
Ducatha moved alongside me as I went out and began the day's work. Most were out of the camp, including Keith, which I asked Ducatha about.
Oh, Keith's down at the river. He's doing something called water therapy for his shoulder, and Shin is scouting around him. He thumps in every so often.
I was familiar with water-based physical therapy, and Keith, being an EMT, likely had more knowledge of it than I did. With no proper weights and other equipment, it made sense. Water would make the movements of his injured shoulder a lot easier. It would also give him something to do now.
That's a good thing. How do you feel about a nickname?
Her ear went to the side.
What's a nickname?
It's a shorter name for people that know you well. For instance, my name is Valerie, or Val for short, which I prefer.
I remarked easily as I started arranging supplies. Hearth was still in camp, Greltha and Ragnar were well asleep, and everyone else was gone, so I turned to Hearth.
Hearth, can you reach Prodigal? I'm preparing to head out, and I need him. Also, how far can your telepathy extend between one another?
I have relayed your message, and as long Prodigal does not cross the horizon, I can maintain contact with him.
Well, there's an ability Keith is going to have a field day with.
All right. As to you, how about Ducky?
She smiled and her nose twitched.
Ducky's good. Where are we going?
Myself, Shin, and Prodigal are going out to find others. Keith's plan calls for everyone to be present, and we still have a lot of species to gather. So I need you to grab Shin and then stay with Keith, in case he overexerts himself. There's a saying on our world, doctors make the worst patients. So make sure he doesn't hurt himself.
I said, gathering up packs and equipment for the trip. Ducky nodded, her entire body now serious, and shot down the side of the bluff toward the river. Moments later, up came Shin.
Hey, we're getting more tribe mates? I know where some are.
We finished making ready and left as Prodigal got close to camp. With the trills able to freely communicate over distance, we could relay information quickly when we needed to, even specific information. As well, their telepathy itself meant we could cut down the time we needed to work on translations. Shin did indeed know his way around, although not specific directions. Prodigal rendered that point moot, however, as he was able to reach out and feel for minds around him. So once Shin got us close, it was just a matter of Prodigal taking a moment to pinpoint exact location, although his range for that was nowhere near what his range with Hearth was. It could be familiarity or species thing, but it was still a massive advantage. There were no real hurdles as we walked, and with Shin leading the way, we made good time heading back toward the coast. The wind seemed to be shifting, and by the clouds we were seeing from the bluff, we would need those shelters up somewhere soon. Even if the weather hadn't reached us yet, it wouldn't be long now. It was still spring, and those rains would be coming now. Going over what would be needed got interrupted eventually by Shin, who thumped the ground just before our wristbands beeped. The green light was blinking, and we each pressed our button. The holographic screen came up, and Ravage Teak was there in full form.
Welcome back, viewers, for another exciting episode of Pre-Warp Survival. Today, we have the different groups of survivors coming together, and it looks as though only one species may make it through this conflict. And what's this? Our first alliance led by the human survivor Val approaching the area. Are they here to trade? To fight? We will be broadcasting this conflict live.
We sped up. They were somewhere around here if we were being included in the announcement. Prodigal moved with urgency.
Val, I believe I can sense aggression in this direction.
It wasn't exact, but it was enough, and Shin started picking up noise from up ahead. We broke into a clearing where 3 other teams were. First, the Vendricks, and they were definitely more reminiscent of elves from Earth fantasy stories. They were thin, with more defined cheekbones and long pointed ears. Across from them were a pair of impressively sized ghoul. The male one had olive green skin, a pair of small tusks protruding from his lower lip and bellowed across at the Vidrix, while his female companion looked ready to fight, her skin gray. Finally, and smallest of the groups, the Skrens, some sort of humanoid rat species, and all 3 were staring at a fresh kill. It was a big beast, something like an elk on Earth, but its horns did not stand up, but came down along its head. All three shared a trait in common. They clearly hadn't eaten in a bit, and none were willing to give up a chance at so much food. They all looked as the three of us entered the clearing, getting nervous as we broke through the trees. Prodigal gave a warning. Careful, they are all prepared to kill.
Prodigal, transmit my words to their minds. Everyone, stop fighting. We have food and clean water on us, enough for all of you to be fed. We do not need to be enemies. We have a home, we're building shelters, and access to regular water and food.
I could only hope that they would be willing to listen, and we started to pull out food to offer, as well as the boon bags. And that's when it went wrong. As the others hesitated, the Skrens decided it was a good time to go for the kill. The Ghoul immediately rushed in with the Vendrick shortly after them. The fight had begun, and if we wanted them all to listen, we would need to first end the fight, and there was only one language they were all speaking right now.
Shit. I was back in camp when I saw the broadcast. By the looks of it, 3 teams were about to fight, and there was no telling if we'd be able to stop all of this before eliminations happen. Hearth, get Prodigal. Things are going wrong. Hearth nodded and looked into the distance. Ravazhatik was broadcasting like normal, but hadn't been speaking to us much outside of that. Avoiding us? Possible. I'd threatened him, but there was something else. Then I heard Val's name and confirmed it. Something had shifted. Azoku came running up the bluff, Chathuxal shortly behind him.
We will rush to Val's aid.
I shook my head.
Won't make it in time. This whole fight's gonna go down fast. Problem is, Val ain't a fighter. Top athlete, sure, but not a fighter. And all those guys are fighting for their survival. Damn it. I wish I could step in or... Hearth.
Hearth turned.
I believe I understand what you wish to. How does your species comprehend this possibilities? Science, fiction. You make up stories to extrapolate future possibilities for entertainment.
Not now. Is it possible?
Hearth pondered for a moment.
It is possible. Theoretically. With trills, it would be simple, but your minds are different than ours. Humans more than the other species. And you more than that. It could be dangerous.
No hesitation.
Do it.
Hearth nodded one final time, laying a hand on my shoulder, and I got the sudden feeling of when an elevator started moving. What I was sensing shifted, and with a lurch, I realized what it was. I was connected through Hearth and Prodigal to Val. The screens were darting forward, taking advantage of Val grabbing the attention of the others. And now it was a melee. Val shouted for Cheyenne to go for the screens, while she was charging the larger goal. Attached, I knew the moves to bring him down and fell back on my training. Val was startled for a moment, but she followed it. She hopped, twisting her body, and caught the lock she was looking for, both of them tumbling to the ground, and she came up on top, planting her knee on his neck.
I felt Keith's memories, different ones this time. Instead of him broadcasting pain, it was his memories of fighting, the memories of someone else who had spent their whole life training, just a different kind. I saw what he wanted me to do in a fraction of a second and complied, bringing the big man down and planting my knee as he struggled under me. Now what? My hand went up instinctively, aware of the hatchet thrown by one of the Vendricks. It was pure instinct as I caught the handle of the hatchet just as I felt the female goal coming from the other direction. Instead of trying to stop the momentum, I shifted it and let the hatchet fly. The blunt back of the hatchet connected with her forehead, and she was stunned. Where the hell did you learn that one, Keith?
Not me.
There was no time, and I had an opening. I charged, tackling her at the waist, and took her to the ground. The images that came to me were straightforward, and using the flat of my own hatchet against her temple, I knocked her out, grabbing her wristband. I looked around, and the fight was everywhere. Shin had rushed the Skrens, and I watched as he hopped off a tree, extending both feet the same as I had when I'd drop-kicked him before, and one Skren went down. The other tried to run, but Shin was faster. Meanwhile, Prodigal had the Vendricks coming at him. They tag-teamed him, keeping up a constant stream of attacks at the trill, but every swing missed, Prodigal sidestepping. Meanwhile, the big goal was struggling up from the ground on his hands and knees. The images from Keith's head weren't from training this time, but something from UFC. It looked good, and I rushed back, diving over his back and grabbed on. I wrapped one arm around his neck, using the other to secure it, while my legs wrapped around his waist. locking me in place. And as he struggled to break free, I locked the hold in tighter, cutting off his air. For a time, he thrashed around and ended up on top of me, but I just held on. It felt like minutes, but I'm certain it was faster than that. His struggles lessened, and I felt his body relax, and finally stop moving. Releasing the grip, I followed the next image and checked for his heartbeat, and it was still beating, so I took his wristband. The goal were down for the moment at least. The Skrens had been wrapped up by Shin, who was beaming, and we both began advancing on the Vendrix.
Shin, take their wristbands. Vendrix, stop!
1. A woman with blonde hair and purple eyes looked to me, the two Gol and Shin, retrieving wristbands from the fallen Skrens. She muttered something, which I assume was a curse, and signaled her teammate. The Vendrix knew they were done.
Why do you take the wristbands?
To halt elimination. We want you in our tribe. We're not enemies.
I kept it a matter of fact, as I fished out the boon bag for the Vendrix and tossed it to her.
Your people sent us this to show trust. We want to beat the real enemy, the Kathrall Dominion. Now, I have to break down an alien deer. Shin, Prodigal, secure the Skrens, and Gol.
She opened the bag and pulled out a string of clay coins with holes in the middle to keep them all on the same string. She looked up, startled, and I went over to the creature this whole thing had started over. As I knelt down, I got images of an old man with a thick white mustache wearing a John Deere cap and camo. He was smiling and instructing Pop-Pop. Keith's grandfather taught him how to break down his first deer. I followed the instructions, removing the innards, careful not to puncture the stomach, and put them in a separate bag, then removed the hide and worked on breaking the animal down. Pop-Pop's instructions in my head the whole way. As I finished up, I could see the Gol and Skrens bound to trees, and the Vendrix seemed to be standing by, waiting to find out what happened next. The Gols had come awake, but bound as they were, there was no chance of escape. I got up and went to the Skrens first, who seemed to be more calculating.
I have a gift from your people here. We're not your enemies, and we have a camp with food, water, and shelter.
I gave them the bag and untied them. It still looked like they would bolt for a moment, but one produced a small pouch from the bag.
You bring us this? How did you get this?
I told you, your people sent us this. We don't want to fight you, and we took your wristbands so you couldn't be eliminated when we knocked you out. You don't have to come, but it's better if you do.
I knelt down, bringing myself level with them. The Skrens didn't immediately agree, but they didn't run, so I'd take it. I felt Keith's presence leave my mind, and honestly, I felt a little bad when it did. It was weird, but getting to see his Pop-Pop was nice. I turned to the final group, who were clearly none too pleased.
You are the Gol. I am Val, and I am not your enemy. This is a boon from your people to show you that I speak the truth. Join our tribe.
I came back to myself and hit the ground immediately. Every color and point of light was intensified, and my vision was swimming. My senses were screaming, even just the feel of the ground beneath me. I shut my eyes and had Hearth help me back to my shelter. I cut off as much of my senses as I could and just focused on my own breathing. I know Hearth was speaking, but for the life of me, it was all just a cacophony, and it was a release when I passed out of consciousness.
Oddly, the female spoke first.
You have bested us both in combat. We are bound to your command now.
I sighed and began untying them.
I need none to command, and the stakes are too high. Here's my command. I command you to choose for yourselves. You can choose to join us, or you can choose to keep fighting alone. Either way is on you.
She looked around at the piles of meat laying on the hide and stood up as the ropes fell away.
We choose to join then.
Once the Gol agreed, the Skrens joined, and the Vendrix just nodded. The Gol woman retrieved her species boon bag and produced a necklace, with a leather strap, and with multiple fangs and claws hanging from it. She pulled it close to her chest, offering a prayer, and put it on.
What now?
I was breathing heavily.
We go home and take our food with us. We'll have more there.
We trudged home, splitting up the meat between groups, the Gol taciturn, while the Skrens seemed to have taken a keen interest in Shin. The Vendrix, though, walked with me.
I'm Marilla, Ree of Donkreth, and this is Fionn, head of my personal guard.
Valerie, but I go by Val. Nice to meet you, but I don't have any fancy titles.
She smiled.
This is fine. Titles mean little here, and I've recently become aware of how truly small they are in the grand scheme. How many are in this tribe?
I nodded.
Tell me about it. As to the tribe, me and Keith are human. Then we have the Ruthani, Asu, Vergal, and now, the lot of yourselves. I know the goal are physical beasts, and the Skrens are small and quick. What is your species known for?
She positively beamed.
I am known far and wide as the greatest of merchant queens. I own the roots on which the suns never set. Many rivals I have had in my rise, and now I stand over all of them.
By the level of pride, I guessed her species put a lot of stock in mercantile efforts. That meant she had skills we did need.
While it might sound silly, that helps us a great deal right now. While we've got people who are strong, good fighters, builders, and survivalists, we're a bit shallow on people who know how to run things. Everything is sort of going up on a purely needs-of-the-moment basis. It would be nice to be able to have someone who knows how to manage projects.
Valerie, Keith has fallen due to severe sensory overload. He is currently asleep in the shelter, but otherwise fine. The fault is ours. His will was becoming stretched and frayed, and so we cut the connection, unaware of the side effects until it was too late. Had we eased it off, this would not have happened. We both apologize for this error.
Prodigal bowed his head as he gave me the news.
It's fine, Prodigal. Even if he'd known the cost, it's Keith. He'd have paid it without a second thought on the matter.
I kept getting to know Keith at a deeper level, and there was no part of him that was just going to leave our fight up to chance if he had a choice. It wasn't in him, and now I knew the truth of it. It was never in him. Some of the fractions of memories I'd picked up related to fighting showed me a child facing off against an older boy to protect a classmate who, earlier that day, had been Keith's bully. It didn't matter he was bigger, or that he had friends, or that the person he was protecting had wronged him. The older boy was being a bully, and Keith wouldn't let it happen. I thought about my own childhood. Would I have been like that? Sigh. No. If I'm being honest, I'd have probably joined in on the bullying. It was only after I got pregnant that I started to see my own behavior, how I'd treated others. And it was a girl I'd talked shit about who had been there when I found out, and hugged me and told me that everything would be all right. A premier athlete at a young age, I was popular and attractive, and I didn't much consider others unless they were in my own circles. I'm certain that Marilla was talking, but realized I wasn't really listening. She contented herself with talking with the others, and gave me space. With breaks, we eventually reached the glade, although by now it was looking much less like a glade. The Rothani and Asu had been pushing to get the ground ready for tilling, and started outlining a path around to the switchback. Up top, the basic structures of our first yurts were coming together. Marilla let out a slow whistle.
You weren't overselling things here, I see. You did all of this inside of a week?
I shook my head.
Not just me. The Rothani, Asu, and Vergal have been a huge help. The Vergal do most of our hunting right now. The Asu do a good degree of scouting and gathering, while the Rothani do physical labor. I cook and switch between jobs, just depending on which groups needs extra hands. Keith's injured for now, since the cougar attack, so while he heals up, he works around the camp itself, brings in fish, makes rope, a lot of the small work that needs doing. He'll get back to the big stuff once his shoulder's back to rights. Probably before then, if I'm being completely honest.
Her face scrunched up.
Just order him to stay in the camp until he is healed. Seems simple enough.
I sighed.
If only. It doesn't work like that for our species. We're all obstinate and independent by nature, even those who are generally well-disposed toward working as a group. I order him to stay in camp. I might as well order him to leave the camp, 'cause that's going to happen.
We were nearly halfway back, taking a break in the shade, when we heard it. Shin and the Skrens caught it first, the ears suddenly perking and diverting in the same direction. Then Prodigal spoke up.
Incoming advanced minds, 2. I sense anxiety, desperation, and a faint trace of hope. I sense no aggression. The second mind is in extreme pain, and the first is panicked. Their minds are all over the place.
Okay, Prodigal, prepare to broadcast my speech to their minds. Everyone else, we have people coming in. Remember, they are not the enemy. The Kathrall are. There are only 2 of them, and 9 of us. They'd have to be madmen to decide to rush us all.
Then came the crashing and crying out, as a humanoid came running through the brush toward us. I had to halt the goal as they readied to fight. The male was one of the Inod, purple-skinned, angular features, and 4 eyes. The center pair of eyes looked forward, while the second pair were angled off. He was stumbling and at his limit. I saw his head above the brush. And then I saw him carrying the other, a woman, her stomach distended in a very familiar way to me as she cried out. He was screaming to us, but Prodigal couldn't get a beat on their thoughts, and the translators were having trouble with it. But then I didn't need it.
Shin! Run for camp, get Keith in his EMT bag. Prodigal, do whatever you can to calm him, and... Biggins, what's your name?
The male ghoul snapped his head around.
I am Traig, son of Gorach.
Right, questions for later.
Traig, protect this group and follow our tracks back. The Enod male needs to rest. Catch up with us when he's ready to go, but don't push him, or he'll pass out.
I ran up to the Enod.
What's her name?
He seemed to understand, even if I could not understand him.
Zira.
I gave the universal signal for him to give her over to me.
My tribe mate is a healer. I'm taking her there. Rest, and catch up when you're rested.
He meekly made a motion with his head that wasn't really a nod or shake, but understood, and allowed me to take Zira. Trying to walk at normal speed was out of the question, but would Keith even be ready by the time I got back? I tested the weight of her as I held her, and something interesting happened. Her skin tone lightened where it touched my skin, going to a lighter shade of purple, and I felt her breathing calm a little bit. She had felt cold, but then, so had the male. Otherwise, she didn't seem to weigh all that much to me, and so I started off, first at a light jog, and picking up speed as we hit the game trails. Shin had left a whole trail of his hop marks, giving a clear path for me to follow. Running as we were, it was as we approached the glade that I heard Shin calling out, and when I saw him, he had Ragnar and Greltha coming up behind him, and like a truly perverse relay race, they took Zira off my hands, and I took a moment of collapsing to the ground. When I regained my breathing, I forced myself up and ran up for the bluff. There was no way I was missing a berth in the middle of everything horrible thing we'd been through. When I got back to camp, I was shocked. A hasty shelter had been erected, using leftover tarp, rope, and had even been given a tarp floor covering, with essentially a table made of containers that had been strapped together around the sides. Keith was blinking a bit, and I saw the signs of the aftermath from the link.
Keith, are you all right to do this?
Yeah, not my first rodeo. Let me see her wristband.
He said, not really awaiting my response, and hit the green button on her wristband. As before with the other species, the Inod liaison popped up in hologram.
This is Keith of Earth. I need you to talk to me until I can understand your words. We're trying to render aid to this woman, but I don't know your biology, and I'll need help talking me through it.
The male on the screen seemed taken aback and started talking, repeating the same thing over and over until...
Tell me when you can understand me.
Got it.
While he was doing that, Keith was draping Zira in his winter coat and clearing a small area to work. This was something for him that was second nature. I took the moment to crash to the ground, and if Keith noticed, he said nothing, instead giving orders to Shin, who fished an emergency blanket out Keith's bag, balled it up as a pillow for the woman, while Keith got the coat on her. He produced what I think was sanitizer from his bag, then donned gloves and a face shield.
Val, I know you're tired, but I need you over here. Hold her hand and just help her along. What's your name, ma'am?
He said with an air of calm in his voice that was surprising.
Zira, you are a healer. Where is Nogrex?
Her voice seemed a little weak, but she was clearly aware of what was going on.
Nogrex is your companion, right? He got you to us, and Val here ran you back immediately. According to Prodigal, he's all right, and he'll be along, but he had to rest. Don't worry, he's safe with us, and we have food and water for you.
That same even tone, but I got the impression he wasn't telling the whole truth. Keith turned to the screen.
All right, I need to know if she can use certain medications, so I can give her something for pain.
The liaison didn't seem to know quite what to do, but eventually an Inod medical expert was brought up, and he and Keith went back and forth as he held up various medicines for inspection, rattling off chemical names and descriptions of the drugs, as well as how they worked. He was moving quickly and kept relaying orders to people. Even with only one arm and hung over, he was still right on point. He made sure to structure the room in such a way that there would be as much privacy as he could get away with. and content with his instructions from the Inod doctor, engaged privacy mode, stating he would call back if he needed further help. In the course of things, we were interrupted by the returning group, and yes, Keith had lied. Traeg was carrying Nogrex on his back, and the Inod male was unconscious, his skin a pale green color. I motioned to Keith, and he looked up for a moment, swore to himself, and sent Greltha to go check things out, having me stay where I was, soothing her, giving her water, and even small bits of food that she gratefully ate. Greltha came back, whispering something to Keith as he continued his work, and Keith quietly said something back. Greltha nodded and went back out. I was startled when the actual birth happened, long after the privacy mode had expired. Zira had gritted her teeth through the pain, and then suddenly there was crying from Keith's end.
And congratulations, Zira. It's a girl.
Zira made a labored, chortling sound, and after cleaning the baby off, Keith had put it in a diaper that had clearly been made out of one of his shirts, swaddled her, and handed her to Zira, who was crying. Keith, meanwhile, stripped off gloves, and the jury-rigged smock and face shield.
All right, Ducky, need you in here for a bit. Val, I'm pretty sure we both need a minute.
We stepped outside, and once we were away from the tent, I got to those false statements earlier.
What happened to Nogrex?
Keith took a moment to answer.
He passed out. Prodigal sensed it before it happened, and they managed to get his wristband. I need to talk with their medical folks again, but I'm pretty sure it was just exertion and dehydration from what Greltha found out.
After everything, especially the neural link, I was just so worn out. So when the Vendrix woman Marilla came up, I sighed. I knew this would be yet another thing before she started speaking.
Greetings. You must be Keith. I am Marilla, and I believe we need to speak as a group.
Yeah, I'm Keith, but you're gonna have to give a minute here now. I need a proper wash-up before I go having a chat with y'all. My apologies for not being here to greet y'all when you arrived, but things went kinda sideways on me there for a bit.
Marilla bowed her head a slight bit in acknowledgement.
That is fully understandable, but I do believe we have a number of things to discuss that are of import.
I nodded, made my excuses, and went over to where we had rigged up the shower. I washed everything up and got myself changed into a different shirt, then came back out. This whole past week had been one insane thing after another, and it wasn't slowing down. Now the Inod presented a new issue, beyond the baby. We hadn't gone looking for them. They had come looking for us. Yeah, it was optimal for what I was going for, but at the same time, it was a huge issue. I checked on Nogrex, and it wasn't just the overexertion, but he clearly hadn't been eating properly. I called Ducky over and had her bring him hot broth and to let him rest. Marilla was waiting by the fire, and she wasn't alone. Traeg had wandered off, but his companion was there, as was Azoku and Val. Prodigal and Hearth were going dormant for the evening, and I could hear the sounds of Ragnar and Greltha getting to work. The timing did seem rather intentional, and Marilla as well as confirmed this when I approached.
Ah, Keith, good. Are we ready to talk?
Apparently, we need to talk as a mood-transcended species lines.
I imagine so. Let me start off here. I'm Keith Morehouse, of Earth, and I've realized that there's a flaw in the game. The basic principle of these games is that it goes until only one species remains. If all of us unify, however, then that state can't occur, and we can block the game. It's like cooperative games on Earth, where we're not really playing against one another, but the game itself. That's the situation here.
Marilla did that same slow head bow.
As may be, but we need to speak on more practical concerns. The reason we have these particular people is specific. Obviously, Val is your compatriot, myself to represent the Vendrix, Hoda here for the Goal, and Azaku for the Vergal. We did not bring in the Rothani or the Asu because really, any of them will simply do whatever you say. The Inod would be here, but they are all currently indisposed, and the Trills have a dormancy period they must observe. You have added 9 mouths to your tribe, Keith, and it has problems, especially since 3 of those new mouths are all medically unable to do anything of current, and our leader is crippled.
She wasn't precisely attacking, but she was definitely making aggressive moves. Thankfully, Azaku spoke up.
In fairness, Keith is healing from the cougar fight, and according to him, will be back to health in a matter of weeks. Even injured, though, Keith is the reason we had a steady supply of fish to supplement my and Chat Huxell's hunting. He's also made a number of the traps and snares that we use, and designed the shelters we're using.
That comment threw Marilla for a moment, but she regained herself.
It still stands that we do not necessarily have an unlimited set of supplies, and yet you still fight to bring all of the other species into this tribe, even the sick and the injured.
She was making a play for both leadership and to try and limit the field. She was being polite about it, but she had a clear agenda, and it was time to put a check to it.
Yes, we are. That is the decision Val and I came to. Now, sure, we could have let the goal kick 3 kinds of shit out of you.
Hoda grinned malevolently.
But fact is, we made that choice. Now, if y'all have a problem with following that, then put frankly, you're free to fuck off to whatever part of the planet you choose, since y'all were doing so great prior to this that y'all were willing to get into a 7-on-2 fight for a single deer.
That one hurt her, and she stumbled a moment. I decided not to give her the time.
Now, I'm willing to hear suggestions on how to make sure everyone gets fed, but make no bones, just 'cause I talk slow, it don't mean I'm stupid. I promised Ravajatik when I threatened him that I'd protect them all, and I mean to honor my word. You can be a part of that or not, but what I'm not going to do is get backed into a corner on this.
Hoda's grin intensified. For her at least, and I imagine Treg, the direct approach to it was best.
Look, I get it. You're in a new group, and you're looking to make your place in it. But this ain't going to be your show. So what solutions you got for where we're at?
Her eyes narrowed a moment, but then went back to her merchant speech.
Well, I would say, obviously, that the shelters need to be completed. It seems you've been working on a clay kiln, which is good, but I can improve that. We need everyone assigned to tasks, and a schedule for them, and with so many different species, we need some form of leadership aside from whatever you and Val come up with.
Her points weren't entirely wrong.
I'll think about the leadership thing, but honestly, right now, we gotta be focused on getting ourselves ready. Weather's been playing nice with us this past week, but something's brewing with those clouds I'm seeing. Aside from that, we're pulling in plants for crops, and the hunting and fishing is pretty good.
Marilla cocked her head quickly to the side.
No, they're not. They were good when you first started, but there are 17 of us now. Even if the trails don't properly eat, and the baby gets its food from its mother, that's 15, and the mother will need extra food just to stay healthy to feed her baby. Simple hunting is not going to be enough for that, especially on foot.
I inhaled slowly, then held my breath a second.
Well, there's a fair, simple way of getting around that. We cheat.
Now she looked confused.
All right, so earlier, I did this whole neural link thing with Hearth and Prodigal, and while I was linked up, I got some of their senses and whatnot. So apparently, they don't just sense advanced minds, they sense all minds. There ain't been much of a reason for them to do anything with it, since, like you said, they don't really eat. But they can sense the minds of animals and whatnot on about them. If we send them with the hunting team, we can use that for hunting.
And once again, everyone's just staring at me. Marilla blinked a couple times.
You let an alien species link your mind elsewhere? Why would you do that? Is that why Azaku was saying you weren't well when we arrived?
Yeah, pretty much. But truth is, the problem wasn't the link. It was when they cut it. They just shut it down immediately, like they would with one of theirs. I wasn't ready for the shift back, sorta like if you were deep in the ocean, then instantly above the surface, what the pressure change would do to you, and, well, yeah, got kind of a hangover going. But other than that, I'm fine. Not even the worst one I've had, by far.
And having been a combat medic in wartime, that was unfortunately true. Marilla mad exasperated exhale that wasn't quite a sigh.
I don't understand your species.
Val smiled a bit.
Neither do we. Now there's still a hunting issue, 'cause even with Prodigal going with the hunting team, there's the weight limits, and if we overhunt, we'll be in trouble. Then there's the caloric expense of the hunting itself. We need a way to start bringing animals in, just like if we were ranching on Earth.
Oh, this is gonna be like that Monster Rancher game I used to play on deployment. Sorry, lost in thought. Alright, so, I think Hearth and Prodigal can help with that. Help us find the animals. Figure we get ourselves some of the birds, clip wings, and that'll give us some meat right there. Plus the eggs and feathers, unless we can find us some yard birds around here. Figure, Grab a few of those deer and fence them in proper. That'd even help our farming, since we'd be getting fertilizer from it. Speaking of farms, we need to get serious about the planting part of it. Spring's moving along, and I want to make sure we're ready to go on that. As to teams, figure Traeg, Azoku, and Prodigal for the hunt team. Farming team's gonna be Val, along with Hoda, Marilla, and Inducky. Fishin's gonna be me, along with Nogrex when he's ready to move. That should be enough, since we got the nets. Then there's Scavenge team, which is Shin and the Screns. Hearth stays to camp, since he's essentially the hub for Prodigal, and he can help out there. I'll also be working on whatever else I can on my end. Pretty much everyone else is going on the build team with Ragnar and Greltha to get us our shelters up.
Marilla was taking notes now as I spoke, but didn't interrupt, waiting for me to finish.
We have other things we need to look at as well. For one, storage. The containers are good enough for a number of things, being fully air and watertight, but we need more. Clay pots are good for that, but if want year-round growth, we need glass to make a hothouse. For that, we need sand from the beach, as well as salt for pickling and preserving, which brings us back to the beach. I would propose we cut a path or road to the beach for easier travel. But I'd like to bring up another thing, transportation. No offense to the Ghoul, Vergal, and humans, but most of the rest of us aren't really built for the level of walking and running we keep having to do. You mentioned that the Trills were able to sense the thoughts of animals. Could they also communicate with them? Because if so, then we could bring in species that would be able to serve as mounts.
I scratched at the stubble on my chin.
I hadn't rightly thought of that, Miss Marilla, but I'm pretty sure they can do that. And it would help us out in the long run. It'd also let us explore more. Maybe even find the source of the iron we've been finding along the river north of here.
How do you know that the Trills can do that?
Marilla sat pensively, setting down her piece of charcoal.
Oh, well, I mean, it's kinda conjecture, I'll admit. But the theory's sound, all figured. So, like, they can sense minds around them, just like we hear, see, or feel. Their telepathy lets them get on in there and communicate around language gaps. That should mean they could actually be talking with the various critters about. That makes sense to you, Miss Marilla?
I mean, the explanation makes sense, Keith, but that's not what I'm asking you. How do you know ways to use their abilities?
She was sitting forward now, and her curiosity wouldn't be denied. It seemed simple from my perspective, but I could see the others were a bit fascinated as well, except Val, who seemed to understand the question and was choking back laughter.
Well, I mean, I don't really, other than the fragments I picked up when I was linked with them earlier. The other stuff's just based on things I learned about potential ways mental powers might work, you know?
Marilla was now showing agitation.
Okay, let's make this simple. Are there humans with mental abilities along the lines of the Trills?
I shook my head and shrugged.
Well, not per se, I reckon. But it's stuff we've thought about a lot.
She took a breath and closed her eyes for a second before responding, and Val was steadily losing the fight to keep from laughing.
In answer to your previous question, no, we don't know. Aside from you two, no one here knows how you keep coming up with new ways to use the abilities of the Trills. By your own statement, your species doesn't even have abilities like they do. I talked with Prodigal and Hearth, and even they're not clear on how you keep thinking about ways to use their capabilities, that even they haven't considered some of them despite living with these abilities their whole lives.
Val finally lost the fight and was nearly crying. She was laughing so hard. It brought the others around to her, and she spoke up as she wiped a tear from her eye.
Sorry. I know this is a serious conversation, but the answer's just ridiculous. Keith, I don't think any of these species, or the Kathrall, have science fiction.
Well, shit. I'd been making the assumption that all these various species had stories of the supernatural from their species' perspective, because why wouldn't they? Because humans are different.
Shit. Sorry, okay. So on Earth, we have a pretty massive set of industries built around entertainment. One of our favorite pastimes as a species is creating made-up stories in various mediums. A large genre of this is called science fiction. Basically, it's a bunch of stories based around scientific principles, hypotheses, and theories. Of these stories, ones about supernatural abilities are a huge thing. For instance, what we call superheroes. As an example of that one, you've got Jean Grey, who in the stories is an incredibly power telepath.
Marilla's facade slipped. She was just gawking at me, and I realized I'd just blown the minds of every non-human listening. There had to be a better way to explain. Got it. I hit the green button on my wristband, and up popped Annabelle.
Hey, Miss Annabelle. Sorry to be disturbing this evening, but I need a favor if and you can. Could you stream us a movie on this screen? Let me think. Let's go with The Last Starfighter, thanks.
Annabelle nodded, not quite sure what was going on, but a guy in a Tron shirt came on screen for a moment, and after about 10-15 minutes, Annabelle cut away. I figured that the Kathrall had not thought of this in the rules, since, why would they? Who is going to call out to watch a random movie from their homeworld in the middle of a survival game? While that was in the works, I decided to press my luck and called out,
Hey, Ravage-a-Tick. Need to have a word with you. Donut ain't bad, just some tech support shit. We'll be having another chat later about some stuff.
Ravage-a-Tick's screen popped up, and the man looked nervous.
And what is it that you wanted to ask me, Survivor Keith?
Well, about my screen with Annabelle. Can I increase the screen size? It's a bit small for what I'm trying to do here.
Ravage-a-Tick seemed confused for a moment, but dismissed it.
Yes, it's simple enough. There's an icon in the lower left corner. If you press it, there will be a bar that can resize the image. Why do you need it larger?
So I can show the tribe something from back home. Thanks.
And broke the connection. I fiddled with the wristband controls from there, not only finding the controls to increase size, but volume, subtitles. There was even one for setting a fixed projection, so I wouldn't have to stay still. Annabelle came back and apparently had gotten the go-ahead from her higher-ups. I set the screen to the size of a proper theater screen and got the volume up, then stabilized it. The screen went black for a moment, and up came the beginning of The Last Starfighter. Val came over to sit with me.
You know, I've never seen this movie.
I smiled.
I figured. Does this feel like a weird waste of time?
Her smile brightened even more.
Absolutely. And that's what's great about it. Everyone here's just been thinking about survival for a week, and it's like you said, we have to stop surviving as fast as possible. This is part of that.
Several flashes of light went off behind us, and we looked back to see bags had been transported in. Inside the bags, it looked like a gang of overhyped 12-year-old had raided a concession stand. One of the bags was literally just a giant bag of movie theater popcorn, still warm. Others contained various kinds of pop and just so much candy. Yet another bag had movie theater buckets in it, from the Baghdad Theater in downtown Portland. Since I already knew the movie cold, I worked concessions, bringing stuff to everyone. It was like one of those summer movies in the park back home, and when I came back, I brought 2 of the Afghans with me for me and Val to relax on and cover up with as the cooler air of the night came in. And that is how 8 different alien species came to be watching The Last Starfighter on an uncolonized alien planet. As the movie went on, I wanted to see how the others were reacting to it, but became distracted when Val snuggled into me. It had been way too long since I'd felt that weight of another person on me, and on instinct, I kissed her on the temple as I settled in, and we just laid there on our blanket, watching. At a certain point, I wasn't really watching the movie anymore, and just lying there with Val, lightly stroking her hair, until she looked up at me. And we paused there for a moment, and I laid one hand on her cheek, not even noticing the shoulder pain, then leaned in, and there, I kissed Val for the first time, and she kissed back. Every fiber of me wanted to deepen it, but there were rather a few people there, so we just sort of stayed there for a while until I heard a slight coughing noise. It was Marilla, who looked like she was a teacher who'd caught us making out behind the bleachers.
So, the movie is over. I have a lot of questions.
Val laughed into my chest, and I could feel her blushing.
Yeah, just give a minute.
Marilla smirked.
Only a minute?
She walked off, and I closed the holoscreen.
I really want to continue this, but...
Val kissed me.
We're the only 2 humans stranded on an alien world. We've got time. I'm gonna go freshen up.
Everyone was waiting around the fire for me, and it was clear that we had not been quite as discreet as we thought we had. Ducky was nearly vibrating.
All right, so what did everyone think of the movie?
Marilla quirked an eyebrow, and her smile was nearly predatory.
Oh, it was an interesting affair, to be sure. These movies are common on your world?
I nodded, avoiding the baited words.
Oh yeah, we make things like that constantly, for over 100 years now. They vary by what era of filmmaking, genre, and whatnot.
And none of those alien races were real?
She seemed particularly interested in that point.
No, just stuff we made up for our amusement.
I shrugged.
How many of these movies are there?
Marilla was coming to a point.
Thousands upon thousands of them.
So that's how your species knows so much. You're not a species of geniuses, in so much as you've simply kept making things up. And now, the things you've made up have proven to be at least peripherally true. And, because you made up so many different things, that's why you're able to think around abilities like the trails possibly better than they can.
She said matter-of-factly. She wasn't asking, she was informing her conclusion.
I mean, I'm not an expert by any means, but it sounds about right, I reckon.
Azaku joined the conversation now.
And how many of these movies of yours concern humanity fighting against technologically superior species?
I held up my hands, trying to find a better answer, but I'd have to stick with the truth.
I don't know how many, but it's a lot. But sometimes we also imagine ourselves as the bad guys. Hell, some stories don't even have humans in them at all. Generally, when we make up a species, we use ourselves as the average and make the species around various virtues and vices of humanity, so they're usually more of an allegory for ourselves.
Trade cut in.
I like Grig. One starfighter against the Armada. He is a strong warrior.
We discussed the movie back and forth for a time, answering various questions about humanity, our imagining of the alien species, and other general stuff they liked or didn't like about the movie. It was almost a totally normal discussion, if not for the game, until another thing happened. Ragnar shook his head, throwing up his arms in a way that I had done a few times this past week.
I just don't understand how a united species could dream up so many conflicts.
I nearly choked on my Dr. Pepper.
What?
It was my turn to be looking at everyone dumbfounded for a moment before I could respond.
Y'all, I'm not sure what ideas you've got in your head, but we are not a united species. Earth's got like 208 sovereign nations, and I promise y'all, sure as shootin', we're fighting each other somewhere in the world right now.
Marilla blinked, and her face read that I just told her that the sun rose in the west.
That makes no sense. You're this advanced, and you haven't unified? I unified my planet, and we don't half the advances your species boasts.
Val came walking over, drying her hair with a spare sweater.
Did I walk in on something?
I was scrambling, trying to figure out how to explain.
Look, humans didn't all advance together. Our planet has tons of impediments to that. First off, 3/4 of it's water. Last I remember learning, but it ain't just that. We've got 7 continents, scattered islands all over the place, and natural barriers that cut us off from each other. So everyone just, sorta, came up on their own till we started running into each other again. We had language barriers as well, over time.
Azoku's eyes narrowed.
7 continents? My own world has but 2. I'm not sure about the rest of you.
Everyone was now starting to get in on it, and it wouldn't get explained at all.
Look, okay, let's back the train up a minute. On about 65 million years ago, Earth only had the one continent, which we call Pangea. Humans weren't even a thing yet, but an asteroid struck our planet, big one, and it caused what's called a tectonic shift, if I'm remembering high school right. The continent broke apart and started drifting, till we're where we're at now. There was a ton of smoke and shit that got into the sky, caused an ice age, and it's out of it that humans evolved.
Marilla was weighing everything I said, but she seemed to believe me.
And when did humans evolve?
Well, if YouTube's to be believed, we showed up about 250,000 years ago, but it'd be a while before we really got off the ground. Got a talkin' round about 50,000 years after that, and it was off to the races.
I shrugged, not really sure if they would understand the sheer amount of time involved.
Your entire species is only 250,000 years old? My own species predates you by close to 1,000,000 years, and we're nowhere near you technologically.
Marilla wasn't even arguing now, just assessing, measuring, and counting. I shrugged.
Look, y'all, I'm not an expert on this. I know what I was taught in school, and Val's got me beat on that note, on account of actually going to college. We're getting away from the point. Earth ain't nearly united. We've been fighting each other for our whole history. And yeah, we'll mostly link up on the alien thing. But we'll still also be fighting each other, not even just militarily.
Azoku came back in, his tail swishing back and forth.
What sort of fighting will your people engage aside from military conquest?
I mean, we literally have professional fighters. Boxing, martial arts, UFC, various styles of wrestling, shooting competitions. Hell, cooking competitions are a common thing on Earth.
Might as well mention the not hurting people stuff.
And then we'll compete at video games, survival games. Once watched a couple of army buddies of mine work out how to play an advanced strategy game in the middle of the desert with rocks for pieces, and whatever leftover stuff they had around camp.
Traeg laughed.
I like these humans. Wait, how do you compete at cooking?
Val smiled and took her moment to step in.
Well, it depends. In something like a cook-off, everyone's making the same dish, but it's about who can make it better than the other competitors. Then you have competitions where all the contestants get a group of ingredients to use, and it's not only about cooking well, but who can make the best use of the ingredients, the most inventive dish. I used to compete myself. I was an athlete, and good enough to be heading to the Olympics if I hadn't gotten pregnant in college. I competed in a broad spectrum of events called track and field. This included 100, 200, and 300-meter sprints, hurdles at 110 meters, relay races where we run to hand off a baton to our teammate, who takes over running to next teammate. Then you've got longer races, 800 meters, 1,500 meters, on up. Then there's high jump, long jump, triple jump, pole vault. Then we have throwing competitions with javelin throws, hammer toss, discus, and shot put. I was really good in javelin and hammer toss.
Val looked wistfully into the night. Marilla jumped in.
That's a lot of competitions for just this Olympics.
Oh, I'm not done. Then there's the marathon, a 26-mile run, and finally the decathlon and heptathlon. I wanted to be the first woman to officially compete in the decathlon. It's 10 of those events, essentially back-to-back. And that is one Olympic category. There are dozens more events, with the greatest athletes from all over the world competing against one another to see who the best is. There isn't even really a cash prize. It's all for the prestige. And none of that covers the stuff that goes on in the Winter Olympics. Ooh, I know something.
Val called up Annabelle and asked her to bring up the footage for the gold medal winning performance for pairs figure skating from the last Olympics. Annabelle shrugged and put up the video. Marilla watched two humans in the middle of the Olympic stadium and showed everyone as they executed their performance. At first, Azoku sniggered. Then, eventually, he was watching with rapt attention like everyone else about a minute in, when the male performer sent his female companion spinning into the air while moving, effortlessly directing her back onto her feet as she came back down. Shin was the first to speak.
Wait, when you kicked me, were you holding back?
Yeah, I didn't want to injure you, just get you to stop fighting me.
She looked sheepishly at him as she said it.
I've never been hit that hard in my entire life.
And Shin hopped off, taking some leftover snacks with him. Hoda finally decided to join the conversation, if only briefly.
I am one of strongest of the women in my species, and I could not do that. How long do they train for this?
Val looked her in the eyes, tearing up a bit.
Our whole lives, to get even one chance to stand in that stadium.
I startled when my wristband beeped, and when I hit the button, it wasn't Annabelle, but Ravage-a-Tick who came up.
Survivor Keith, we need to have a private word.
The message cut off, and my privacy mode engaged, with a little infinity symbol where the countdown clock was.
Welp, apparently our esteemed host wants a word. This'll be fun. Val, can you finish up the questions and answers, please? You're doing a way better job than me at it anyway.
I headed off, touching Hearth lightly on the arm as I passed his dormant form, and down toward the waterfall, until I heard the beep again and hit the button. Ravage-a-Tick was there, but it was different. He was in an office of some kind, his own I'd imagine, and he didn't have the usual screens going behind him. His entire demeanor had shrunk.
May we dispense with the veneers we wear for the show?
I smirked.
I'm game if you are.
He did catch the joke and gave a little alien laugh.
Your species has diverted the games a great deal, and apparently, you are preparing to do so more. And now, species are approaching you, rather than you having to go out to convince them of your intentions. I applaud you humans, truly. No species that we have known in the history of our dominion has shown the sort of cleverness or determination you humans have. The Emperor has taken notice of you.
I waited for the tacked-on bit, but it didn't come.
And what does the Emperor want?
Ravage-tik sat back.
To relieve your burden, he is willing to declare humanity as the victors of pre-warp survival on merit.
Val could go home. She could get back to Cassie, her daughter, and not still be trapped here. But
what happens to the other species if we take the deal?
They will be taken over by the Kathrall Dominion, by the Emperor's command, but you...
I shook my head.
No deal.
Ravage-tik exhaled, crossing his lower arms, laying one arm along the crossed ones, and stroked a hand over his face with the fourth. It wasn't surprise. It was just inevitability.
I said you would respond as such when the Emperor spoke to me about this. He will ask why you would not take this deal. Your entire species ascended in one simple decision.
I gave my word, and I won't abandon them. But what about a counteroffer?
I mean, in for a penny, in for a pound, right? Ravage-tik started laughing. Not the controlled, forced laughter I had seen previously during broadcasts, but genuine belly laughing. He even seemed to start doing whatever the Kathrall of honking is as he lost control.
A counteroffer, you say? Oh, I would love to hear this one, Keith.
Time to bite down hard.
We stay in the game, and you come up with 3 challenges for me. You can make them as hard your Emperor thinks is amenable for what I want for completing them. For each challenge, I want 1 species back from the Telesh, the Migrine, and the Aqualians.
There was no laughter. No movement from the game master. He just sat there, staring at me for nearly a minute before speaking again.
You really meant you would protect them all?
I took my arm out of the sling and for the first time properly stretched it, if slowly.
In one of the founding documents of my nation, it reads, "We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, endowed by their Creator with certain inalienable rights, that chief among these rights are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness." Now, most my people wouldn't take it this far, but they ain't me. I will protect them all. I will find a way to beat your Emperor's game, and I will find a way to free the others your dominion has enslaved. This is my war, and it's done when I win, or when I draw my last breath.
Ravage-tik really didn't have much else to say, other than that he would take my counteroffer to the Emperor and signed off, the privacy mode ending as the holo closed. There really wasn't much else to say, so I was standing there by myself at night. I looked up toward the bluff, seeing the barest of glows from up above. Between fires for the smokers, the stone kiln we'd changed over to an oven, and the actual campfire, we were starting to be more noticeable. However, this was the first unstructured time I'd had since arriving on this planet. Everything had been a rush out of the gate, the next step, the crisis, the next week, threatening an intergalactic empire twice inside of a week, rescues, explanations, and even my own internal issues. Honestly, I just needed some time for myself, and this was the best time I had to do so. I let Hearth know to cut our connection and decided to take a stroll. Sure, the trills would still sense my mind, especially since the neural link, but their part was done now, and I wanted whatever time to myself I could get. He'd already relayed the conversation with the game master, so whatever the reaction on the bluff was, it could wait. I took a walk in the woods, looking up. Another that I hadn't done was this, stargazing. Sure, I'd seen the stars and the moon, but I hadn't really seen them. It was different, and finding a suitable climbing tree, I scrambled on up top to get a better look beyond the tree line. The climb was a bit more challenging with one arm, but I managed. The moon was full, and the stars were all shown at full luster, and for the first time, I just stood, viewing out. It really was a beautiful world. I chuckled, remembering an early scene from Men in Black, when Kay's partner talked about how they never just looked at the stars anymore, and I was now standing on another world. I realized I wasn't even looking for Earth. Haphazardly, I was trying to draw constellations in the sky between the most noticeable stars. It was something Grandma loved to do, and it just felt great to finally have the chance to just relax and look out. Jesus, 1 week. It felt like forever ago since I'd arrived here. So much had happened. Feeling a wistfulness, I reached into the pocket of my jacket and pulled out a wooden flute. I'd whittled together while Val had been running around. I smiled, remembering the Cherokee reservation I'd visited as a scout. They were gearing up for a powwow, and we'd signed up to stay there and help out. At the time, I was upset because other kids got to go help with food, horses, and the other fun stuff, while I got stuck with a bunch of old guys whittling away to make souvenirs for sale. In the end, I had a great time, as they all had a ton of stories, and I made so many flutes like this. I'd made it when I got sick of skinning and braiding bark for ropes and needed a change of pace that occupied my hands. It had 5 finger holes, and I'd tied on a grouse feather with a strap of leather from the cougar hide. I started playing it, at first just kind of fiddling to make sure it was in order, and once I was sure, I remembered some songs I knew how to play on it. I Stand Alone from Quest for Camelot went ringing out over the woods. I remembered when Pops found a copy on VHS, and I played it and replayed it so often the tape wore out. I still owned both a Blu-ray of it as well as a digital copy. Then I played Looking Through Your Eyes, and my thoughts strayed to Val. I was falling in love with her quickly, and it wasn't hard to see why. Sure, she was beautiful, but she was someone who'd overcome so much and had never lost her passion. She was direct, didn't play games, and was understanding. I could depend on her easily enough, and we'd had literal days of just the two of us. And then I felt ashamed. It wasn't about Kendra, though. It was Cassie, Val's daughter. I had stared the chance for her to get back home right in the eyes, with no threat to Earth, to back there with her, and shut it down without consideration or input from anyone. She was likely to be angry, and I couldn't knock her for that. She'd be in the right to be pissed. I may have potentially cost her her ride home, and all because I couldn't bend on my stance. But if I did pull everyone in, only to then screw off home and leave them to their fates, then I couldn't live with myself. Cassie had to be scared as well, seeing the threats that were out there for her mom, the fights where she could die at any moment, that ever-present threat that she could die in a moment.
God, Pop. What do I even do? It's just so big. It's too big. The fates of dozens of species, Earth, this whole thing. I see a path forward, but it all just keeps piling up. One thing after another.
I heard a beep from my wristband and looked at it. There was almost no chance Ravage-Atik could have gotten back to me this fast, and that only left one other. I pushed the button, and up popped Annabelle. By the way she was able to look directly at me, I had to guess there was some sort of vision enhancement to the cameras or whatever they were using.
Good evening, Keith. I know it's late, and you probably want to get back to camp for some sleep, but I was hoping you might be up for an interview, though I do understand if you say no.
I wiped my eyes real quick and chuckled.
Why not, Miss Annabelle?
She launched directly into the heart of it.
So, according to the conversations at camp, it seems you were given an offer by Ravage-Atik and turned it down. Could you maybe give us some insight into your thought process here?
Sure.
I shrugged, trading flute for pipe and lighting it as I gave my response.
Well, the deal was pretty simple. We get declared the winners by merit, but everyone else loses and gets taken by the Kathrall Dominion to serve as slaves. I said no deal. I figure some on Earth are kinda upset at me on that point, but I couldn't go breaking my word to these folks, and the others that are now looking to join us on the back of our offering to shelter them.
She nodded in feigned meaningfulness, waiting for me to finish.
And how does this decision fit in with your overall strategy?
Well, I'd sort of talked about it already.
My strategy, as you call it, is to break the game, and this deal means it's working. Oh, I expect them to come barreling up my ass for it, but what are they gonna do? Make me survive more? Anything they do is acknowledging that I'm right, and as a group, we can handle whatever they're dishing out. Apologies for the language.
She quirked an eyebrow at the apology.
It's fine. You're under a lot of pressure there, but I want to focus on that term. Break the game. How do you intend to break it?
I already have, Miss Annabelle. Just bringing on the Rathani started it, sure, but add in the others, it's just caused the cracks to widen. When our hosts put out the rules, the whole thing's based on a single outcome. Be the last species surviving. Now, of course, they can't just take out teams, or they'd show their hand and the game stop working. So what happens if we just don't fight each other? What if we all throw in together, to give us the best chance to survive overall? How does the game end if the players stop playing?
I took a moment to blow smoke a chain of little smoke rings.
Should also say that wasn't the only part. I did put up a counteroffer.
Annabelle startled at that one.
You made a counteroffer? What was it?
I slowly let out a mass of smoke that wrapped around in the air. I'd done it before, and the look made me look just a touch demonic.
Pretty simple. I challenge the Emperor to give me 3 challenges. For each I succeed, I get back one of the eliminated teams, and their world gets spared till the game ends, at least.
This was a thin blade to be standing on. By making the deal public, I couldn't be ignored. And more importantly, I could try to sway the crowd. Just like gladiators in Rome could become so popular that they could make changes in Rome, or just their own condition by becoming a crowd favorite. The blade, however, was in the possibility of pissing off the Emperor by airing it publicly. Annabelle took a slow breath before continuing.
Why try to get back eliminated competitors? And what are the challenges you'll be facing?
I shrugged.
Well, to the challenges, I don't know. I only just made the offer, so I gotta wait to see if the Emperor can be convinced to go with it. As to why, it's pretty simple, I reckon. I want them to stay free, and I don't want their homeworlds to be assaulted. I want every one of us to go home from this. We can win. We just gotta work together and stay the course. Really, the world's been pretty agreeable as yet, so the survival end's been work. But nothing compared to Earth so far, even considering the cougar attack.
On the subject of the attack, I see that you don't have your arm in the sling right now. How is the healing process going on that?
She was calling attention to the viewers as she said it. I stretched my arm out for a moment in demonstration as I replied,
It's coming along well, all things considered. It's still sore, that and the ribs. But really, it's doing pretty well. Sling was mostly to keep my shoulder in position to make sure it's lined up right. Now, I'm just working on the physical therapy end, which'll take a bit. But all in all, coming along nicely.
Annabelle nodded again and then put a hand up to her earpiece.
I'm sorry, Keith, but we'll need to cut this interview a bit short. You may want to get back to camp quickly. There's a fight breaking out.
As quickly as I could, I cut off the screen and began scrambling down the tree. I closed in, starting to hear the commotion up above. I came up the rise to see Val being held back by Azoku, Ragnar, and Greltha, while Marilla was on the ground being tended by her guard. And if I was seeing it right, the 3 were losing the fight to keep Val restrained.
Everyone stand down and stand the fuck by.
Everyone froze where they were, Val included. Since returning to civilian life, I'd made a conscious effort not to use army voice around civilians, since it tended to shock people. But I'd sorta had it.
I finally get 1 goddamned hour to myself in this whole run, and y'all start some schoolyard shit while I'm out?
Marilla started to speak, and I cut her off.
Shut the f*** up. Ducky, what happened?
Ducky looked legitimately afraid just then as she hopped forward, which I felt bad about, but not much I could do at the moment as she started in.
Well, it was okay at first. I mean, we were all curious about what the conversation was about. Then we got the stuff from Hearth, and Marilla got mad. Val tried to calm her down, and then Marilla said something about her daughter, and Val punched her. Azaku got to her first, but not before she hit her. And then, well, Azaku called for Ragnar and Greltha. The Skrens hid, and Hoda and Treg started making bets on how long the fight would go.
Thank you, Ducky.
I turned and marched toward Marilla. Her guard stood up to block me, and fuck, I can't remember his name right now. I punched him in the throat and stepped past him as he fell, calling over to the Treg to have him restrained.
You want to explain to me when you thought that taking a swing at her kid was relevant?
It's your fault.
She stayed on the ground as she spoke.
Answer my question!
I was really done with shit like this. I was starting to shake from the anger, and I could feel the pain in my ribs from it. Marilla took a moment and composed herself.
There wasn't. I lost my temper, and I'm sorry, Keith.
I am not the one you owe the apology to. Stand up and hold.
and I offered her my hand to help her up. Marilla on her feet, I turned.
Val, come here, please.
Val came up, not afraid, but still a bit pissed.
Val, I was a dad. I get it. And if it was just some daft bitch in a bar, it wouldn't even be a thing. But we're fighting for all our lives here, and we can't be getting into fights like this. What did she say exactly?
Val took a steadying breath.
Well, when she wasn't getting anywhere with calling me an unfit mother, she decided to call me a slattern, called Cassie a bastard, and she didn't get to whatever it was she was about to say after that.
I gave it a moment, nodding.
All right, here it is, both of you. We are all on edge here. We've been pushed to the brink for a week, physically, mentally, emotionally, and it's impossible to believe that we're all just gonna get along and be friends. All of us are in this to save our people, and that's its own weight on top of everything else. I don't need us to be friends, but we have to have respect for each other, or this whole thing goes up in flames. So from now on, and this is for everyone, if you've got an issue with each other, bring it to me. If you guys probably all have issues with me, bring those to me too. I'm in charge, that's the job. Now both of you, apologize for your parts in it, and then hug, brofist, high five, whatever you want to do to signify that this fight ends here and now.
I called Ducky back over and knelt down to speak to her.
I'm sorry for scaring you, hun. I was mad, but not at you, okay? Can you get Shin and have him let the Skrens know the situation's resolved?
She nodded and...
Thank you, Keith. And I'm sorry we ruined your alone time.
It's fine, Bit. Mistakes happen, and I'm sorry for yelling at you. You didn't do anything wrong.
I hugged her before she bounded off after Shin. I turned back to see Val explaining what a brofist was to not only Marilla, but Asoku and the Goal, who wanted to know what it was now that the fight was stopped. I helped with the demonstration, then went over to where Marilla's guard was.
I'm sorry for hitting you. That wasn't about you, so much as getting a point across, not just between them, but the rest of the group, the Goals especially.
He nodded, but one of the side points of getting throat punched is, well, you're really not in a talking mood. He did, however, hold up a fist for the brofist, and I obliged. I dispersed everyone and stopped by the Enod tent, where I heard a baby crying. Zara was there trying to soothe her, but nothing seemed to be working.
Hey, ma'am. Sorry about the ruckus out there and my part in it. Anything I can do to help?
She a long, slow hiss of breath.
It's fine, Keith. It's not just the noise, she's cold. Our species doesn't retain body heat well, and I'm doing my best.
God damn it, I hadn't asked. I mean, cats on Earth essentially had the same problem, which is why they would tend to sleep on each other and take naps in sunny places where it was warmer.
Hang on, we can help with her. First, do you trust me to hold on to her? My species is endothermic. We generate our own heat.
She made a motion with her hand and held up the child. Thinking about it, Nogrex hadn't run into an issue since we'd done nothing but pump him full of warm water and hot broth since he'd woken up from his fainting episode. I turned to walk out of the shelter, but signaled her to come out with me, walking over to the fire with her as her daughter began to settle from the warmth.
Okay, now, I gotta go grab some things, and I'll be right back, okay?
What I was after was our stunning trade in jackalope pelts. They were softly furred animals, so I wouldn't need to worry it would irritate the baby's skin. For a while, I just sat at the fire with Zara, offering her some leftover popcorn and snacks, while I grabbed some sticks and reeds that had been gathered for making baskets. I used them to make a basic framework, then added stitched-together jackalope pelts to make a backwoods bassinet, complete with some pieces that could be closed over top to hold in the heat a bit better, while also making sure the kid would get air. It took a bit, but Zara was positively beaming when I presented it to her. I even pointed out that she could put warm stones from near the fire in the gap at the bottom to provide a heat source, and promised to work on some more solutions for them all so they could be comfortable. After Mom and Baby went off to bed, I was back to my own devices again for a bit. Val was in the shelter, though I doubted she was asleep. Likely she was trying to come down still from the night's events. I decided to let her have her space for the moment since I needed a minute myself. Once everything quieted down, I banked the fires the Rathani wouldn't need, dropped off an extra warming stone for the Enod, and came into my own shelter. Val was laying in my hammock, and unless I was very much incorrect, rather unclothed beneath the Afghan and sleeping bag. She had, however, fallen asleep. I'm an idiot. Now, my will said, oh yes, we've got this, while my ribs were more like, the fuck you do. However, I was also at least smart enough to know that if I went to her hammock, it would look like I spurned her, so to middle ground. I stripped down myself and gingerly climbed into the hammock with her. She did stir a little bit, but rolled into position, and I kissed her forehead, feeling her body laying against my own. I meant to stay up for a bit and just sort of luxuriate in the moment, but I lost that fight fast. I was fully out inside of 10 minutes. It was the first honest night's sleep I'd fully gotten since before this event started. No dreams of another life came to me. No fear when the dreams ended. I even slept late for once, and by the time I came to, Val was looking down at me, her curly red hair fully unbound by braids or straps, and my ribs fully lost the fight, and it was all I could do to think to hit privacy mode and think to heart that we weren't to be disturbed before I lost control of things. When we did eventually exit the tent, it was very clear that everyone knew what had happened. 2 telepaths, Asu hearing, and Ducky having no ability not to air every thought she ever had seen to that. Even Marilla was smirking as we came over for breakfast, where Azoku offered up a brofist for me as I took a seat on the rock next to him. As we ate, however, all of our wristbands beeped an alert. We put up the holo and it was Ravajahtik in full game master.
Good morning, viewers and survivors, and welcome to another amazing day of pre-warp survival. As our regular viewers well know, we have come to the point in the competition where we will face our first survival event.
Oh, Christ, I hadn't accounted for that, but he'd mentioned offhandedly that there would be other rules later. This was one of them, apparently. Ravajahtik made a big show of things, clearly taking some joy in whatever responses he was getting.
And what is our first event? Well, my viewers, my survivors, it is the gathering storm. Our advanced weather satellites are tracking a major storm that will make landfall in just 48 hours. With winds as high as 50 miles per hour, hailstones, and pouring rain, this storm stands as one of the strongest ever recorded in the history of the Kathrall. May the Emperor reign eternal.
I looked at Val and mouthed, strongest? To which she shrugged, and I looked around the rest of the table as they heard the news. Their reactions were very different than ours. They were terrified. I did a short whistle, signaled Hearth, and sent along my thoughts. Guys, it's fine. Both me and Val have been in worse storms than this. We designed the yurts expecting Earth weather. Unintentionally, this had the effect of showing everyone Earth's storms, and what started as incredulous looks turned to sheer shock as they saw the times I'd watched storms roll in, back home, and even the times I'd witnessed tornadoes touch down. Ravajahtik was still talking as we did this.
Now, of course, with such peril at hand, we here at Pre-Warp Survival also have prizes for those who weather the storm's fury. Prizes will be given out to all competitors who are not eliminated due to the storm or by side effects of the storm, such as starvation, injury, hypothermia, or other medical issues. For each survivor, complete the event to get an item to help you in the event to come, and 1 item from home. Best of luck to all of our competitors. May the Emperor reign eternal.
The transmission cut off, and we sat quietly for a moment before I started in.
Okay, 24-hour working party. We need those shelters finished quick as we can. We also need raid all our old campsites for everything left there, and see if we can wrangle up the others. We've got 2 days to batten down the hatches, and we can do this.
While the storm, by all accounts, wouldn't be all that bad by Earth standards, there were still concerns. For one, we didn't have any modern housing to shield us from it, so we were going to need to finish up the yurts and make sure they could stand up to it. We wouldn't be able to build enough for everyone either. Yet, second to that, hailstones. Now, the wind speed wasn't high, at least not by the standards of Earth, but that still leaves us with rocks falling from the sky. My designs had originally just used the tarps for the roof to make it easier on us, but that wouldn't be enough to protect from hail, so thatching roofs just got added to the list. First, we needed folks in the right groups, and Val seemed ready on that count.
Okay, top of the order. Treg, I'm pulling you from hunting. You're great, but you're physically the strongest one here, and we need you over with the Rothani on getting lumber. Ducky, Shin, and Skrenz need you guys to communicate with everyone where their original camps were, then go scavenge anything you can. Hoda, head down to the river and reset the nets across the full river for right now. We'll need as much as we can before the storm sets in. Marilla, Fionn, and Nogrex will need you all getting firewood, much as you can, and get it somewhere dry, as well as thatch for the roofs. For the rest of us, we'll be getting the building going. Everyone, break after we eat.
After breakfast, everyone moved off to their assigned tasks. The Asu went around to everyone and ended up taking Prodigal with them and the Skrenz to find the camps quicker as they got descriptions. Hoda replaced the nets quickly and came back up, joining the building team as we laid into it directly. By now, the first shelter was mostly built. The structure was 2 rings of vertical logs, one just outside the other, with a section arranged to allow for a fireplace and a chimney. Between those logs, we dropped branches and such, creating a level of insulation. If not great, it would at least be something. Then it was a matter of laying out and tying down the tarps on top of the structure, which came down to Val and Hoda climbing up and working. Merla and Fionn made semi-regular trips back, Fionn dragging container shell loads of firewood and brush. I, meanwhile, began lashing doors together. Ensuring they were properly measured and could pivot was more fiddly than difficult. There was a sweet spot to it, so that the door would stay mostly still, but not be difficult to open and be insulated as well. Then there was the matter of latching. On the inside, I made a strap-in hook to be able to lock the door from the inside, while on the outside, an actual latch was used. I had to redo it a couple of times to get it done properly, but that's just how things work in the wilderness. Try a thing that should work, find out it doesn't, swear, try again, swear, and repeat the process until it's all functional. It was a few hours later, as I was laying down my completed doors, that my wristband beeped, and by reaction, so did Val's. Hitting the green button, up popped Annabelle, and the look on her face was dire.
Afternoon, Miss Annabelle. I reckon now ain't the beat.
Keith, listen, they showed us footage of the storm, some of it the initial view of the storm forming, but they've been giving us a live feed of it, and their estimates are off, way off,
she said, all trace of the anchor woman missing from her talk.
Their readings are from when the storm first started forming, and they haven't been tracking it much since. It got bigger, somewhere in the neighborhood of Cat 1. Right now, though, it's back building along from the mountains to the northeast of your position.
Shit.
And how is it they ain't got this info, Annabelle?
Annabelle shrugged.
Our best guess is that they're telling the truth. The storm they're pointing out to you is the worst storm their species has ever recorded. As in, at all. I'd be very surprised if they bothered advancing their meteorology past the necessity point.
Fuck. It made sense. Meteorology on Earth had only truly advanced because it was necessary, because storms on Earth could be so incredibly severe, including such fun as tropical storms, tornadoes, hurricanes, and blizzards, and each with their own categorizations of how much the storm would be capable of destroying. Fundamentally, if the Kathrall had never had to be on the receiving end of worse than a tropical storm, then they wouldn't be likely to devote significant research to that point.
All right, Miss Annabelle, so figure it's back building. If it's a 1 now, that'll put her, 2, possible 3 when she drops on us?
Annabelle nodded soberly as my wrist beeped again, and pressing the button now brought up Ravage Tick alongside Annabelle.
Survivor Keith, we here with the Kathrall Dominion, may the Emperor reign eternal, noticed your conversation with your liaison. What do these numbers mean?
Give me a sec, Rav. Gotta get folks squared away real quick,
I said, turning.
Val, storm's gonna be a 2 or a 3. We need windbreaks along the ridgeline.
Val swore and started directing Hoda, and I turned back to my screens.
All right now, y'all. Where were we? Right. Miss Annabelle, could I get your help on showing him images and whatnot? Figure this'll go quicker if we got something to show him. Rav, the CAT stands for a scale we use for storms on Earth. It's a measure of size, general wind force, how much the sucker eats, or destroys, as far as storms go. Now, to put it to you in a way y'all get, the storm you told us about wouldn't make the scale, just a tropical storm, and off we trot. Sure, it's not great if you're off in the woods like, but it ain't nothing to write home about, if you catch my meaning. Cat 1 is where it starts to pick up. There are 6 categories, and we use them to rate things like hurricanes, tornadoes, and other severe storms.
Ravajaitik showed interest in this, leaning forward a little.
You keep mentioning these tornadoes. What are they?
Oh, God damn it.
Well, damn. Miss Annabelle, while I talk about this, could you have your boys in the booth bring up a string of videos of tornadoes, from F0 to F5? I'll need to be showing him or he won't get it. Basically, Rav, the naders are wind funnels that are sometimes created due to storm fronts on Earth. Particular regions, such as my home state of Tennessee, are sorta in the perfect spot for 'em, and we get 'em pretty much every year around the same time, since that's when the conditions for it come together.
Annabelle brought up a video of a small tornado moving along. Ravajaitik's eyes bugged out at the sight.
And this? This is a real weather event on Earth?
I moved Annabelle's screen so that I could use it the same way a weatherman would, while keeping my focus on Ravajaitik.
Sure as shooting, buddy. Now this right here's an F1 tornado. You're looking at sustained wind speeds of 75 to 110 miles an hour.
110 miles per hour?
Ravajaitik wasn't just being the host at this point. He seemed legitimately terrified at the concept.
Yes, sir. Sustained, not gusts. Now again, this sucker's an F1. After 112, we pick us up on F2 tornadoes, and they'll go up to about 157 miles per hour. Miss Annabelle's team's been kind enough to provide an example of one for us now.
And stepped a little away from the screen to let Ravajaitik and the viewers get a closer look on their own. Ravajaitik looked ill as he began speaking again, obviously having been signaled by someone off camera that he had dead air.
I don't believe we need to see the other videos on the subject, Survivor Keith. How did humans learn to avoid these sorts of natural disasters on Earth?
I cocked my head.
Avoid?
Yes, avoid. So, obviously your people would need to be more nomadic, moving away from the afflicted areas during the season of occurrence each year.
Ravajaitik was feeling much easier now.
We don't. People live there. And I mean, hell, going out on the porch to watch the storm roll in's nearly a national pastime.
He was agape.
Why would you stay there?
Look, Mr. Rav, you don't get it. Let's say we got our asses out of there like you want, right? If and we go east to the coast, it's hurricanes instead of tornadoes, and we might still get the tornadoes. If we head out west, we got big mountain storms and the desert to the south. West of that, and we got the west coast wildfires every summer. Going north, we got blizzards and whatnot on up there. And south, well, that's just getting us both the tornadoes and the hurricanes. So I mean, 6 of one, half dozen of the other. Other places even got worse stuff, like Hawaii has volcanoes erupting on it. Went to see it one time. It was pretty neat.
I closed Annabelle's window and front face to Ravajaitik.
Look, what you're not getting here is pretty simple. Our world's been trying to kill us for 250,000 years that we've existed as a species, and it has failed, spectacularly at that. So yeah, we're pretty well versed in these sorts of things, Mr. Rav. Don't expect we'll have us much trouble making it through this upcoming storm.
I closed the final screen and turned to see Marilla and Fionn return from their most recent wood-gathering run, and Marilla was staring at me.
You don't expect any trouble?
Marilla didn't wait for my reply, bringing the rest of the supplies in and taking a rest. I shrugged and went back to work.
All right, folks. Now, it's gonna be a minute here, but welcome back to Uncle Keith's Alien Survival Hour. As y'all are no doubt aware, seems we got us a big ol' storm fixin' to hit us here. Now, of course, on Earth, this wouldn't be all that bad, since we get storms like this a bunch. Mosley, it's a bit boring for a few days, and we just go on about our lives. Here, though, we're gonna have to be taking it seriously.
I grabbed supplies for the next bit.
We've got the first shelter just about finished over here, and after the storm passes, we'll be using some of the clay to cover the outer walls, really get the sucker closed in. Why not now? Well, for one, we're not sure when the rains are gonna start coming down, and don't know if the clay's gonna have enough time to dry, so it'd be wasted effort. Other part of it has to do with the winds we're expecting. See, it's a basic thought to try and fully cut the interior off from the wind, but it can be a problem here. Instead, these walls will act as windbreaks, letting the wind pass through, and breaking it up around the 2 rows of logs, and the branches and brush we're using to insulate the shelter. That'll keep us moving along, and keep the storm winds from blowing us out completely, drafty as it might make the place. But hey, let's get us a look inside here now, since we'll be getting pretty familiar with this place in the next few days.
Using the newly applied door, I stepped inside.
Looking round here, we've got the fire in the middle, with a rigged chimney going up to a small hole in the top of the yurt. Yurts, by the way, have been used on Earth for thousands of years, especially in areas like Mongolia. Now, we did use stones and clay in the chimney. Pretty simple, with the fire we got going, and the roof being on. The clay'll have the time it needs to dry and harden, forming a kind of mortar for the stones we got. By keeping the fire in the center, we can keep the whole place evenly warmed and away from the wooden walls, so it ain't gonna accidentally burn our shelter down.
I moved around to where we'd made up the first beds.
Here, we've got our sleeping arrangements. Raised beds are good, but they're critical on out here. A raised bed means being up away from ground insects and water. These were made using the rope we've been making for a bit, crosshatched, so the entire rig's taking the weight when someone lays down. This particular bed's for our proud new mama and papa, and we've got us a space for the baby on next to it, so they can keep a weather eye out. Now, unfortunately, Mom and Dad are gonna have roommates for a bit, since we ain't got enough time to finish all of the shelters we're gonna need. With 48 entrants, figuring 2 per shelter, we're gonna need us 24 total shelters at the end of it, building down the bluff as we go. Ones at the bottom might not even be yurts. They work for what we need, but there are other shelter types we can use that'll give us some options. So like, the Skrens and Asu are both used to living in burrow-like shelters. Kinda like Hobbit homes on Earth from the Lord of the Rings movies for my human folks watching at home. For them, we'll be making pit shelters. I'd have used them up here, but the ground here ain't deep enough to support it. Roofs themselves are pretty straightforward. We're using the tarps we've been collecting for them, then laying thatch over top of that. Tarps keep the rain on out, and combined with the thatch, it helps out on insulation. This way, hopefully, it'll stay cooler on the hot days, and warmer on the cold days. We'll need to be keeping an eye on it, and make adjustments as we go along. Now, aside from that, you'll notice there ain't much in here, and that's fine for now. Later we're hoping to make table and chairs, and some other of them their accoutrements for the shelters. But I reckon for now, we're more concerned with making sure everyone's got somewhere to sleep for a few days.
I continued on as I inspected, making sure all the ties were proper, that there weren't any significant gaps in the insulation, tarp, or door. I also took a moment to mark out potential spots for some windows. Then I went to work with the next shelter, which was coming along a bit faster. Finishing one up had shown everyone the process, so the second one was just a matter of repeating the maneuvers from the first, minus all of the explanations. Using my good arm and a couple of steps, I got myself up on the wall and helped getting the frames for the roof laid out, lining up the tarp and getting insulation in. While Hoda was on break, and I had as close to a private moment as possible, I hit privacy mode.
Hey, Val?
She was nimbly coming around the wall, checking over her work securing the bottoms of the roof frame.
What you need, Keith?
I focused on some lashing work as an excuse to linger.
Well, about last night.
She paused and looked up, smiling a bit.
Hey, if you want to keep things casual.
I want to take a more formal if you don't mind.
I'd blurted it out, using checking the lashing as a focus so I didn't have to see the initial reaction. Thing is, I'm not sure which is more terrifying, her saying no or Hayes saying yes. I mean, on the one hand, rejection sucks. But I mean, at least it's over then. Yes raises the stakes. It means I've got more to lose, and especially right now in this game, it could be a costly weakness. End of the day, though, I wanted her more than I wanted to stay safe. We'd known each other for a little over a week, but it had been a hell of a week, and I knew I wanted more, whatever the cost to that was. Val didn't speak for a moment. She just seemed to be appraising me, or maybe herself, before she spoke.
I mean, I want to, but...
I chuckled.
Yeah, I get it. The game, the situation, our pasts. Could probably pick a dozen things are wrong about this whole thing. But the truth is, I don't fucking care. I care what you think of me, and that's really about it.
I knelt down just as I started to say I didn't care, and looked her in the eyes as I told her that her opinion of me is what I cared about. Val's breathing had shifted, and I could see color rising in her cheeks.
Keith, it's not as simple as that for me. I mean, Cassie...
Nothing about relationships stays simple, hun. Grandma and Pop, my mom and dad, they all really loved each other. But I'll be honest, it was never simple. And it ain't gonna be simple with us. And I get it. You got a daughter. Not my first rodeo on that count. I get it, she's your world. I'm just asking if I can get a chance to be a part of it. Besides, I'm pretty certain she saw movie night. So assuming she understands you kissing me a whole bunch, pretty sure she's farther along on this thing than us.
I laughed again at the last bit. Val's gaze dropped.
It's a lot to consider for me. I'm not saying no, but for now, it just has to stay as simple as we can manage, given everything.
As you wish.
I nodded and hopped down off the wall, sighing as I hit ground. It hadn't been a no, but it hadn't precisely been a yes either. I just have to take things slowly and hope it would eventually work itself out. Hoda was leaning against the wall of the yurt and was clearly grinning, speaking low.
She will come around. And if she does not, I will take you.
She then hopped back up on the wall, leaving me standing there blinking. Well, okay then. I deactivated privacy mode and went back to work. I decided to check the river, and sure enough, our gill net was full of fish now, so I went ahead and wrapped the net around the lot, using it as its own kind of bag to haul floaters back up to camp. Not exactly comfortable on one arm, but I could manage. Coming back up into camp, I set about gutting and cleaning and cutting up the floaters, then putting them in the smoker to let that work. It was at capacity at this point, and if I had my count correct, we had more than enough to ride out the storm. I was finishing up and taking a much-deserved break when Hearth came over.
We have people incoming. Their minds are a bit different.
Hey guys, we got visitors. I'll take Marilla and Hearth with me.
The three of us got together, heading down with some extra food and water to meet our newest guests. I saw them, the Hilgos, as we came down the switchback. They stood proudly, but I could see from a ways off that they looked thinner than when I'd first seen them on the beach. They were an avian species with looks reminiscent of a bald eagle, giving them a more austere look. While they didn't seem to possess wings, it was evident in the way their arms moved that they must have had them at some point in their evolution. It looked almost like the skin on a flying squirrel and might allow them some sort of limited glide ability. They looked extremely winded, despite likely just walking to get here, even if they had been pulling their equipment with them. It wasn't a good sign. As we got closer, I called out,
Hi there, I'm Keith, this Marilla, and this is Hearth. Welcome to our little village. You guys carnivores, omnivores, or herbivores? We got you covered for food in any event.
Hearth was clearly projecting my sentences to them, and as they caught up with my speech, the smaller, slighter ones stepped forward, communicating in a series of whistles, squawks, and such until the words started to come through.
Kestra, and this is my broodmate, Breakin. We will eat anything you're willing to give us, but we come with a warning. This storm is bigger than the Game Master said it was. We can feel the vibrations of it in the distance.
I cocked my head to the side.
Huh. So y'all can sense things like the electromagnetic spectrum, can you? That's certainly good for us. Have a seat. We'll get some food and water in you, then we'll take the walk up.
Sitting on some stump where timber had been felled before, we had ourselves a late lunch, eating and drinking together, the Hilgos eating like they'd never seen food before, or would again.
So I'll take it that y'all are pretty hungry?
The one identified as Breakin responded emphatically,
We haven't eaten in days now. At first, we fished the coast, but some predators in the water started attacking our lines and wrecked our nets. We tried hunting the interior, but we came across one of the big cats, and it was too much. We ended up having to flee up trees and hide from it.
I nodded sagely as I ate some fish.
Yeah, I had my own run-in with those things. Y'all did the right thing there. Our nets are still good. We've been fishing the river on the other side of the bluff and just brought in a major haul. We're smoking the fish now, so we should be good till the storm clears.
The Hilgos went over their experiences since they'd been brought here, and it hadn't gone well for them. They'd started out near the coast, like several others, and it had to turn into a back and forth, competing for fishing spots, fresh water, basically everything. If it hadn't been for Val's speech about bringing everyone together, they were on the edge of either having to quit or be pulled out. Even now, I saw signs of bleeding.
Did you injure yourself?
Brecken looked at this arm.
Oh dear, it would seem so. It's fully covered by the suit, though.
I almost went straight forward with first aid, then stopped. Brecken was right. I would have to remove the suit from his arm. Why? Because it was fully closed. But if it was fully encased, then where was the cut? Usually I would have pressed a button on the shoulder, getting rid of the suit layer. But instead, I pulled the fabric out from his arm and cut it with a knife, careful not to cut open any further wounds. For a moment, nothing happened, other than there being a hole in the arm of the suit and being able to at least somewhat inspect the cut itself. Then quickly but quietly, the suit resealed the breach, even as I still held a small strip of fabric that I'd cut away. There was no seam, nothing. In fact, there were no seams anywhere on any of the suits, as far as I could remember. There also weren't any wires I could detect either. So how did the suits register the button presses? And where was the power supply? I busied myself for a moment by taking care of Brecken's arm, but it was pretty cut and dry, so my mind went back to work on what I was thinking with regard to the suits. With Brecken and Kestra pulled together, I had Hearth escort them up, but I asked Marilla to hang back a moment.
Hey, I need your help testing something. It's about our suits.
Marilla's head went to the side.
Yes, I saw something pass through your eyes, and apparently you're really an incredible medic, because your mind was nowhere near fixing Brecken's arm, yet you missed not one step of care.
Really, that's just practice, but thank you. Hang on for a second,
I said, pulling my knife out. I put my other arm out, asking Marilla to pull some of the fabric away from my arm, as far as she could manage. She did, and it stretched. Careful not to clip Marilla's knuckles, I cut out a small section of the fabric rather than just opening a smaller area like I had with Brecken.
Marilla, drop that piece on the ground for a moment. I need to test something.
She did as instructed, and I watched the hole on my arm. Again, at first, nothing seemed to happen, then activity. The sides of the hole shrank steadily until it sealed over once more, a perfect match to the rest of the suit. It didn't even feel any tighter, and I looked at the ground. The scrap I'd cut off was still there. Both Marilla and I cursed nearly simultaneously, myself saying, "Mother," and Marilla,
"I'll be damned."
She picked the piece back up and examined it. It seemed essentially inert and wasn't growing, but her eyes narrowed.
"Cut off another piece."
I did as asked, and with the second piece cut out, the process occurred again, sealing the breach whole. Marilla, meanwhile, beamed.
"This is interesting. I mean, the suit seems to regenerate itself. Can we cut a larger piece off and it will still regrow?"
The vision of what this looked like for the viewers at home and our folks up on the bluff had to have been both strange and hilarious. Step 1, we shall strip down to survival suits in the wild of an alien wilderness. Step 2, begin cutting off larger and larger sections of the suits from each other. Step 3, laugh like maniacs at a line of thought only we vaguely understood. Then as we were picking up the cutoffs, an interesting thing happened. Two of the pieces, brought within inches of each other as I picked them up, started straightening out, each piece almost reaching for the other. I let them finish closing, and suddenly, instead of two smaller pieces of the suit fabric, I now only held a single larger piece. I did this again and again, Marilla now feeding more pieces to it, and the fabric continued its growth. The growth, however, only seemed to happen when one of us was holding both pieces we were trying to connect. Fabric on the ground, or pieces held by each instead of one of us, remained inert. We tested it a few more times until Val was coming down from the bluff.
"What are the two of you doing down here?"
I held up the fabric, speaking excitedly.
Our suits. They regrow. Like, these were all trimmings from our suits. I sound insane. Okay, hang on a second. Marilla, help me cut off part of my sleeve.
We went through the motions, and again, the fabric bound itself to the main piece perfectly. Val's jaw dropped.
Holy shit! How is it doing that?
I held up my work.
I think it's some sort of, like, nanite-infused fiber. Marilla, nanites are tiny microscopic robots. Can't be seen by the naked eye. Figure they pull a charge from the natural flow of electricity we produce, and y'all have a power source. The buttons don't actually control the suit. They control the nanites in the suit. This is awesome. I reckon we got an infinite supply of this stuff. We could make rain catchers, canopies between shelters, hammocks, sails, whatever we need it for. Hell, we could make enough to build a frickin' windmill if we wanted.
Those weren't the only tricks available. I cut both sleeves off of my suit, and while they didn't grow back the sleeve, they did essentially make themselves a proper sleeveless shirt, even if the hems were a bit rough. I could then put the sleeves back on, and they would rebind almost instantly. I could do the same with the feet, the leggings, and so forth, quickly tailoring my suit how I wanted it to be, while still having it in case of needs. Val also went sleeveless, got rid of the midriff and sockless, cutting her leggings off just above the knees, but instead of just ditching them entirely, she cut fabric holes in a section of freed fabrics, putting it on like a pair of fingerless gloves. And sure enough, the nanofibers completed the shaping, a likely pre-programmed response.
Oh, much better. God, you have no idea how annoying this suit's been to work with.
Marilla, meanwhile, hadn't been slacking. Unlike us, however, she was more about quality than quantity of things she could do. Her cuts, unlike ours, looked properly hemmed, whereas we just straight up looked like we'd been shredding our clothes.
Marilla, how did you...
She beamed.
Oh, it was simple. Watch. I have this stripped-down stick here, right? So we lay it on this strip of the fabric and roll it over the stick until it meets back up with the fabric, and there, we have a perfect hemline ready to go.
I was looking at what she did. The stick was still through it, making it look rather large for a hem, but as soon as she removed the stick, the fabric shrunk back down, forming a perfect hem. Something occurred to me and grabbed another scrap of fabric, doing the same thing, but after the hem formed, instead of pulling the stick, I took my knife out and cut along the line just past where the fabrics had bonded together. Pulling it clear, I removed the stick, and it shrunk down as before, now rendering it into something about as thick as a strand of paracord. Testing it, it was fairly strong, really. I repeated the process again, and then picking up both of them, put them closer to each other, and at first nothing happened until both ends suddenly seemed to snap to each other and combine. I now had a longer piece of the alien cord, as I decided it would be called.
It gets better. We can make rope. I don't need to shave any more tree bark.
We went back and forth, getting enough fabric together to make 3 proper lengths of rope. I laid them out going away from each other, using my knife to draw an essentially even triangle to measure the points, and carefully move the 3 strands together at the ends. As before, a second or two, and then they moved together. I grabbed the collection, examining them, to see they had formed together perfectly, as all other, and without hesitating, started braiding it into proper rope, then connected the alien cord strands at the other end to finish off my nanofabric rope.
Huh. Cool. Val, hold this.
Val took secure hold of the rope, and I started pulling away from Val. The rope went taut, but nothing seemed to happen aside from that. Then I let all my weight go backwards, and while Val did need to use both hands, changing stance to keep from getting it dragged, aside from that, the rope wasn't offended by the added weight.
Oh, we're gonna need to test this bugger out on some real weight.
Test, as it turned out, meant grabbing one of our handy-dandy container shells and lashing it to hang from a branch. The container shell measured 24 inches across, 60 inches long, and 18 inches deep. From there, we just started dumping rocks and such into the container, checking and rechecking the fabric rope. It held taut, no frays, and finally, as we were just looking a bit more into the shell, there was a loud break and the shell hit the ground. It was not the rope that had snapped, it was the branch, having had far more weight put to it than what it was able to work with.
Well, hell, reckon that's as good a sign as any. I mean, some downsides to it, but great rope. Gotta be about a ton of rocks in there, and it was the branch that broke.
Marilla startled a lit.
How is nigh indestructible rope a bad thing?
I looked over to Val.
I believe you'd be more able to answer that one, hun.
Then went to sit for a moment on a nearby rock and have myself a short smoke. Val nodded and turned to Marilla.
Okay, so yeah, an unbreakable rope is great in theory, but let's say we're climbing one of these mountains around us and I start falling. Of course the rope catches me, but you're still tied off to my line, and the tie-offs start to pull away from the rock face. There are only two options. I cut the rope to save the rest of the climbers, or we all fall and die as the ropes rip out of the stone. A self-healing rope does nothing to stop the fall, but it'll just about prevent option 1. So what's left?
Marilla blinked and didn't meet Val's eyes.
You would kill yourself?
Val shook her head.
Hey, it's not like I want to kill myself.
She hazarded a look toward me a second, mouthing an apology, and turned when I shrugged with a smile.
But in that sort of situation, where it's my life or all our lives, I'd like to think I would make the choice to spare the rest of you.
Marilla considered for a moment.
Your species is way too cavalier about dying, but thank you.
I slung up.
Well, as may be, but there's another issue. Tension. Ship's line on Earth is real strong, has to be. When I had to serve on one of the hospital ships, they had us watching a video regarding why not to be straddling line on the ship's deck. Under pressure, if the line on a ship breaks, it'll rip across the deck at the speed of a bullet, and enough to force to rip your leg clean off. It's got the strength and force to rip a guy like Tragan too. Strength's a trade-off, so we need to make sure we're not putting it to its proper limit.
She nodded.
Aye, ships I'm familiar with. Okay, but this still solves a ton of work for us. We have almost infinite fabric and strong rope to work with. This should let us tie everything we need down for the storm. I mean, it's not a watertight fabric, which would be better, but even as it is, we just got some pretty significant advances out of this. Wait.
We both snapped to, looking to her. A realization had struck.
Is this how humans advance? You get something trying to kill the lot of you, and you just screw around with an idea until it can save you all?
Val and I looked at each other for a few moments before she shrugged and nodded, and I responded,
I mean, it's a mite more complicated than that, but I reckon that's about on target.
Things started getting worse. Already the Isanod and their child were out of the workforce, joined by the Hilgos, being too weak to be of proper aid to the building. This much we had figured for, that the new arrivals would be dealing with various degrees of starvation, dehydration, and other health issues, and thus not be able to add to our labor force. What we did not plan for, on any level, however, was the temperature drop, and how bad it would hurt us. As night rolled in, we lost the trills to their dormancy cycle, which sucked, but again, there wasn't a ton to be done about it. Then, as I was coming back from a routine check-in on the Ainid and Hilgos, as well as to grab my jacket from my shelter, I spotted Azoku and Chethuxel returning from hunting, but something was off. They were both sort of listing a bit, but it was something that could simply be explained off as simple exhaustion. That is, until Azoku went to speak.
Has returned. Ours hunt was going well.
Both Vergal were slipping on tenses, slurring words, and the translators weren't keeping up well. When I looked more closely, despite it being dusk, both of their slitted pupils were like pinpricks, as though they were standing in the noonday sun. Then I remembered an earlier conversation where they had noted that they could become sluggish in sudden temperature shifts. That time had come, and the temperature was continuing to drop. So they joined the others in the first yurt, while the rest of us continued working. Next, it was the Skrens and the Asu who were suffering. Both species were furred, certainly, but apparently they had already shed their winter coats and were now at the mercy of a sudden cold snap. They were going into hypothermia, so both species now had to get inside to warm themselves. Unlike us, their containers had not held extra cold weather gear, the game masters likely making the mistake of believing that fur equaled warmth. Once we had them all tucked away, Val pulled me off to the side.
Okay, so who do we have left? It's us, the Rothani, the Gol, and the Vendrix, yeah? That's what, 8 of us still moving? And the other 10 are down. Even with our Infini fabric, it's not insulated. Strong, sure, but it's just a base layer, and potentially some tarp or rope, but it won't keep anyone warm.
I sighed.
Yeah, it's gonna get worse before it gets better too. My money's on the Vendrix needing to bow out next, then the Gol. Come morning, we lose the Rothani, and it'll just be you and me. Hang on a sec.
I hit the green button, and Annabelle came up.
Evening, Keith. We can see you have at least one of the yurts up, and it looks like you're about to finish up a second as night sets in, with the foundations for a third one in the works. But of course, we've heard your talk with Val about losing people to the elements here, even as more are getting ready to arrive.
I smirked. Annabelle was letting me know there were more that would arrive soon, but without directly saying the words, so she wasn't technically cheating.
Oh, certainly. It's being a right pain in the ass on over here. Right now, though, I reckon we're needing us something akin to caffeine, and a bunch of it if we're gonna be fighting at peak efficiency. Sigh. I miss coffee.
Annabelle nodded and smiled as I mentioned coffee.
Certainly. I think it's easy to forget, seeing your progress, just how much you lack in your current environment. We were fascinated with what you're calling infinifabric, or alien cord. There are so many things that you're doing there in exploring how these alien technologies work that have fascinating ramifications for Earth and its future. Have you considered the future ramifications of these technologies as they pertain to Earth's future?
I knew Annabelle was playing a game, a somewhat different one than what we were playing. There was a way that she spoke when we talked that pointed to a bigger scheme. Whether just hers or those on Earth above her, I couldn't guess. But the ways we walked were a matter now of giving each other information.
I mean, ain't really thought about it that much, but y'all gotta figure we're getting a ton of theories confirmed as fact. Humanoid life on other worlds is an obvious one, of course. Then we've got the nanofabrics that are gonna change a lot of the way we're doing things. That's not even accounting for the fact we now know that faster. Then light travel is a thing, rather than just theorizing it, and I'm guessing fusion power. We're learning more and more every day, Miss Annabelle, and I reckon it'll continue just by this whole thing having happened.
Our experts absolutely concur with your assessment there, Keith, but we do have a more personal matter to discuss as well. It seems like things have progressed with you and Val, and I know a lot of folks on Earth are wondering what your feelings are, given the most recent developments.
She had switched subjects pretty quickly, back to something more crowd-pleasing, a possible distraction from the larger context conversations. I nodded. It wasn't hard to work out what the question was going to be.
Well, of course, I'm a good amount disappointed that I can't just get to be your boyfriend and all. But I get it. Everything going on. Her history, my history. We'll just have to see where it goes from here.
Behind me, I heard the sound and saw the flashes of light that told me things had been transported in.
Well, fun as this conversation may be, Miss Annabelle, afraid I'll be needing to go do an unboxing, as it seems we got some deliveries that came in.
I cut the call and went over to a couple of containers of items. Popping them open, I laughed. Cans and bottles of Starbucks drinks, some full packages of peppermint, Altoids, and even pouches of tobacco. Whoever was watching on Earth, they were definitely paying attention. Val didn't hesitate for a moment, grabbing 2 cans of triple shot and shaking one up, popping it open immediately. I quirked an eyebrow.
See, I wasn't the only one missing the IV drip of caffeine.
She didn't immediately answer, instead pretty much chugging the whole can straight, then wiping her mouth with the back of her hand.
Not so much that you'd notice. But, I mean, I get the tobacco, since you and the Rothani smoke together, but why Altoids? I love having fresh breath, much as the next girl, but this seems like kind of a lot.
I smiled.
Oh, it ain't about the mints, darling. It's about the tins. Earth just sent us tinder boxes for everyone here, so we can keep dry fire starter on us at all times.
Val smiled, chuckling as she shook her head.
You know, at some point, the Kathrall are gonna get tired of our people pulling this shit on them. How many times you think they can get away with passing us back-end survival tools?
I just shrugged and started to open the other container. More of the same, at least I thought so, till I felt a sudden hollow thunk. Moving the stuff on top and pulling back some fabric, I saw and smiled.
Oh, now this is something we really needed.
Val was busily sorting out a ration for the caffeine and just called back.
What did they send?
I reached in and drew out a specifically shaped case and opened it to reveal an old acoustic guitar.
They sent us tunes.
Our first wave of folks came in just after daybreak. The Bausuts, who looked terminally sad around the eyes like a basset hound, and the Egex with fully black eyes, blood-red skin and white hair. Both were apprehensive immediately, likely expecting attack, but we got them sorted. Neither of the pairs was in any fit state to be undergoing heavy labor, so they were shown off to the yurts, of which we now had 2.5. There was no way we were going to finish all of the yurts in time for the storm. I figured we might make it to 4 or 5 if we pushed, but with 49 people, that still worked out to at least 9 per yurt. It would be tight quarters for the duration of the storm. The other problem was my suspicions were true. The Vendricks exhausted out, and despite Marilla's statements to the contrary, had to turn in. A few hours after that, the goal were getting too sluggish to continue. Both pairs had been with us for I think about a week, so as much as they'd been getting properly fed, they were still losing energy to the hardships they faced before. The Rathani finally had to call it as dawn crept over the rise, just before the new arrivals got in. So there was about an hour now where it was just me and Val working. She wasn't having a good time of it.
You know, it wouldn't piss me off so bad at how slow this is if you would stop outpacing me with one fucking arm.
I let out a careful breath, my own patience worn, but training as a combat medic had the effect of training you to deal with a lack of sleep and keep your mouth shut.
Val, you're doing great. This isn't the kind of work you trained in. I was always going to be able to do this. If we were at the gym, your office, or Olympic training grounds, you'd absolutely be taking me out behind the woodshed. It's just different training and muscle groups.
Hey, I don't need you patronizing me.
I'm not. I'm trying to keep us on task, but... Hey, people coming. Take a break while I handle the newcomers.
She didn't give a response, but climbed down off the roof we were working on and headed off in the direction of the campfire. I, meanwhile, welcomed the bowsuits and egex, making sure to stretch out the time as much as I could to give Val and I a break. They were more than happy with the broth and little bits of jackalope we gave them. At the same time, Marilla and Fionn rejoined us.
Well, I see you two are getting along famously.
Marilla's had a penchant for stirring the pot, and it was the wrong one to stir. Val started storming toward her, save for me cutting her off, and Fionn stepping in front of Marilla. I caught Val by the arm, who looked like she was ready to make something of it. Now I took exception and let my face settle into the one I'd worn so many times when I served, and I went to a place of eerie calm.
You will go check the catch down at the river. Come back, grab a shower. In that order, and then we will get back to work.
It's a failure to believe that yelling, screaming, and getting loud in general are threatening to most humans. In point of fact, unless you have some point of major intimidation in your corner, you're really just going to make them angrier. However, if you lend your face the right look and talk in the calmest language possible, you can terrify people without ever raising your voice. Val caught it when I said it and stepped back before turning and heading to the river. Marilla stepped out from behind Fionn.
What the hell? I made one little comment.
I sighed.
Yeah, after she's been working straight for the last 24 hours, after not getting to hear from or see her daughter for weeks.
She moved ahead of me as I went to go back to work.
Wait, you two were still working? I assumed the fight broke out after you'd already finished. When did you break for the night?
I screwed up my face in confusion.
We didn't. That was the point of the 24-hour working party. When it got dark, we just lit up some torches to help us see, and kept going.
Marilla grabbed my wrist, as she'd seen me do before to check pulse.
And you're both fine?
I mean, I wouldn't say we're doing great, but we can keep at it. Val just needs a minute.
I replied, kind of bobbing my head in consideration.
Your species is terrifying.
And with that, Marilla went to meet the new people and get her own food and broth. Fionn followed shortly behind, shaking his head. I used one arm to pull myself back onto the roof we were working on and kept moving as best I could. Everything was just sore, and the break in the action had made it worse, not better. Before, I had the bravado of adrenaline on my side, but stopping to deal with everything had let it drop off. I was fading pretty bad when the next wave of arrivals showed up. It was just a slog. Every time we got a good rhythm going, another batch of folks showed up. Marilla and Fionn concentrated on doing the camp work, which helped, but it would be almost noon before we got Treg and Hoda back in. The goal usually had some sort of commentary to make, or some bold claim to their own prowess, but they were completely silent, followed every single order as given whether it came from me or Val, and were the most genuinely helpful they had been the entire time they'd been with us. Marilla took Prodigal and moved her work down to the field, letting them handle any further arrivals. It was a small blessing, but I'd take any I could get. Val called for rope, and without consideration, I simply popped off the wall, jogged to the container, and one arm swung back up as best I could, and noticed the goal just staring up at us. Only it wasn't just the goal. Newcomers and old hands alike, folks about the camp, were staring up at us as we worked.
We fuck something up, guys?
Treg answered.
How are you even standing? You have both worked since yesterday morning.
Oh, fuck's sake. I ain't got time for this, y'all. Yeah, we've been taking some stimulants we got sent and adrenaline. We're both fine, but we can't really stop, so go hunt down Marilla and get assigned whatever work y'all are up to.
I did note there were a lot of dead Starbucks containers laying around. By now, I'd probably consumed somewhere near a gallon of triples myself. We couldn't keep up the pace eternally, either of us, and as soon as we stopped this time, we would be fully out. The Rathani eventually rejoined, going to get more lumber, with Treg and Hoda hauling it up, throwing hard into the work. Others worked on making more alien cord, then braiding it into rope, while Marilla had a massive side project going, making what looked like a truly insane tarp down in the field. Seriously, what the hell could the woman need with a single piece of cloth that big? I got tired of hopping down and up, and when we finished the fourth shelter, I simply jumped over to the wall, what would be the fifth. We just laid in the frame for the roof when I got the telltale beep from my wrist. Exasperated, I hit the button with more force than I'd intended.
Dude, I swear to Christ, not a great fucking time.
Ravajtik was taken aback.
Excuse me?
I grunted, pulling a roll of tarp up from Shin, who scurried back off.
What do you want? We've got, what, a dozen or so hours before this storm nails us? We don't really have time for some cute human interest piece.
I downed the rest of my drink and tossed the can down while Ravajtik composed himself, and I got back to work.
Well, Survivor Keith, there's news that you should hear. First, we concur with the estimations of the human climate scientists, and it is our advisement that you evacuate the area.
Val and I responded at the same time, but
Fuck off!
Ravajtik startled again, and we started draping tarp, shaking our heads, and smiling at each other. They were the first words we'd actively spoken with one another in hours.
Survivor Keith, Survivor Val, I do not like this lack of respect.
We flipped him off. It was a game now, the game of people who'd been awake for more than 36 hours and figured there was nothing to lose. He didn't find it nearly as amusing as we did, though it did take him a quick moment for someone to tell him what the gesture meant.
That is enough. I will not tolerate this sort of insubordinate behavior any further.
I scoffed openly.
Ooh, what are you gonna do there, Rav? Send us to our room? Or, oh, I know, dump us on an uncolonized alien planet with the entire galaxy watching us all day.
Val had me, though, and she put on an even more girly expression.
Ooh, hurt me, alien daddy.
I was barking with laughter and crying at the same time.
I'm so proud of you.
The transmission cut out around that point, and after thoroughly trolling him for a minute, we got back to work on the roof while the posts for the fifth yurt were already going in the ground. Skrens and Asu dug the holes with Hoda and Treg dropping the posts into them after Fionn and the Vergal stripped them down from the first yurt. It was a while afterward when the beep came again, and I was laughing.
So, should I pick up then immediately hit privacy mode?
Val cracked with her own laughter.
Oh, that would be awesome, but nah. Let's just get this done.
I brought Ravajtik up.
Hey there, alien daddy. Long time no see. What can I do you for?
Val snorted her drink through her nose and choked a moment as Ravajtik pointedly ignored my comment.
Sigh. The other piece of news concerns the Emperor. May he reign eternal. As mentioned, he has agreed to the terms of your challenge, and 2 points. The first is the rules of the game are being reconfigured to address your little anomaly of play. Second, your challenge. When the storm has passed, you will undertake an arduous journey to the other side of the continent. Complete all the challenges along the route, and you get back those competitors that have already lost.
The transmission cut out after the pronouncement. Apparently, the GM was more than a little sick of us giving him crap. Val looked at me as continued work and spoke up.
So wait, now we've got to go all the way across the continent?
I shrugged.
Actually, if and I heard it right, I have to cross the continent. Ravajatik told me specifically he didn't mention you going along.
Val tossed her axe into a nearby stump.
That's suicide.
I sighed.
Look, we want folks back, and me thinking is, the Emperor's trying to see where our limit is. If I tap out, he knows it's too big for us. But truth is, we've got folks that do this sort of stuff back home. Past the survival stuff, it's mostly just boring when you get down to it. It's like running a marathon. It's more about having the will to keep going than it is your actual running ability. But fact is, we've thrown 'em off, I reckon. Even with all these species round us, we're still getting the looks. Like right now, with everyone wondering how we're still moving, or my arm healing up. I don't think they got a clue what all we're capable of, and they're trying to get a lock on that. Problem is, they ain't got the faintest idea what to test us with. I mean, think about trying to figure out what all a bear can do, but you've never seen a bear before. Sure, you'll pick they're big and strong and all, but how do you find out the rest?
We grabbed another stump to put in place.
Besides, I'm more worried about these upcoming rules changes. Depending on how the Emperor and Rav run this, it could get turned into a death match. But I don't think they're going that route. The other thing is to push us, like with this storm, to keep on throwing shit at us and see what sticks. We need to focus on getting ourselves more up to speed. What is that woman doing now?
Val and I looked to the field where Marilla and her team were working on the nanofabric. Across the glade now, the fabrics had been cut into sections. Judging from where I was, each section was about 10 feet wide with straight lines of it crossing the entire glade. At one end of the glade, the fabric was secured, tied off to trees, while at the other, big rollers had been set up, with 2 people on each roller, as well as 2 people down near the other end, pulling out knives to cut the fabric. Val cocked her head to the side.
Oh my God, she's industrialized the fabric creation.
What?
I wasn't particularly seeing it, but as I watched, it became evident. The fabric got cut, with Fionn calling out what had to be a Vendrick's cadence meant to keep rhythm, and the rollers then began to slowly turn the rollers from their end. The effect on the fabric, however, was the main event. It wasn't moving except that it was. The timing of the rolling was being matched to the growth of the fabric, so the end didn't appear to move, but was in fact being gathered up on the rollers just as fast as the fabric tried to attach to the secured end. As some of the rolls filled up, the fabric at the rolling end would be cut and the wooden shaft holding it removed. Others would come over and take it while the rod would be replaced and the process would start again.
Well, I'll be damned. Not sure what we'd be using all that for, but it's impressive if nothing else,
I said, blinking. Val signaled us to get back to work, but kept the conversation going.
Well, if we're talking gardening, she probably has enough now to tarp the whole field, which is great, because it means we can keep weeds and stuff from growing up between our plants. The fabric isn't watertight, so I mean, the soil's still getting its water, but without sunlight, nothing would grow anywhere the tarp is. You just cut individual holes for the plants, and you're good to go. Then figure it would probably be nice if we could actually change out of the suits we've got on. We can cover the walkways, make extra layers for blankets. She's probably got some other things in mind herself, and then there's whatever you can think to do with it.
On that point, a plan started forming, the rolls themselves. Yeah, sure, an individual layer of the fabric wasn't watertight, but if you put a whole bunch of layers on top of each other, you could get close. They had weight, mass, and size, so they could, as rolled, hold up to the winds we were starting to get. They would just need posting to anchor them. Better yet, you could attach them to each other, creating a full barrier held together by the fabric itself. Then there was what all you could break the fabric down into. Done correctly, we could fully encase the camp, protecting from at least most precipitation, if not all of it, and the same was true of wind. What else could be done? It was in these ruminations that I finally felt it, late in the afternoon as we finished up the 5th yurt. The first pings of hail and rain, the wind was picking up, the storm had come.
I heard Keith utter fuck quietly just before the hail started and didn't realize what it was until the first stones started to fall. Time was up. The storm was here, and it was coming in hard. The wind was picking up as well, driving the hail as we all started moving for shelters, except for down in the field. Marilla's project with the nanofabric had a number of potential applications, certainly, but now we got to see her most immediate one. Down below, teams were rolling out fabric across the field, tying the lengths off so that the fabric was not completely taut, but just enough to stay put. Protected from the winds by the bluff itself, the fabric would hold essentially still. Hailstones hit, but did not damage the fabric, catching where they fell. She had protected our small crops from the storm, and neither Keith nor I had thought of it.
Val, start getting folks inside. We'll need to get ourselves a head count. Make sure we're not forgetting anyone.
Keith's voice snapped me back to the bluff, and I started helping people get to shelter. The smaller races were having a lot of trouble, being affected more by the wind than the hail itself. Keith broke off, heading down to Marilla's group, and I started my head count. We had divvied everyone up ahead of time. The first yurt would have Keith, myself, Marilla, Fionn, Traig, Hoda, Prodigal, Hearth, Azaku, and Chethuxil. With 5 yurts, 3 of the yurts held 8 people apiece. Ours had 10, with 1 yurt holding 9. For the sake of sanity and ease, the 9-person yurt had the Enod family in it. We kept species together, and also set aside 1 yurt for our more nocturnal species. We had 2/3 of our people fully inside, and I reported the numbers to Prodigal, who in turn sent those numbers to Keith. Keith informed us that he has the rest accounted for, and our own sense of minds confirms that we have all 49 members of the tribe present.
The general read, as you humans put it, is that everyone is slightly unnerved by the storm, having never seen anything on par with it, but have faith in you and Keith to see things through. The Enod baby is crying, afraid of the storm, but otherwise seems in good health. But the mother is worried and wants to confer with Keith.
Thank you. Let me know when Keith is back up here,
I said, and then made a point to start bringing food and water to everyone. Eating was a basic building block of life, and in my experience, people with full bellies were noticeably less anxious, a point we needed right now. Ducky tried to help, but the wind and hail were just too much, and I had to send her back inside her yurt. She looked hurt, but this wasn't the time to risk serious injuries or illnesses. In anticipation of the storm, the kitchen area had been tarped, both with some actual tarp for the roof, as well as nanofabric for the walls. The nanofabric was designed to wick moisture away from the body, so it would be useless to us against the rains. But as long as it was vertical, the rains would simply bleed through only a little, while the rest continued down to the floor. It now resembled a very weirdly colored army tent, with a raised floor to keep the water at bay and keep us from slipping in mud. One end had been built around the clay oven, carefully spaced to make sure that none of the fabric or tarp got close enough for a stray ember to catch. The oven itself had its own clay closure, to fully seal in the heat, both for safety and to be able to maintain higher temperatures in the oven. Right now, however, the working oven was just incredibly warm and inviting against the cold rain and hail. I set myself to the task at hand.
All right. So what we're working on here is getting everyone fed right away. In emergency situations like this one, food can be incredibly important, not only as physical nourishment, but mental and emotional nourishment as well. Son of a bitch. Keith's got me doing it now too. Fuck it. If it works, it works. Okay now, where was I? Right, feeding people. Now the general idea is to keep it as a small meal, more of a snack, just to help settle people's nerves. In humans, we have a natural instinct to eat during crises for the most part, but we also know that we have to keep it within a certain threshold. We don't want to gorge ourselves and get sick, and we also don't want to overeat and run down our food stores. So what's everyone going to be eating?
I pulled the lid off of the big pot we were using for stock and gave it a whiff.
Well, that's sort of an interesting question, it seems. We have a variety of people here, with a range of diets. Humans are omnivorous, so we'll eat just about anything. This is also true for a number of others, such as the Rathani, the Asu, and the Skrens. The Trials, Prodigal, and Hearth don't actually eat, just requiring water and sunlight to stay out of dormancy. Hopefully, we'll have enough sun for them while the storm is going. The Vendrix mainly eats fish, mushrooms, and some vegetables, And I'm not sure if that's just cultural inclination or a more specific dietary requirement. The Anod are herbivores, while the Bosuits are carnivores. Though they seem extremely interested in the yams we're growing. I'm pretty sure their preferred diet is a near match for Earth dogs. So we have sort of a variety of stuff here, as best as I can put together with what we have. We have a massive amount of fish stock, for instance, since we had to stock up before the storm. I'll check the smokers on those in a bit, and then whatever we're not using is going in what Keith deemed his backwoods fridge. Aside from that, we have a similar mushroom broth.
I broke off and sighed as I taste tested. We desperately need to find a way to make or get salt and butter. I never really thought about it back home, but God, I miss butter. I mean, it's not impossible, come to think of it. I made Amish-style rolled butter with Cassie for a science project. Another sigh.
But that assumes having dairy, which is distinctly not a thing as yet. Keith seemed to be musing over a way to rustle up some cattle, but honestly, he's just been pulled in so many different directions, he hasn't had the time to focus on it. I do see him muttering to himself about various things at times. I can see the process in his eyes. It may look like he's making things up as he goes, but it isn't really like that. I'm pretty sure he's just thinking so rapidly that it looks made up, but that southern drawl of his isn't generally considered the most intelligent-sounding accent on Earth, so he's probably used to having it held against him. Oh God, Cassie's gonna sound just like him soon enough.
I sort of paused as I kept going on about Keith, and realized I was actually smiling talking about him. And for the first time, bringing up Cassie hadn't felt like I was never going to see her again. And then there was the last thought itself. Cassie would start sounding like him. For a moment, I just sat with the thought. I had simply started assuming a life with him, that he would be enough of a part of hers that she would pick up his mannerisms. When had that happened? When did he go from a question to a status quo? Certainly he was good-looking, and I liked so many things about him, but liking someone is so much different than seeing them as a permanent part of your life. I'd done so well at keeping my guard up, or I thought I had. As if summoned by the thought, the flap of the tent moved, and Keith stepped inside, kicking the mud off of his boots and pulling his waterproof off to hang it by the flap.
Hey, y'all need help in here?
I shook my head as he pulled up next to me, and without thought, I put my head on his shoulder.
Nah, Hoda's gonna be helping me. And Marilla seems to have some sort of thing she wants to talk to me about. Everyone's inside and food's about ready, so you should probably check on the rain catchers and get some rest.
He squeezed around my waist and kissed me on the top of my head.
As you wish.
And then, donning his waterproof, he went back out. I swear to God, I know he's doing a reference bit, but I just don't know where it's from, and it's driving me nuts, and always with that smile on his face when he does it. I went back to prepping food until Hoda came in, not even bothering with a waterproof.
Is the food ready yet?
Almost. There's a lot here, but it'll be a few minutes.
Hoda nodded and took a seat out of the way, striking up a small pipe in the corner, in a chair that was a combination of wood and nano fabric. I chuckled a bit. There was an entire little coterie of pipe smokers who had been building since we'd started coming together. It had started with Ragnar, Greltha, and Keith, and had steadily increased. Hoda shifted a piece of the fabric for the wall and blew the smoke out.
Have you decided to be a wife to Keith yet?
I slightly choked on some of the fish stock I was testing.
I'm sorry, what?
She sat forward, amber eyes intent as always, looking at mine directly.
You have mated with him previously, that much is known, but you seem hesitant to choose being his wife.
Alien cultures. Sigh.
It doesn't generally work that way, at least not where I'm from. How does it work on your world?
Hoda shrugged and sat forward after sending more smoke out the side of the tent.
You see a male that you want to care for, you take him, and you become his wife. A popular male will have several wives. Traeg has 4 wives. He is quite popular, but I refuse to be 5th in anyone's order. I have not taken a husband as yet, but Keith is a good one from what I have seen of him. He is strong and brave, but clever, and I like the manner in which he dotes on Ducatha. It speaks well to how he will be as a father. He does not attempt to make himself look stronger, look tougher than he is. You should make your choice soon. to be his first and secure your place in the order before you return to your world.
The statement shocked me on multiple levels, the largest of which was that it was the longest string of speech I'd heard from Hoda in the time we'd known her. Elsewise, I'd heard of some Native American tribes that had relations this way, where it was the women who chose men to be the wives of, but it was the first time I'd seen it up close. The dichotomy was interesting. A male with a solid reputation would have multiple wives, while someone who was boorish would accrue few or none. The way she spoke of it, though, was also of interest. She had not spoken like a girl being into a boy, but like my Uncle Tim talked about chess strategies. This wasn't a purely romantic concept for her. It was one of social order, standing and honor.
I don't really know how to respond. I mean, our cultures are very different, even on Earth. The prevailing relationship model of current is monogamous, though that isn't really the case universally. Y'all's way doesn't sound bad or anything. It just ain't really the way we think of it for the majority of humans.
Hoda's head went to the side, a gesture I'd seen Keith do enough that I started laughing hard. I was wiping tears from my eyes when Hoda asked,
What amuses you so much?
People are picking up Keith's mannerisms. I guess myself as well. You cocking your head to the side, the pipes, me saying things like y'all and ain't. I just got an image in my head of great galactic species saying something like, hey y'all, I reckon I'll go on down and hit up the bar. And it is hilarious. On Earth, his particular accent is considered a commoner's way of speech, to put it nicely. There must be linguists on Earth weeping tears of blood at the idea of a thick Tennessee drawl as being the human accent by decision of the wider galaxy.
She just smiled.
I like how he speaks.
I got control of myself and wiped a last tear from my eyes, focusing on portioning out food as we kept talking.
As to my relationship with Keith, I want it. I had a moment where I just assumed it even, but I'm afraid.
Hoda simply looked at me in the eyes.
Then it is done. You are his first wife. Everything else is just getting past pain.
Dealing with the goal was both the simplest and most frustrating part of a number of conversations. They were blunt to the point of insult as the norm, and rarely cared for complications or nuance to things. I breathed.
That's not precisely true. Keith was married before to Kendra. She's beautiful, and they had a daughter, Heather. He lost them a few years ago.
Hoda started gathering up the first load of food.
It changes nothing. She was the first, but she is looking on now, seeing his life. He is not one to live his life alone, so you will ascend to the position of first wife.
She didn't wait for a response, taking up the food and departing. I was just stuck there for a bit, unable to speak or think. I was about 90% certain that Hoda was angling to become Keith's second wife, but she hadn't stated it outright. Was it a politeness on her end?
Val, I have a project for us.
I nearly jumped out of my skin as Marilla entered, already talking.
Jesus Christ!
Fionn came in behind her, setting down one of the large shell cases, and with a hand motion from Marilla, bowed to her, then me, and departed, his steps sounding in the direction of the yurts. This was not great. We didn't necessarily get along that well. Marilla was ambitious, and she was on some sort of tear. I knew what it was. I'd grown up in that atmosphere. Keith might not see it properly, but the woman was trying to outpace him. I'd been around athletes my whole life. I'd seen that desire to triumph for the vast majority of my life. If Hoda was trying to become a wife, Marilla wanted a rival. She was like a sprinter who's just come off of an injury and can finally compete again, only to see someone else on her running team as the leader. She wanted it, and it certainly wasn't romantic or sexual in nature. She wanted to beat him, to be able to claim a victory over him. Having a rival was big in competitions, and finding one could propel both rivals to ever higher heights. My first rival had come about early, Becky Fuller. She had longer legs than me, and her frame was lighter, and she was insufferable about it. God, I'd gotten so many skins and bruises trying to keep or beat her pace, but I'd eventually done it, and gotten to the next level. Marilla had risen to the top of her world, and Keith was the first competition she'd clearly had in a while. I shook my head, prepping the next load.
And what's this project?
She popped open the shell case, and there was a variety of smells coming out, like stepping into a store specializing in fresh herbs and spices.
Okay, so I was thinking about things, and we need more variety in our daily food for everyone, correct? Well, Keith was talking about something called a dry rub, and it got me to thinking.
Another purely human saying of both Keith and I, coming from the mouth of an alien queen. It was surreal, but I let her continue.
So these dry rubs are a type of food seasoning, right? I had Hearth help me translate the flora and fauna guides, and I've been transcribing them as best I can with those charcoal tablets Keith made. Since we have some time with the storm, my thought is that we go through all of these, and using your human cooking skills, we can figure out how to make the food better for everyone. Maybe we could even make something like your Earth snacks. I'm saying that right, yes?
The speed she was talking at was so much faster than she spoke to others with, and she was nearly vibrating with excitement. There was a gleam in her eyes that I hadn't seen before, like a dog who finally got let out back after a long time inside. Zoomies, as Cassie had put it once.
All right, we can take a look, but I need to get everyone else fed first.
Agreed,
was all she said before grabbing up the next batch of food unbidden and quickly striding out of the tent. With both helping, I cleared out the food quickly and even had a minute to myself before both came in, Marilla bringing Hearth along, and the four of us began to sort through everything. We had some legitimate things that could be actual seasonings, aromatics, and even something like pepper. Marilla had taken the whole plants, contained in little nano-fabric baggies that she'd moistened, to keep them watered evenly.
My thought on the matter is that I can keep these bagged for now. And we just take what we need, get more, and make some clay pots for them. Whatever smells nice that we cannot use, I will combine with some aromatic wood shavings and distribute them around the camp.
Body odor was becoming an issue. With so many species, each had its own scent, some more distinct than others, and Marilla was preparing to make potpourri. It needed to be a priority.
We could also work on making some better soap. Do either of you know how to do that?
Hoda shot her chin forward.
I do. It was my profession on my world. We need coal ash and animal fat at the least. Better if we use honey, milk, and some sort of oat. Pleasant smell, but not strong.
I despaired the loss of our original bar of soap, and I freely admittedly I had overused. Marilla and I shared a surprised look. Soap making was not a trait either of us would have ascribed to Hoda. She looked like something out of that Vox Machina cartoon I'd binged before getting taken. If she'd shown up with one hand and a horn of mead in the other, it would have looked fully as expected.
Well, all right, Hoda. As to our seasonings here, there are a couple of things we don't have, and it would help if we had a way to get them. Salt and butter.
Marilla jumped in here.
Well, butter needs milk, so that's going to be an issue unless we can find some sort of cattle. Salt, though, I can do. We should set up a team to work down at the coast, with maybe a seasonal camp. We can get salt from the ocean. I've mentioned this to Keith before, but things have been busy. There's so much in the ocean we could use, like seashells for lime, to use on our crops.
I considered it.
Right, I agree on that. And we could get likely bigger and more variety of fish, seafood, and the like. We'll make up a list and organize a team to do the trek. We'll have to set up supplies ahead of time. I don't want to chance a run at this without being ready for it to go wrong. Another thought. Hearth, we need you and Prodigal to move among the members of the town, I guess, and evaluate. Find out their skill sets and degrees of proficiency. We'll have a better picture of things if we can get a better idea of what everyone can do.
Hoda simply accepted the statement while Marilla was taking quick notes on her tablet.
Right. So once we have that, I assume we'll want lists. Not just for supplies, but the personnel requirements for it, and what we can get. If we're talking about getting enough to be able to improve the life in town, I would need...
Her eyes locked for a moment as she calculated in her mind.
About 8 to 10 people, though 10 would be preferable. We would need perhaps a day to set up the camp, and then about a week to properly get enough, with a couple of people who can operate as haulers while the others focus on gathering. It will be easier to get the salt at the camp, rather than transporting seawater back here, but that's going to require we set up some apparatus, such as a stove, and some piping. With that, we can get the salt itself, and distill the water itself, and that can help for a few other things.
We went back and forth for a while like this until a new sound came out of the direction of the yurts. An acoustic guitar and the sound of singing and banging. Wait.
Is he playing Wellerman?
We would have made it to the shelter in time to catch the end of Wellerman. But just about everyone was crammed into our yurt, with a number standing outside. Marilla tried talking, but it was Hoda that got us back inside, literally by just forcing her way through bodily. Sure, it lacked a certain tact, but you can't argue with results. Inside, it was standing room only, with Keith directly across from the door, standing up in front of his hammock, and starting up another song. Ducky and Shinwy standing to either side, as Keith gave them the rhythm for the next song, and once they had it, thumping their feet along, he began to play and sing.
I set upon the sea, to search for phantom sails from tales my mum told me. A ghostly galleon filled with gold she sails alone. No crew nor captain's guiding. Can tame the one the sailors call the shadow.
Marilla dropped silent, which was saying rather a lot in itself. Everyone was now banging out the rhythm along with the Asu, both the folks inside, and the ones who were just outside the door, save for two, and they stood out, the Treels. Their color had brightened considerably, and sections of their skin were turning outward as if... Were they flowering? Oh God, of course. The Treels were essentially plantoids, and plants on Earth responded to music. But they wouldn't have music on their world. Prodigal looked to me in my rumination and gave a nod. Yes, music.
We need Keith to keep playing, and playing with emotion. It is a new sensation for us. Our time of budding has begun, we must complete it. But we can't interrupt Keith. This, music, it is alien to us, and wonderful with so many emotions behind it, Val. We have never, our species has
They were getting lost mentally in what was clearly a special moment for them. If we were broadcasting, though, then would it have the same effect on their homeworld? I had to excuse myself a moment, though Marilla gave no response. As the song about a cursed ship went on, Keith was clearly having a lot of fun with it himself. The wear and tear of the last few weeks seemed to be sloughing off as he played, and I mouthed for him to keep playing as he locked eyes with me, and I pointed to the trills. He took note quickly and just sort of nodded as part of a flourish in the song. For most of the species, the music seemed to be something that they could simply just enjoy, but exceptions were there. Hoda came up next to me.
He never mentioned he was a scald.
She was near yelling, but with the press and noise, there wasn't another viable option. I shrugged.
What's a scald?
Hoda blinked, taken a bit aback.
I thought you were the one who went to that... whatever.
I did go to university, but I was on an athletic scholarship. I don't remember that in my lessons.
Hoda considered, nodded, and put an arm around my waist to pull me in.
Scalds sing the tales of old.
Oh, he would probably say bard,
I said, holding on to Hoda's arm as she started to retract it. I could have looked deeper at that action, but in all honesty, I was having enough emotional revelations for the moment. But for what it was worth, Hoda said nothing and kept her arm around my waist. She leaned in.
So, warrior, healer, hunter, farmer, and scald. His ambitions seem limitless. To be a scald amongst the goal is the highest of callings. To sacrifice your own glory to sing the glory of others.
I leaned in as well.
Actually, we just do this sort of thing for fun.
I couldn't help but notice, though, that Keith was incredibly different as he played. And as the song finished up, I took a moment to hand him some warm broth to drink, and to tell him fully about the trills. He kissed me on the temple.
As you wish, hun. Gotta admit I'm having me some fun with this. They got any requests?
They mentioned emotion, so anything that pulls on some real emotions for you is, I think, what they're after. The psychic end of it.
I called back, and there was a flicker of something on Keith's face, but he nodded and got that I know my mission look he got. I'd have asked more, but Hoda pulled me into a seat with her to let Keith continue on. From there, Keith played some old country favorites of Pop Pops, mostly stuff by Garth Brooks, then his grandmother's favorite song, Two Sparrows in a Hurricane. Across the shelter, Marilla was joined by Fionn, and both were watching Keith differently, weighing something but not wanting to interrupt the performances. Ducky and Shin kept up their work as his impromptu drum section, but Keith started moving differently. It wasn't as high energy anymore. His eyes looked far away as he played on, staring off at people who weren't there anymore. Next, I song that was vaguely familiar, but I didn't quite know where I knew it from. The road I have traveled on is paved with good intentions, it's littered with broken dreams that never quite came true. Kendra. The memories of her, they included this song, When She Cries, the first song they danced to, our first kiss, their first kiss. Having Keith's memories was still odd, but now the memories just felt familiar. They'd lost some of the sharp relief, but they still felt like they'd happened to me, even if I knew they hadn't. The next song, Chasing Cars, I knew that one myself, and Keith used to sing it to Heather, playing his guitar. Everyone was still wrapped in attention, and then I started to notice the glow. The trills were literally lighting up as it went, but as tears threatened to fall from his eyes, at what cost, and could Keith really pay it as he got closer to the terrors in his own mind?
As Val walked over to her, seat with Hoda, I started working to calm my mind. I took a short recess from the songs to sip my broth and just breathe while I prepared myself. The trills were going through something, but I didn't know precisely what it was. The closest I could figure was from what I knew of earth plants from Grandma, that plants liked music. She would fuss over her herb garden, humming and singing along as she did so. As well, from the short time I was linked with them, I knew that they didn't just sense humanoid minds. Certainly there was that, but even down to the insects and the plants themselves. They didn't even see in the classical sense, not usually. It was hard to put it into words, but the trills saw through everyone else. Their eyes, while they could generally see a small range, actually saw everything from the combined perspectives of every living thing around them. It put me in mind of the earlier fight with Val. Fionn was a top-tier fighter, possibly Olympic-level martial artist good, and they made him look like he was a day-one white belt taking on the master. They felt his every move from not only his mind, but Marilla's, Val's, the grass, the trees, bushes, bugs, and rodents. Even now, in this one room, they felt everything was thinking, what they were feeling, as naturally and uninvasively as you would hear birds chirping. They were having difficulty communicating, more so as the change went on. It wasn't that they couldn't do it, but that their form of communication with us was the equivalent of trying to give lessons on molecular biology to a group of kindergartners. Every word they communicated was a concerted effort, though it was getting easier with me and Val, our minds adapting to their presence. I could even hear the individual voice distinctions between Prodigal and Hearth. They needed this to raise the emotional energy, and it didn't much matter what emotion it was, just that it was genuine, that it touched everyone and drew that energy out. As an EMT, I couldn't help but feel like I was working through my second labor on this world, though admittedly, this one was cleaner and came with a pretty light show. The problem was the emotion and me. In order to get the most of the emotion, it would require me to lean into feelings I'd been working against for some time, and I couldn't do it alone. To do this, I needed everyone to get those emotions, to get the hell that was living inside of me, and really feel it. With the trills, it could be done, but it would mean we would all be linked. We would all be in my head, a space I knew to be deeply hazardous. Prodigal and Hearth sent affirmation, but it was the impression of it, not words as they had used them previously. They wanted to help and felt like this might help my own mind as well. Steadying myself, I punched the green button.
Game Master, can I have a word with you?
Ravaja Tick came on, and his countenance was quizzical. He didn't trust whatever was going on, but he was willing to talk.
Survivor Keith, I see we're in better spirits than our last discussion.
I did wince a bit.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that run. Me and Val were on way too much caffeine and 36 hours without sleep. Tends to make our people a bit on the irritable side, if you understand my meaning.
He breathed in and out slowly one time.
It is a small miracle that you did not get yourselves eliminated on such scant rest for so very long. I much imagine you must be at your limits.
I cocked my head to the side.
Not sure to how to break it to you, Rav, but I've stayed up over 80 hours straight before. I mean, don't precisely recommend it, but sometimes ain't much choice in the matter in my line of work.
The response was immediate.
80 hours. That does not seem relevantly possible. How can any species maintain full consciousness for that long? What would even possess you to stay awake for that long, let alone succeed at it?
I chuckled a bit and shook my head.
Oh man, what's really gonna bake your noodle is I ain't even close to Earth's world record on that count.
I could see his entire concept of how reality works, breaking in all of his eyes before he spoke again.
Are you telling me that humans of Earth compete to see who can stay awake the longest without dying, and that records of this competition are maintained on Earth?
I could hear Val laughing across the room now. She was nearly crying, and much fun as this conversation, I needed to move past it.
Ask Miss Annabelle to send y'all a copy of the Guinness Book of World Records sometime. That ain't anywhere near the most asinine thing we compete over, or the most dangerous. For further fun, look up the running of the bulls in Pamplona, Spain. But, afraid there ain't much time to keep going down that particular route. I'm in need of a favor, if and you don't mind.
Ravajtic recovered himself, two of his hands smoothing the, I guess you'd call it a suit, and coming back to the matter at hand.
And what is this favor?
I'm assuming you lot have the stuff I had on me when I was transported, and I was wondering if I could have my phone and the charger that goes with it. I mean, it's next to useless for communication out here, but it's got a bunch of songs on it, and more important, the lyrics for 'em. Not sure how charged the phone is now, which is why I want the charger.
I replied, hoping the idea of something more interesting to watch than us just sitting around in a dimly lit yurt would let him acquiesce to the request. He considered a moment.
And what is going on with the trills? Their people seem to have become quite fascinated with it, but have been unable to express to us what precisely is going on.
I looked over.
Now, I'm no expert on the subject, of course, but I reckon they're getting ready to give birth in some form or fashion. They're psychic, so they've been gaining energy off the emotions here, and that's why I need the music.
The game master sat forward, now excited, and the channel briefly went private.
Your little performance has already raised our viewership quite handily, Keith, and you're telling me the truth, that the trills are going to give birth? Their species has not spread its population in some time according to them, rather over one of your centuries, and you believe that this resonance is propelling it.
I nodded.
Yeah, I believe it is. But they're not great at slowing down right now. It's a bit better for me and Val, but that's the impression I'm getting, both from them and my experience as a medic.
The channel went public again.
Having conferred with the trills in this matter, I believe we can accommodate your request, Survivor Keith. Stand by to receive.
The image blinked out, and a minute or two later, my phone and charger appeared. The charger was at full, and residual charge from the transport had charged the phone itself. They'd even included my earbuds, assuming that they were just a part of the device's operation. Val rushed over.
Oh my God, you got them to give you your phone?
Seeing everything boot up, although without any data, of course, I smiled.
Yep, just gotta get to my therapy playlist and rig this sucker up, and we're in business.
A thought occurred to me as I punched in my passcode, but it was a thought that could wait. As I was setting up the playlist, Marilla pushed her way through, absolutely fascinated with the device.
So humans have technology like the Kathrall as well, do they?
Thankfully, Val took that moment to draw Marilla over to talk with her about it, or I never would have gotten ready. The luminescence was dimming a little, so I ran through what would be my set list. I didn't necessarily need it, but I felt better having what would essentially be a karaoke setup. I jerry-rigged the phone so it would sit like a teleprompter. If I lost where I was, it would work, but I needed a test track to get started. Isolated out the guitar bits and played with the volume controls till it sounded right, and took back up my stage looking out to my tribe.
All right, party people. Now, I know everyone heard me talk with the GM, and I'm gonna need your help here, 'cause to help Prodigal and Hearth, I gotta reach deep emotionally, and it won't be easy. Any of y'all that don't want to be a part of it, I don't blame you. I won't hold against you. This has to be with your consent, and basically, y'all are gonna be linked with me as I do this. Not gonna lie, it's gonna be rough, but they've done so much for the lot of us, and I feel like helping them out here is the least we can do for them. It's up to y'all. All right, let's roll.
I looked down for a moment, and when my head came up, I felt it. Val's mind came into the link first, followed shortly by Marilla and Hoda. Then I felt the shock as Traeg, Ragnar, Grelta, Chathuxel, Azoku, and shortly, with the exception of the infant, every single contestant nodded and joined the link with us. Since the Trills didn't particularly need to use their usual communication methods, they instead acted more like a networking router, connecting us all. Everyone, all of them, knowing the dangers, had agreed without exception, without hesitation. We all reeled for a moment as the conglomeration of minds picked up, and with no clear guidance, I hit the beginning of my set. I'll never be a knight in armor with a sword in hand, or a kamikaze fighter. I detected a very slight imbalance, but before I could even reach up for the controls, Fionn stepped from my side and made the adjustment like he'd been using smartphones his whole life. I didn't even lose step before he stepped back as I came into the first chorus. I am no prince. I am no saint. I am not anyone's wildest dream, but I will stand behind and be someone to fall back on. It was strange as I played, as I sang, how everyone reacted. What I sang was true, in my mind, but with the joint link, it was like hearing everyone you know looking dead at you and calling bullshit. Traig's mind, oddly enough, the one most prolifically calling out my own feelings about myself. As I got ready to wander mentally at the curiosity of it, I felt the nudge from Prodigal, pushing away the lateral and refocusing me on the moment, the music. And then the first hit of the deeper emotions began to hit as I sang. It was a trip. I could feel them feeling my feelings. It wasn't just the loss, the deaths. As the trauma racked up, people just drifted. They said they were there for me. They said they'd stay with it, but either they couldn't handle the lows, unable to approach how deep it all went, or if it was like I was being dragged down deeper, them trying to keep in my grief. Women learned about Kendra and Heather, and they left. Oh, they were polite about it, but it was like a doom clock started as soon as they found out. By the time I finished, the glow from the trills had picked back up, and I could feel tears coming, fighting them down. I couldn't break now, before I'd even really begun. I'd started this, and finally I had one life raft, one chance for everyone to truly understand me, on a world full of aliens, as the storm battered the sides and roof of our shelter, and I wouldn't give it up for the world. I will protect them all.
Emperor be good, I'm tired. With Keith giving his performance, I have at least some time before I have to get back to announcing duties. Sometime in my office on my couch will do wonders for.
Game Master Ravajati, may I have a few moments of your time? It's urgent.
Of course it's urgent. I swiped a hand slowly over my face and turned.
Of course, researcher Ka-El Rim. We can speak in my office.
Kalrim bowed in accord, and we proceeded to my office. She was the senior researcher for the humans, and she looked like she'd been publicly flogged for a week, a sentiment I shared. These games had gone on longer than any previous, as befit the increased number of species, and it showed no signs of ending anytime soon. Kalrim, in charge of the human species, had been given the worst of the assignments, as the humans kept changing tracks between cooperating and rebelling against the games, the rules, just everything. She had a datapad with her, setting up some sort of presentation on her lower hands, while she observed the formalities of invitation with her upper hands. Whatever this was about, it was not likely to take the promised moments. We entered my office on the ship, and I took a seat at my desk, motioning her to a seat across from me.
Now, researcher Kalrim, what may I help you with?
She bowed again and brought up a screen from her datapad that hung in the air behind for me to be able to see.
As you know, Game Master, following standard protocols, I have been in observation of both the humans in the game and the humans of Earth since before the games began. I am realizing now that we have made vast miscalculations of humans.
I felt a bit of annoyance, but kept my Game Master's face on, as was my duty.
A point that I am becoming steadily more aware of, researcher Kalrim. Keith and survivor Val have been quite trying.
She took a moment to take a breath and stepped.
Yes, but I do not refer directly to Survivor Keith and Survivor Valerie, but humans as a whole. We have been, to put it more directly, wildly off on all speculations of their species.
Her slight emphasis caught me. When had he become Keith and not Survivor Keith? Val, not Valerie? It was not a small thing in Kathrall society. To refer to one another so intimately as to shorten their names or to drop titles was simply not done outside of immediate family and lifelong friends, and even then, only in privacy, not in public. I had never slipped in such a way since I was a child. Why now? Why this species? It was disturbing, along with a number of other things. I thought it over as I motioned for her to continue. Researcher Kalrim brought up an image of Earth, motioning with one hand as her lower hand manipulated the data pad.
The humans were the last species that we took for the games, and having been given the demographics we were looking for, the orders from the Games Council laid out that we were looking for species that could survive the games, that were native to similar biomes and climates. When we searched Earth, we found this region, which the humans called the Pacific Northwest. What we did not look into was the biomes and climates of the rest of Earth, simply assuming that the humans of Earth were centered here, in what we knew to be the best area for living and growing species able to survive on the chosen world.
My eyes closed as I internalized the statement. Emperor's Grace, how bad did this get? I held up a hand.
As your superior, I am putting forth a statement. Skip the honorifics, titles, all of it. Get to the heart of this, because I believe this is information I, and the Emperor, need to have with immediacy.
Kalrim bowed quickly.
First, we got their natural climate information incorrect. Humans don't have one.
What?
It was an immediate shock. She gave her assent and continued.
With remarkably little effort given the circumstances, humans can survive in nearly any climate on their planet, and almost all observed biomes do exist on Earth. An example, this is what they call the Sahara Desert, and humans live here. This section covered in snow and ice is known as Russia, and humans live there in great numbers. Here, humans live on volcanic islands, some with active volcanic activity occurring even as we speak. This has to do with their unique biology, which, to put it delicately, is unlike any species we have ever encountered. In warmer climates, their bodies have a cooling system, sweating out excess moisture that their body collects to cool them off. In colder climes, their endothermic nature makes them able to survive indefinitely with the proper layers of insulation and a minimal heat source. They may not like the extremes, but they can adapt to them. They have no required hibernation or dormancy period, and can reproduce year-round.
I already didn't like where this heading. Incredibly adaptable, and with no particular downtime aside from necessary sleep. And we'd just watched the evidence that they could put off their sleep cycle if they were determined to do so. Kalrim, however, was still not done.
We settled on our 2 contestants mainly due to the demographics of what we needed for the games, that we specialized as a mercantile species by our consideration. It simply isn't their only specialty, which we are only just now realizing. For instance, taking a closer look at their satellites, we discovered vast military applications. This led us to consider a more militaristic bent to the humans, and as soon as we looked, we found it. They are specialized in military per the guidelines established.
Emperor be good. These were just the minor oddments of humanity, not even getting to the core of the matter, and it already sounded like the information was made up. I could tell by her expression that Kalrim had worse news to deliver, and in the next moments she would deliver news I was fully unready for.
And then there is the matter of this adrenaline that they have utilized. It secretes into the bloodstream from a gland present in all humans, as far as our researchers have been able to ascertain, both from the competitors and the reactions of human viewers of the games. It acts like a next-generation battle stim that we would give to our most elite troops, and it is present in humans naturally. The effects that we have registered thus far are as follows: increased strength, endurance, agility, hand-to-eye coordination, sensory perception, pain tolerance, and speed. It is how the humans managed to run for the first full hour of the games, and they were not traveling at their full speed according to sensors. They were simply maintaining a speed that they knew they could maintain while traveling through unfamiliar terrain. We currently cannot speculate as to the limits of this strength and endurance, since neither of our human contestants have managed to reach this theoretical limit for their bodies. This is not, however, the only chemical that is released. Along with adrenaline, it releases endorphins, which cause joy in humans. They aren't simply better, but get happier about it as they push themselves.
I could not begin to explain to anyone how terrifying that news was as it was given. It was simply not possible, and I finally spoke to bridge a question.
What possible reason could exist for this species to have redundancies like this? They're a species of merchants and warriors.
Kalrim simply brought up a different image before going further.
That is a different point, but an important failure on the part of our initial research teams. The humans do have a specialization, as all species do. It simply isn't what we understood it to be. We saw the amount of trade and communications of Earth, and this led us to conclude them as a mercantile species, prone to trade. In all truth and humility, it was Hoda of the Goal who finally showed me what I was missing. The humans are specialized as merchants by our consideration. It simply isn't their only speciality. For instance, taking a closer look at their satellites, we discovered military applications. This led us to consider a more militaristic bent to the humans, and as soon as we looked, we found it.
I considered. In all likelihood, this wasn't so bad.
So a dual specialization.
Kalrim continued as if I had not spoken.
Once we identified the military satellites from the communications ones, we then noted other satellites in orbit, as well as a rudimentary orbital space station, scientific in nature. This led us to a plethora of independent scientific sites, laboratories, observatories, marine research institutions, as well as studies in geology, climate mapping that might even exceed our own capabilities, which in turn turned us onto historical institutes, places that study advanced physics, and a host of higher education facilities. This would mean that, by our estimations, they have specialties in science.
I almost responded, but sat back instead. No species had shown evidence of triple specialization, not even us. Certainly we had advanced in more than a few areas, but the centrality was a focus on governance and technology. What I was hearing was beyond anything I could have imagined in a single species. But Kalrim was not done.
Going through their learning institutions and following the track of the movies that Keith played, we found them specialized in art, athleticism, philosophy, governance, technology, what they call culinary arts, and even the study of learning itself. It was as Hoda pointed out about Keith. He was a farmer, a hunter, a soldier, a medic, and a singer. We even had to start creating new specializations, such as their culinary arts and entertainment, and more specializations are still being explored.
The information on the datapad was immense, done with double-blind precision, with each team identifying and re-identifying the specializations. Kalrim set down the datapad on my desk, looking directly at me. We were unaware of all of this because it all masks a single specialty that we had never considered previously: adaptability. This species has evolved to be the ultimate life form in its ability to adapt, even down to their adaptive genetics. While they do have specialists, they are across the gamut of specializations, rather than any focus track. We settled on our two contestants mainly due to the demographics of what we needed for the games, that we had found two humans from the same city with almost a mirror to each other, but enough commonalities to create the potential for a mated pair. However, I went over the psychological profile testing data, and more than 98% of the humans passed the screening of their will and determination were they to be entered into the games with a 2-degree margin of error. In short, barring some direct mental or physical infirmity, the entire population of the world could be competitors. The highest species to score outside of humans in the entire history of the games rated only 15%. They're the flocks, and they won their games.
As a final notation on the humans themselves, their immune systems are prodigious, far more capable than any species that we have heard of outside of them.
Kalrim and I both shuddered slightly before continuing.
This is what is healing Keith's arm and ribs, and he will heal from his injuries, severe as they were. Even now, he should be in far greater pain than he is, but his immune system is actively deadening the pain that he feels. a sort of mental skip over of information that his brain already has. It is my belief that the upcoming trials will fail, that Keith can overcome them far more easily than we understood him capable of, unless we radically increase the difficulty.
If someone told me that the humans were a genetic experiment gone horribly right, I would only question why anyone would construct such a species. I had no idea what to say to any of this, just staring at the datapad on my desk. Kalrim waited patiently, knowing that this was a lot of information before producing a second datapad.
I studied the humans' biological data from the nanites we implanted in them, and they are both getting stronger since the start of the games. Incrementally, but they are getting stronger. The more disturbing trend was when I went over similar information from the other species involved. They are getting stronger now too, and none of this has happened in the history of the games. The routine is the same every time aside from now. The contestants get gradually weaker until eventually, through combat, injury, or illness, there is only one species remaining. The humans don't even realize they're doing it, but the longer the games continue, the stronger every involved species will continue to get as long as they are attached to the humans.
How can they all be getting stronger?
I needed answers, for this was truly horrific-sounding news. Kalrim brought up a new image, this one wider, covering the vital statistics of all competitors.
Initially, with the exception of the humans running off on their own, the games proceeded exactly as planned. 3 eliminations occurred according to prospects. Although the Aquelians were an anomaly, it was within boundaries that they were attacked in the water by local wildlife. The first true anomaly, though, was with the humans. They ran for an hour, covering miles of terrain very quickly, and locating the bluff. Our assumptions at that point were that they would use the bluff as a base and begin to hunt other competitors, especially once they got access to the bow and arrows. This is where the first true deviation occurred. Instead of proceeding to play the game, they instead rooted down to the bluff and rapidly amassed food, shelter, and a source of water. Then Keith ran off to save the Rothani. In and of itself, it was not completely unexpected, choosing the path of just out-surviving the other teams. While it is easy to point at Keith, the true culprit of the anomaly is Valerie. She almost immediately started enacting a dietary regimen without discussion with Keith. They ratcheted up food production, as apparently the humans consume a far higher average amount of food per day, even more when they exert themselves. All the while, their musculature began to alter itself, tearing down and rebuilding itself, as you can see here.
On the display, the medical visual moved, sped up to demonstrate the process of the human musculature alterations. It was almost like the humans were continuously breaking their own bodies, only for their insane regenerative factor to heal it back, and the new growth was stronger than what had been broken.
Are we certain that the medical nanites have not malfunctioned and activated within humans? The repair rates seem similar.
She tilted her head.
We are certain they have not. In fact, the nanites within the humans are operating on the lowest power of all contestants. When we injected them, the immune system of the humans began fighting the nanites until the protocols adapted to their physiology. Had they not been able to, the nanites would have been wiped out by the immune system. Since that point, the nanites have been interfaced with the immune system, but it's a tenuous balance. The human capacity for self-healing is really rather extraordinary. We tested their regenerative factor with active nanites while we had them under sedation, and the regenerative factors of both humans increased exponentially. That is not present here.
I was shaking. Keith had been struck hard enough to eject him 10 feet through the air, contacting a thick tree at force and caused severe injuries that would have crippled any other species I had met. He had gotten up from it almost immediately, reset his shoulder, and murdered the creature that caused him the injuries. Certainly he had passed out, but according to the nanites, it was the sudden loss of the adrenaline chemical and not any of his particular injuries. But the fear put a thought into my mind.
Is there any chance that this is simply a mutation present in Keith and Val?
Kalrim again tilted her head.
None. The humans observing the moments of Keith and Valerie committing their absurd feats have not only shown no reaction to indicate this is an abnormality of the species, but monitoring their communications, our research teams have seen video of the humans on Earth explaining how they were done, or even making corrections to what they did. It's as if their entire species is taking notes and attempting to replicate and improve the results. It is not merely related to the physically extreme acts either. There are videos concerning Val's cooking, trying to replicate dishes, or explaining what she's making, and what could be improved with access to further ingredients. Keith's skills with breaking down his kills, his smokers, and the shelters themselves. Uncle Keith's survival hour even has what the humans call reaction videos to them, expanding on the principles that he's discussing, and discussions on his post-traumatic stress disorder. There are live streams of the games playing across the planet, with people doing live commentaries of things both as they happen, and extracted clips of particular moments, both those who are knowledgeable in these areas, and those who are not. The entire species is going over every possible facet of what Keith and Val do in the games. They're even extrapolating the capacities of the other species, making comparisons to mythologies of Earth, both old and new. It pains me to say this, but some of their observations are ahead of our own, and those observations are not solely limited to the scientific communities. For instance, a number of humans have begun to engage in a thing they call shipping, a sort of exercise in guessing relationships, especially where Keith is concerned. They're all very excited, and while they were observing, were able to call Hoda's attraction to Keith before we got near to figuring it out ourselves. They have disagreements about his relationship with Marilla, some saying that there is attraction there, others claiming that it's more of a rivalry, and yet others saying it's a bit of both. They like Fionn for her, though this is a small minority. They're extrapolating every potential theory in real time, just to see if they can guess what comes next. Some of them are incredibly accurate, such as the predictions of the storm itself, which they worked out the true wind speeds of based solely on the video we showed of the storm from orbit, a video only 5 of their minutes in length.
I closed my eyes and laid my hand over my mouth and jaw as I breathed to calm my hearts.
What have our ambassadors had to say of the humans?
She produced another datapad from her case.
The ambassadors to the humans have reported that the humans have universally been exceptional hosts, affording them incredibly opulent lodgings, meetings with leaders, assigned them guides for the world based on region, putting forth those most familiar with the local regions of the planet. The linguistics experts have started to learn our language, making translation devices less necessary. They have even been providing free materials for our transporters and other devices, rather than requiring them to requisition the materials through formal channels, which would be far more costly and take more time to get. They've raved endlessly about the human foods they have been given freely. There is only one deviation in all given reports, from Junior Adjutant Noctur Real, and it is not a significant deviation. His reports contain his opinion that humans seem reticent about fighting us. He has seen some of their fighter craft and ships, and states that they do have at least some degree of capability to put up a fight, though their technology is still behind ours in this regard. He mentioned something about them seeming more worried about what they would do, rather than the idea of fighting us.
Noctur's report worried me because it felt closer to what I had seen of Keith and Val. Keith was more than willing to fight the entire planet, and his threats against myself and the Dominion were deeply troubling. Something felt odd to me, though.
Do we have any hypotheses as to how they are able to make all of these predictions? It seems strange to me that they could use such little information as they have to do so much with it.
Kalrim did only a slight tilt of the head.
I believe it is related to something that the humans call lateral thinking. Rather than focusing on a single direct path, they consider around the problem. I believe this is a developed trait of humanity. It is difficult to explain, but I have a demonstration I have been working on.
On her datapad, she created a simple maze, and checking it turned the datapad to me, saying nothing. It was simple, and I adroitly drew a path through the maze. When I finished, Kalrim reached across the desk and from the starting position drew a half circle around the maze to the finish.
That is human lateral thought. Instead of taking something as it immediately looks, a human will consider multiple possibilities, including not engaging with the problem at all and simply moving on. The problem in this case was the maze, but if it is not a requirement to go through it, then the faster solution is to go around it. A human might engage with the maze, or they might not. Whatever they personally feel is the better or more fun solution for them.
I sighed. It was all so much, and it got worse by the moment. I paused.
Well then, let's get back to the others. How are they getting stronger? And how is it related to the humans?
Kalrim brought back the medical statistics.
It started with the Rothani, the first to join the humans after the dire cougar attack. Fascinatingly, it's Valerie who is causing the initial alterations by pinning down the dietary requirements of the various species. Even with the trials, she has taken to using a boiling system to make cleaner water for them and has begun experimenting with nutrients that can be added to their water for increased health. As well, Keith has pushed them physically, using their natural strength to bolster his own, the reverse also being true. They have mapped the sleeping habits and necessities of all of the species they're interacting with, bringing them further into line with maximum diet and exercise, as well as medical attention from Keith. It's a collection of minor corrections and alterations, as well as making certain they have more than the required food intake, keeping them hydrated with clean water. Keith, however, is providing the drive behind it, convincing them that they are all banded together in the same cause, providing a needed element of purpose beyond survival itself.
I watched as the information continued on the display. The evidence being presented could not be argued with. While there were certainly differences, they were all certainly improving in physical health.
Marilla, in particular. Her psychological profile showed that she would attempt to assume leadership and create friction within the group. But that not only hasn't happened, but she is reporting to Val about things, conferring with her and taking orders. This is completely against the findings of our researchers. What happened?
She considered quietly a moment.
She realized the humans were smarter than her. On Vendrix, she is the most intelligent person her people have ever produced, an unrivaled genius and an ambitious genius. She was able to unite her world quickly, with no one able to keep up with her. And then, Keith. Despite his lack of formal higher education, he thinks rapidly and across multiple lines, as does Valerie. We did not account for that as a variable because we were unaware of it. It is our belief that she has encountered people for the first time who are able to keep up with her mental speed, and this has bonded her to them, but in a manner that does fit her psychological profile. She is trying to see what their limit is, where the line is, and if she can find a way to step past it.
All right, there is something I need you to do. I understand you are quite busy, but we need to research more into the humans, even past the point of standard protocols. This is of utmost importance, and anything that you find, bring to me. You are dismissed, Researcher Kalrim.
I made a quick motion for her to depart, and she bowed, heading out of my office. I could not rest. There was too much. I gathered up the data pads and submitted the research directly to the Emperor's own advisors as per protocol. Finally, I took out my vaporizer, letting the neurostims saturate my lungs. Apparently, humans had developed a number of similar devices of their own. I considered if I should requisition one to try out, but for the moment, the extra energy was more pressing. There was something we were still missing, something we hadn't caught on to, and I couldn't help but feel like there was still something waiting to drop. I looked at the preliminary prospects for Keith's trials, and it settled in as I read over them. Kalrim was right. Keith would burn down every challenge as if he were breathing. We had to increase the challenges, push it further if we didn't want to look like we didn't know what we were doing. But I hesitated to make the call. Would it really be so bad if Keith just kept taking down every challenge? And why do I care? What is so different this time? More than 1,000 episodes I had been Game Master, and not once had I hesitated with a contestant. I drew up my resolve and sent in the report, including that the trials needed to be made more challenging, This was my duty, sworn to the Emperor himself. As the reports got sent off, I could feel myself shaking and the beginnings of tears rolling down my cheeks. Why do I care? I looked to my office display of the games and saw Keith singing, strumming away, and crying himself because I care and I don't want him to die.
I hate this feeling of them all around my mind, but I need to see it. How did Keith become this? I can feel my tribe mate, Hoda. I had expected her to choose to be my wife, but I feel it. She has become wife to Keith. Whatever. It is unimportant. I am Treg, and I have 4 wives already, and at least 6 when I am done with this game. He is a strong warrior, and I need to learn his strength. I feel all the other weaklings, though. Bah! Weak, but they provide in their own ways to make up for it. Keith's song begins again, and I feel things shift around me, and I see my first view of this earth. For such a warrior, I expected a stronghold, but it is anything but. The sun is bright on this house, and I see farms back behind it, lines of trees to protect from the wind between fields, and a warm breeze flows outward. And then I see him, a child, pedaling furiously on some contraption, a bag clutched in his hand, his knuckles paling from how hard he holds it. A tithe for his father, something to instill pride, though the memory does not remember what is inside. I follow the boy as he comes off of the contraption, letting it fall away as he sprints into the house, and suddenly a sharp, loud bang fires off. Something is wrong. The sound is incredibly loud. The force of it I can feel even from here. But no birds stir, no rodents scurry, and I follow the boy, and something feels wrong about what I am seeing, what I am hearing, like something screams already, but is muffled, and I can smell the blood already. The boy proceeds up the stairs, still sprinting with his tithe in hand, and the door to his father's chambers open, and the scent does not change. The whole scene is frozen in that moment, no birds chirping. Something is wrong, this still image. This scene is not real, and I feel the press of minds, Val calling out for me to halt, but I will not have things hidden from me. And I step forward, and I feel it tear, the whole world ripping apart around me. The scene is changed. The sound. It was not made outside the house. The boy did not enter after. He entered as his father took his own life, and I felt the minds shift, and the words of Keith's song pierce the vision.
You can't kill me if I'm already dead, buried alive by the things that they've said I killed myself, but no one knows.
I felt a hand, but not in the shelter, the yurt that we occupied. Azoku. I watched as he stepped into the room with a screaming child crying out for his father to wake up, and Azoku knelt beside him.
Oh, child, no one should have seen this. This is not your fault.
He laid his hand on him, and the scene faded. Amongst the others, I could feel the trills. They were gaining power from this somehow, but there was no time to think. Scenes whipped by, the boy at the funeral, comforting his grandparents, and something was wrong, but not the scene. The adults. They gave empty platitudes, and they spoke about him when they thought he could not hear.
How do you even get over seeing something like that? He's so young.
What happens to him now?
First his mom, then his dad. Kid's gonna end up in a rubber room.
The boy's grandparents were broken down, inconsolable in seeing the body of their child. And then I felt Dukatha enter, hopping along to sit next to the boy. Why is she the only one? Where are his friends, his family? Why is no one showing him how to grieve? Why is he the one comforting? The scene shifted, and the rabbit folk faded, and I watched as he stood off by himself, watching his father being lowered into the ground in a brown box until another grandfather stepped up to him, this one hardier, with thick hair over his lip, calloused hand laying on the boy's shoulder, and knelt down.
Hey there, Bit. Tell you what, me and Grandma had us a talk about it, and we'd like you to come live with us. How's that suit you?
The boy trembled, bitter tears coming out.
Pop. I want Dad back.
I watched the boy break, but this is wrong. I felt a similar feeling from Hoda. Where were the other family? Why was his tribe not coming together for him? 2 ceremonies for a corpse, and none of them to take him as ward except for an old man and woman. Where were the tribe's children? Even their shaman seemed more concerned over the dead one. Hoda stepped forward, praying over the boy as was her place as shaman. The scene fell away, and more scenes came past. The boy grew, his pop teaching him to hunt, to farm, to ride. But I felt my anger building. His tribe pulled away from him, pulled back. They said the right words, expressed sorrow at the loss, but they all held back from him, like they might somehow catch his grief, like a disease. It kept going, increasing as his grandparents died, one after the other. And steadily I watched as members of our new tribe stepped forward to be with him in those moments. The rage welled up within me, growing by the moment. Again and again, I bellowed out, breaking the connection, and shoved aside those in my way as I stalked from the building, hearing the words of Keith from his stage. As these judging eyes surround me, and silence tearing me apart, only seeing to the surface, they refuse to see my heart. I stalked across to one of the empty shelters, taking shelter from the storm raging around, and I screamed. I paced, and I felt the insane rage within my chest. I needed to fight. I needed to let this out before it could stain my spirit. I ripped the hatchet from my belt and put everything into hacking into one of the logs that were used for seating. I swung again and again, putting every bit of my anger into the act, when I heard the door bang open. Val. She stepped inside.
Are you okay, Treg?
I threw the hatchet into what was left of the log.
Fuck your entire species.
She stepped back as I stepped forward, shocked.
Look, I get it.
They abandoned him.
She shook her head in that negative way the humans used.
No, they...
I slammed a fist into a pillar.
Don't lie to me. I saw it with my own eyes. His whole tribe left him to rot, save for one old man and woman who were too old to be caring for a young boy. Where were his friends? Where was his shaman to heal his spirit? Where was anyone for him?
Val teared up and stayed mute.
My world may be savages, but we never would have left a child like that.
I pushed past, exiting the shelter to go back.
And I won't abandon him now.
I stood on the stage, helping Keith to continue with directions for operating the smartphone. I have been the guard to Her Majesty, Queen Marilla, for as long as I've known her, and I can feel her mind in here as well. Before these games began, the thought that there was someone more ambitious than her never entered my mind until I met Keith. When we joined his tribe, I contacted our council to see what he had said, but instead of simply telling, the council had shown me the video of Keith's proclamation. Bruised, battered, and bleeding, he should have been on the ground, but he was not. He stood, defiant to his core, as he called out for everyone to band together and threatened the Game Master, a man he had no way to reach, as he claimed that he would protect us all. As I watched the memories flood through his childhood, I cannot help but think that there are only a rare few of my people who would be able to get up from such repeated loss. And now, we come into territory I am far more familiar with. He stands in a room, a barracks, at attention with scores of other men, all dressed identically to him, their hair even cut to be the same. This life, a soldier's life, I am intimately familiar with. The one who will train them enters loudly, yelling, and throws a metal bin down the center of the room, and as it bounces, it looks as though it will bounce and strike one of the other recruits. When Keith breaks attention, taking one step forward, catching it, and setting it upright to his side. The one known as Drill Sergeant crosses the room in driven strides to stand toe-to-toe with Keith.
Who told you to step out of formation, Private?
Keith was unfazed.
No one, Drill Sergeant.
Then why were you out of formation, Private?
Every word was being screamed, and I saw, as other recruits flinched, unused to the force of the commands.
Because the trash can would have struck Alcott, Drill Sergeant.
Keith came back unfazed. The drill sergeant stepped back for a moment, reassessing the recruit in front of him, his voice dropping from the screaming.
And what is your name, recruit?
Keith maintained eye contact while staying at attention.
Specialist Morehouse, Drill Sergeant.
Specialist Morehouse, drop and give me 20 push-ups for being out of formation.
The order lacked the yelling element, a slight acknowledgement that I understood. Keith had disobeyed the order, true, but had done it for the sake of his fellow soldier, a trait to be admired. Keith called out his recognition of the order and did his exercises. Others in the room would join him as the drill sergeant told them what is going to happen to them in their basic. This is basic training? All mother be good for whomever got considered for the elite training. The scene shifted to later in the same night, with everyone lined up in front of a bank of devices. It took a few runs at it, but I came to understand. These devices were used to contact the families of the recruits. Oh no. Keith stood at the back of the lines and held up a hand, calling out to the drill sergeant.
Drill Sergeant!
The drill sergeant strode over to him in that same uniform step.
You will get your turn to the call at your parents, Specialist Morehouse.
Quieter, Keith responded.
My parents are dead, Drill Sergeant.
The older man lost a step, and a couple of the recruits around Keith swiveled their heads at the statement.
Then call your grandparents, Specialist.
Also dead, Drill Sergeant.
Keith responded, with all the emphasis of someone noting the weather on a normal day. The drill sergeant said nothing for a moment, then made a motion with his hand.
Specialist, you may return to the barracks.
His voice had lost that edge that he had prior as he gave the order. It had taken the energy out of him, and Keith simply gave his affirmation of the order and headed off in the direction of the barracks. The scene shifted again to Keith sitting alone in his barracks at the foot of his bed, breaking out the tools to polish his boots, just concentrating on the activity, and I felt the tears well up in my own eyes. He was alone in the world, all of his worldly possessions contained in a single footlocker. It wasn't fair. I saw it in Keith's eyes, the determination to push past it, and they were not the eyes of a simple recruit. His eyes were those of a veteran already, one who had fought and lost, who had overcome much, but his body was little more than a child's, and I felt it as Traig's mind rejoined, and the Ghoul stepped forward to join him there, taking a seat on the footlocker beside him as the scene dissolved. More scenes rushed past, Keith being given recruit command of the division, helping to build others up, and I heard Keith's song.
I've come to understand that tragedy's a second chance. My dying breath is where I was born. Now I'm stronger than my storm.
The scenes continued on, Keith completing his basic training and heading off to learn the medical. He pushed himself further than anyone else around him, helping those who faltered even as his own pain was left to him repeatedly. But the greatest change was in those who would come to be his friends, built amongst those who served with him, as he met and fell in love with Kendra and found solace and family. But I knew how this story went, and I could take no peace in his joy. He approached the relationship with all the ardor of someone dying of thirst, would a mountain spring. His joy was beyond anything I'd felt in my life, and it would be ripped away from him in the cruelest manner possible. For the first time, I found myself questioning if I was strong enough to keep standing my vigil. By assignment, he became stationed with a specialized group within his army, referred to as Rangers, and trained alongside them. He pushed himself harder, forcing them to recognize Keith as one of their own. He did not simply complete the training, but placed highly within it, pushing his own body to the breaking point again and again, to prove his worth to no one but himself. He trained tirelessly with weapons he would not use. What? I became aware as I watched. Keith was a combat medic, charged to go onto the battlefield, but to do so without carrying a weapon to defend himself with. There were rules of war that stipulated him a technically protected status, and while he could use a weapon, if he did so, he would not be afforded those protections. Keith's position was to run into a battlefield unarmed even as war raged around him, and finally, his determination clicked into place in my mind. He would put himself to the hazard time and again, to save others, to make sure no one understood how he felt, because he knew there was only one way to understand, and he would not wish that fate even on his enemies.